The Salt Garden by Sandra Miesel. Salt spray stinging his face, foaming surf and the seabirds crying. Down the cleft to the lady's cavern, taste her sweet water welling up from the depths of her bitter sea. Orrell of Estendale awoke huddled in a culvert, with the stinking green horsehide wrapped around him. The sandstorm had passed, leaving the waste drearier than ever. Here and there a few broken branches still poked above the yellow grit. Gone were the berries he had hoped to eat. Gone as well was every nearby landmark. But Orrell had grown used to disaster this past decade since the hounds of Alazan had demolished his seacoast home. He smiled grimly with both corners of his mouth, the right side of his face pulling up to match the rictus frozen on the left by an invader weapon. But for the moment it sufficed that this bit of the old one's stonework had saved his life. Orrell blessed the vanished builders. Even so, the makeshift refuge was a close fit for his short, stocky, young body. He crawled out, stretched, and tried to brush himself free of sand. Despite vigorous effort, his clothes and thick red hair remained miserably gritty. Orrell refolded the stiff hide that had shielded his head, once more making it into a crude pack. It was all that he had left of the mount he had had to slay 3 days earlier after her leg broke. Poor reward, he thought, for the swiftness that had borne him away unscathed from an outlaw attack. Pack on shoulders, staff in hand, Orrell took stock of his changed surroundings. The storm had given as well as taken. Although sand now covered the faint road he had been following, it had blown fairly clear of the ancient watercourse the culvert had been built to serve. His experienced eyes traced the slight trough, marking the channel and fragments of stonework that must have once edged the lower side of the embankment. He bent down to examine the cracked, worn blocks. Despite their decay, they still commanded his respect, for the old ones had lavished fine workmanship even on humble things. But whatever their fabulous powers, he reasoned, their water still had to come from somewhere higher up. Orrell was not one to abandon common sense when thinking about the old ones. If he could follow this dry watercourse to yonder spur of mountains, he might be able to find remnants of its former source before he perished of thirst. Not only did he have his staff to probe for buried structures, he trusted the lady's amulet to guide him on wholesome paths. He reverently stroked this talisman, a spiral shell from Estendale's shore, sealed with wax and hung on a neck cord. It held a few precious drops of fresh water from the miraculous spring in her sea cave, a shrine sacred to his folk since they first came to the Dales. His hand closed in a protective fist, for the lady's cavern was no more. The invaders had blasted it to slag and ash, like all the rest of Estendale. The very waste about him was friendlier to life than the poisoned ruins of his former home. Orrell's twisted face hardened. He could not spare the moisture on tears for sorrows old or new, not for his tall, fair brothers, fallen at the family hold, nor for his father, slaughtered at their campfire a mere 10 days ago. Now he was the only one left to bear the sword and lily emblem of Carpad's line. What mattered at the moment was staying alive. With their maps in those brigands' hands, he dared not continue toward his original goal, nor attempt a return to the Dales. Thus, unequipped though he was, Orrell meant to continue still deeper into the desert. If he was to die in the waste, let it be while exploring the unknown. He tossed a distracting pebble into his mouth and set off. It was hard to keep a steady pace. Although the land rose only gradually, enough sand overlaid the hard-packed rubble of the bank to make the footing treacherous. But at least Orell could find sufficient traces of worked stone to stay on course. The strain of searching helped keep his mind off hunger. Thirst was proving more insistent. The pebble-sucking trick had distinct limitations for a man with a twisted mouth. He clamped his cracked lips in a resolute grimace and trudged on. Heat was no hazard this far north in the waste, this early in the year. But since spring should be a desert's richest season, the dryness was far worse than expected, and the emptiness more ominous. Not a single pair of wings crossed the bare sky. How he ached for the sight of another living creature. Even a common serpent would have seemed a kinsman in this silent, barren land. The old channel widened and meandered, but Orell held on to his hope in the mountains. Each weary step brought them closer. Now he could clearly see how the highest peak in the range was topped with snow. It looked like a pale-faced woman clad in a dark blue robe. The cliffs of Estendale had been as blue, and its crashing waves as white. He touched the lady's amulet and pleaded for her care. But how could she, whose names were numberless as the waters of the world, hear his cry in this waterless place? Shadows lengthened across the sand. The helpful waterway ended abruptly in a jumble of boulders, the remains of repeated landslides from the foothills. Orell's heart quickened. Amid the rubble he spied a shattered wall. Its white stones fairly sparkled against the ochre rocks. He traced the usual protective signs, but, happily, sensed nothing of the dark about this place. His pain submerged in the thrill of discovery, Orell tried to trace the foundations. It was impossible to determine the building's original purpose. It might have been anything from a temple to a tax-gathering station. Frustration tempered his excitement because he could not investigate his find properly. However, using his staff to probe the inner surface of the wall, he located traces of a staircase. Each riser bore a band of carvings too worn to appreciate, but scratching deeper revealed a step that was somewhat better preserved. The figures strung across the rise were human-like, but some appeared winged, or oddly proportioned, or had too many limbs. Judging by the remaining stumps of the balustrade, each support had been a separate small sculpture, but the surviving feet had talons or hooves as often as toes. Orell knelt a while on the lowest step, tracing the alien forms with his fingers, vainly willing them back to wholeness. An old familiar longing swept over him, to know the old ones in their glory, in the fresh morning of their era. All his life he had heard that wonder was gone beyond recall, and none could summon back what was fled. Yet he would not cease from searching in this life or in any other that should be granted him. Weariness came flooding back, but he continued to poke about in the disturbed sand. He turned up some shards of thin, hard pottery with a sea-blue glaze. Surely one fragment had been the neck of a ewer, an identification no sooner made than regretted, for it reminded him of his thirst. But as he rose from his digging, Orell saw a greater blessing than he had dared to ask for. In a sheltered corner of the wall grew a bounty bush. He scrambled over, snapped off a swollen leaf the size of his hand, and bit. Sweet liquid flooded his mouth like rapture. Breathing a prayer of thanks, he plucked more leaves and ate his fill of the moisture-laden pulp. It was his first nourishment since eating his mare's flesh days earlier. That night Orell slept, somewhat contented, nestled against the broken stairs. The next morning he stripped off half of the bounty bush's remaining leaves to serve as provisions in the mountains. He nicked his finger and let fall a drop of blood by way of offering to the powers of this parched land. Since there was no question of climbing over the rock fall, Orell began working his way northwest along the base of the steep hills. By midday he stood amazed before a splendid gate. Sinuous twin figures, whose blurred curves still proclaimed them female, joined hands above the opening to form a horseshoe arch. Beyond them beckoned a passageway cut through solid rock and open to the sky. It was so narrow his outstretched arms could touch both walls at the same time. Its floor had been worn hollow by the passing of countless feet. The way led inexorably upward. Bridling his excitement, Orell held himself to a cautious walk. Neither did he stop to examine the unfamiliar inscriptions covering the passage's walls, merely noting that one cluster of partly effaced symbols repeated regularly. An hour later, he emerged into a broad valley holding an entire ruined city. No explorer of the waste had ever seen the like. He could scarcely sort out the marvels lying before him. Down the middle ran a dry riverbed that vanished into an opening in the rocky rampart he had just crossed. This must have originally fed the ancient watercourse he had been following. Perhaps its own source was a glacier on that snow-capped peak at the far end of the valley. In any event, it had once served a complex irrigation network. Orell took the road along its left bank, past lifeless fields and orchards of skeletal trees. The roofless houses of the city proper formed a maze of half-tumbled walls. A larger structure, with hints of extra stories, may have been a palace. A nearly intact stone bridge connected it with an open square on the opposite side, possibly a marketplace. This adjoined a graceful round building with a shattered dome. As he reached the ruined palace, Orell broke into a run, for beyond it grew a garden hedge, green as living hope. Skidding and sliding to a halt beside it, he reached out to pluck a yellow flower among the glossy leaves. He screamed. The blossom was made of beaten gold and grew on a branch of jade. Orell stumbled to his feet. He continued on around the hedge, struggling to make sense of what he saw. The plants were nothing but stone and metal. Neither decay nor dust marred that perfect foliage. Only bejeweled insects poised on those shining petals. His probing fingers had barely touched a bud when someone called out, "If you desire a flower, stranger, I will gladly make you one. Do not molest my garden." The voice, which tinkled like crystal wind chimes, came from a gate in the hedge. Orell turned warily toward it, brushing his guilty hands on his thighs. "I meant no harm," he cried in a stubbornly level tone. "Then come into my garden, innocent one." The speaker laughed, and peeked out the open gate to beckon him. He beheld an exquisite young woman. Her dainty body was as smooth and translucent as yellow jade. She wore a panelled golden crown, and equally lavish ornaments on every limb, yet was barefoot. Her sole garments were a scarf and a long full skirt, both woven of sheerest spun gold that crackled softly as she moved. She pressed her palms together, bowed, and said, "Be welcome with whatever words your people use." Oral copied her gesture. For the welcome of the gate, gratitude. To the ruler of the place, fair fortune. It was not quite the formula of the Dales, but he hoped it would suit the occasion. Well spoken! She giggled like a girl behind a fan of fingers. Ask your questions without fear. How could he be suspicious of the glee in those slanting eyes? Besides, the lady's amulet still rode quietly inside his shirt. What is this place? He asked gravely. It is the city of Narat, once called the Jewel of the Mountains. She paused for a sly smile. It used to belong to my sister, Javar. She and I are of one birth, but now it is all mine. She swept out her arms and hugged herself. I am Tarna. That is my own true and famous name. I say it plainly, since courtesy forbade you to ask. Oral frowned. I mean no offense, Lady Tarna, but among my folk, knowing a name gives mastery. Have you no fear of what I, a stranger, might do with such knowledge? She bent double with laughter. I, with all this fine, dry earth for dominion, I fear some mortal man weighed down with gross, wet flesh? What a jest! Say something else amusing. How can I predict your taste in drollery? Some men have found my twisted face a matchless amusement. He did not add that most women found it ghastly. There would be no cup and flame for one both mutilated and landless. A surface trifle. Tarna waved a dismissive hand. But your skeleton, her voice turned caressing, is just splendid. Strong, straight bones with never a break, heavier certainly than those of the folk who used to live here. Of course, they looked different on the outside, too. Oral retreated a step. If you never saw anyone like me before, how can you speak my language? Why, I plucked it straight out of your mind, Oral of Estindale, she continued more earnestly. Would it ease your fears if I promised not to scan any other thoughts? Besides, I would much rather have you surprise me. Nothing this entertaining has happened to me for centuries and centuries. Enough of these delays. Her curling fingers beckoned. You must come into my garden. Now. Oral could not have refused the summons of those fluttery little hands. Though Tarna was a dream made real, he did not feel entirely safe in her company. He recalled the old adage, be careful what you wish for, lest you get it. Obviously she was some hitherto unknown kind of old one. But did the mistress of the garden belong to the light, to the dark, to neither? What lay within the hedge did boast a pavilion and flower beds, but otherwise bore no resemblance to the gardens of the Dales. The round, two-storied pavilion at the centre was made of stone lattice-work and surmounted by a knobbed spike. As he expected, all the vegetation was fashioned from coloured stones and metal in the same ingenious manner as the enclosing shrubbery, and the ensemble showed the same passion for detail. Bright enamelled bees bore gold dust pollen, and onyx spiders lurked in webs of silver wire, bedecked with moonstone dew. Yet the very brilliance of the illusion was its undoing. No living things could look so perfect. In so far as he recognized familiar species, Oral noticed that Tarna had grouped her plants according to the hour and season of their peak beauty. Thus, to circle the garden was to make the circuit of the year. It was the only way for time to pass in this timeless place, where seeds could never sprout, nor fruit decay. Even contemplation had its allotment of space. From canopied benches in the four corners one could admire arrays of curiously eroded boulders. Linking these were stepping stones and walkways that crossed the glittering white ground, whose surface was not sand, but purest rock salt. Crystals, both fine and coarse, had been raked into ridged patterns around each upright object. Ultimately, these waves wound into a great spiral leading back to the central structure. It was the whole universe, shrunk down to a jeweled toy. Oral's honest delight in the garden was muted by Tarna's compulsion to explain exactly how she had achieved each striking effect. Because she had been too long an artist without an audience, she veered abruptly between demanding praise and wheedling compliments. He struggled clumsily to satisfy the hungers his coming had awakened in her, and pitied her for the loneliness he did not know how to relieve. The taste of failure reminded Oral how hungry he was, and the mere sight of so much salt was parching his throat. He was relieved when Tarna suggested that they retire to her pavilion. At least that offered shade, and perhaps a place to sit. But what she had in mind were further demonstrations of virtuoso skill. The ground floor was her workshop. As a boy, Oral had once seen a lapidary at work during the great Ulmsport fair. That craftsman's gear was paltry stuff indeed compared with Tarna's. Not only did she possess every conceivable tool for working stone as well as metal, each of these items was as finely made as an heirloom weapon. Her workbenches might have been altars. The very bins holding her gems and nuggets were worthy of what they contained. Oral felt bloated with perfection, like one who has eaten too many dainties at a feast. Somehow the broken bits of the old one's world had held more wonder than all this hard, bright elegance. His father would have judged otherwise. He remarked, mostly to himself, "My father would have died happy had he seen such treasures from the vanished world." But neither treasures nor happiness was fated to be his. Was he also seeking his fortune in the waste? It was the only place we could seek it, after the war ruined our holding. My father could not resign himself to poverty, but instead always dreamed of new wealth. What we found here and there in ruins was seldom of much value. Nevertheless, I loved the work for its own sake. We had hopes of discovering a prime new site on this last journey, but marauders attacked our camp while I was chasing a runaway horse. My flight from the killing ground brought me here. Then your loss was my gain, she replied lightly. He flared at her. Do you not understand, Lady Tarna? You are entertaining a desperate treasure hunter. Beware, lest I steal something. Why would you want to do that? She laughed. You may have anything here for the asking. Or allow me to make you something new, so you can see just how cunning my fingers are. Come now, what shall it be? She clapped her small hands eagerly. Oral sighed. He could not hate her for acting like a thoughtless child. After pondering a moment, he asked, Can you copy a red pond lily? Certainly. Full size, in cinnabar and jade if you wish. He watched her choose uncut lumps of these substances from her stock. How do you get your raw materials? He asked. These mountains are rich in precious minerals. Indeed, they were the source of Nerat's wealth. But I do not leave my garden to seek anything. When I require something from the mines, I summon it, and it comes rolling to my door, tame as one of your dogs. The things of earth are mine. They hear my voice and obey." She split the stones and trimmed them to size. Chisels, blades, and files flew. Soon the cinnabar became a spiky ball of petals, and the green jade, round, flat leaves. The process was amazingly quick and deft. At her touch, stone behaved almost like wax, causing Oral to wonder how strong those inhuman hands actually were. "Why did you choose this flower?" she asked, while she polished the carving. "Does it have some special meaning?" "It is part of the emblem of my house. Look at the decoration on my sword hilt." He approached and showed it to her, without drawing the weapon from its scabbard, lest she misunderstand the gesture. The enamel work was cracked and chipped, but the design was still visible. On a white background it showed a red pond lily impaled on the tip of a green sword. After she had admired it, he explained, "This signifies the line of Karpad, a hero doomed by luck." "Is there a story? I do love stories, and here there is none to tell me any." Oral was willing to humor her. "Centuries ago," he began, "my forefathers reached this world. They emerged from a tunnel in a sea cave, a tunnel no one ever after could find again. Because they came here by this odd route, they were not of the same stock as other dalesmen. In truth, they were merely a small tribe of bloody-handed barbarians. To ensure that his warriors would maintain their old ferocity in the strange new country, their chieftain promised his daughter, and through her the heirship, to the first man who would bring him a dripping head. He expected someone to find and slay a native of the place, but an untried youth named Karpad immediately slashed a floating lily from its roots and bore it to the chief on the tip of his sword. Though he regretted his rash promise, the chief declared Karpad the winner and bestowed his daughter's hand forthwith. Other warriors cried foul and threatened violence to the victor, but even as they were arguing, the flower was transformed into the head of a beautiful woman. Karpad had unwittingly slain a shape-changer in disguise. Then the tribe declared itself satisfied, and accepted Karpad as their future chief. Nevertheless, the infamy of his deed followed him all his days. In the end, his wife betrayed him to his death. She hated him for winning her through trickery. She felt shameful. Her son, in his turn, slew her to avenge his father. Afterward he settled in Estendale, and even prospered ere he drowned. But each succeeding generation has labored under a double heritage of cleverness and grief." "An excellent story, to be sure. How did I manage for these long years without you to entertain me? Do you wish me to put a slit on the underside of the lily, so you can balance it on your sword, as your ancestor did?" "That will not be necessary." Her heart, as well as her hands, must be harder than stone. Wearily he forced himself to add, "I am glad that my tale pleases you." She handed him the finished flower. "As this magnificent ornament pleases me." He did not need to gild his praise. Here was the essence of every floating lily that had ever blossomed on a pond. Curving scarlet petals drew the eye downward to the shadowed throat. Smoothly swelling contours invited fingertips to glide. Tarna glowed. "There are even better ways of pleasing each other." Her coyness deepened. "As you will discover upstairs." Oral was too exhausted to panic or resist. Had accepting the flower bound him to its creator's will? The lily seemed to grow both heavier and lovelier by the moment. With leaden steps he followed Tarna up a spiral staircase in the center of the pavilion. He might as well have been climbing a mountain to the moon. The upper chamber did hold a bed, draped in gold gauze, but Oral scarcely noticed it. What captured his attention were the skeletons. They were very white and carefully polished. And since Tarna had spared no effort embellishing them, the whole charnel company, birds and beasts of the waste, men and not quite men, glittered horribly. Oral stood transfixed by their jeweled stares. But Tarna took no heed of his distress. She was too eager to show him how cleverly she had articulated the bones with gold wire, so that she could pose them in various positions as the fancy took her. She darted about in a frenzy of pride, adjusting the slope of a wing here, the jut of a tail there. At last she whirled around to confront him. "Now, you must not be jealous. Your skeleton is better than any of these. I wanted to add you to my collection the moment I saw you. Oh, you would have been so beautiful with emeralds for eyes, and spun copper hair, once your wet flesh was gone. But as I came to know you, I formed a better plan. Let me turn you to stone, and make you my consort." Her offer left him too numb to reply. She turned petulant. "Remember, you are already half mine. I could call your bones right out of your body if I chose, and take my will of you." Her lips softened, and she pleaded, "Come to me of your own accord. My salt is in your very blood." "And in my tears," he answered. "The tears I would shed for you while you slew me. My mortal life is a poor thing compared to yours, Lady Tarna, but let me live it to its natural ending." Then all his weariness overwhelmed him. His voice broke, and he began to weep. "No!" she cried. Tarna raised her hand to brush away the tear flowing down his ruined cheek. But as soon as her finger touched his skin, bolts of agony seared through to his skull. He screamed and fled stumbling down the spiral stairs. The stone lily that he dropped rolled after him like a severed head and smashed on the workshop floor. But Oral was out the door, through the garden gate, and halfway across the bridge before he glanced back to see if Tarna was pursuing him. He spied her standing beside the hedge, holding shards of the cinnabar petals in one limp hand. On he ran, dodging gaps in the roadbed, leaping fallen column, until he reached the river's opposite bank, passed a tumbled wall, crossed a sandy courtyard, and collapsed, exhausted, inside the wreckage of a hall. He lay on the floor gasping for a long while. As his panting slowed, he tried to sit up, saw dark spots and sparkles before his eyes, and rested his head on his knees until the blood returned. He stretched his limbs cautiously and tried to calm his mind. A hasty check confirmed that Tarna had not followed him. He saw her still standing at her own gate, casting a long shadow before her. If what she said earlier about not leaving her garden was true, perhaps the dry river was a mystic barrier. But what kind of force could prevent her from crossing from left bank to right? Oral touched his ravaged face. Tarna's caress had marked his left cheek with 3 stone-hard spots, as if pebbles had been driven into his skin. The affected area no longer ached, but its very numbness was a kind of pain. He had not been one for mirrors, and was glad he could not see these new disfigurements. He was even gladder that his whole body had not suffered the same fate. The bounty bush leaves in his pack were still decently fresh. They made the finest meal he had ever eaten. By now it was evening, and the air already held a chill. Orell looked around for firewood. There was no fuel inside the ruined hall, but the surrounding courtyard had once been landscaped with pools, flower beds, and an orchard that might have been dead for 1,000 years. He gathered a bundle of branches that snapped like an old woman's arms, then went in search of better shelter before the light entirely failed. Beyond the entrance hall opened a vast circular room with a dome that was partly intact. The dome's summit featured a round opening, or eye, designed to allow rainwater to fall freely into a catch basin below. Orell brushed the debris out of this basin and built his fire in it. The ancient fruitwood burned with the fragrance of harvest festivals, centuries past. By its flickering light, Orell studied his surroundings. Now that he was somewhat refreshed, he reverted to old habits of mind. Surely this had been a temple. Although the plastered walls were badly flaked and gouged, he could tell that they had originally carried garishly bright murals, aswarm with fantastic beings. The dome itself had been divided into 4 sections, each painted a different color, red, green, yellow, and blue, which seemed to have coordinated with the wall frescoes below. 3 battered female statues stood on pedestals placed equidistant around the central basin. Orell took a burning brand from the fire and used it as a torch to examine the statues more closely. They must have been spectacular in their day, these wooden images of dancers whose bodies were as delicately shaped as Tarna's, but blue-white in color instead of yellow. That each had 2 pairs of arms in no wise detracted from their grace. But, like the wall paintings behind them, the statues had been mutilated. Their heads and hands had been struck off and battered to pieces. The sorry bits still lay scattered on the floor. What hatred had despoiled such rare beauty? As Orell stirred through the remains, trying to imagine their original appearance, he came upon a wooden cup with its base gone. It must have been held by one of the statues. On impulse, he raised the broken relic in a salute to the banished power, and then brought it to his twisted lips as if to drink. But why had he thought power and not powers? Did the 3 statues represent the same being? Orell was incapable of ignoring a mystery. He looked at the pedestals again. They bore stylized symbols of clouds, waves, and ice. Since each was a form of water, were the images successive aspects of a water goddess, as maid, mother, and crone? Was she possibly Javar, the twin sister Tarna had mentioned? Did the painted decorations proclaim that her rule extended over all 4 directions, and every kind of creature native to this land? And most exciting of all, was Javar but another name for Estendale's own lady? He cradled her shell amulet in both hands and begged her protection through the night. The full moon shone down on Orell as he fell asleep beside his fruitwood fire. Marat lived again in Orell's dream. His haughty folk walked in sumptuous trailing garments. Caravans brought the wealth of a continent in trade for its jewels and precious metals. Although slave gangs burrowed deep into the mountains, the finest gems were dredged out of Nerat's river. Greed demanded greater yields, so the fatal decision was made to dam the river and plunder its bed directly. Having done so, the city proudly changed its sole allegiance from Javar, the water power, to Tarna, the earth power, hitherto a shadowy figure. They invoked their new goddess with deep, droning chants and bloody rites. At the climax, when Tarna deigned to manifest herself bodily among them, her new worshippers responded with such fervid zeal that they sacked Javar's temple. From that day forward, the dammed-up river began to shrink. It dried up all the way to its mountain source. The melting snow that used to feed it remained frozen on the highest peak all year round. Without water for irrigation, the city died. Only Tarna remained in the ruins. She sowed a patch of ground with salt and began fashioning her perfect garden of stone. Orel awoke sweating despite the cold. He knew the dream for a message calling him to action. The time had come to undo the wrongs done here of old, lest this local desert continue to spread century by dusty century, first into the rest of the waste, then into the dales, until it sucked at the mighty sea itself. Orel had clung to life so stubbornly, while others perished. He was loath to let it go. He stared hard at the remains of Nerat, and remembered the ashes of Estendale. The moon still hung in the dawn sky when he strode forth to confront Tarna. She met him at the garden gate. They greeted each other with the solemn courtesy that precedes mortal combat. "Have you come to offer your surrender?" she asked. "No, I am here to accept yours," he replied. "Yesterday you were amusing, but not today." "This is no jest, Lady Tarna. I beseech you to bring back your sister Javar." "Why?" Tarna sneered. "Let her sleep on her frozen mountain, as she has these past 1,000 years. Now this place is mine alone. Here I tend my garden." "Yours is a garden of death," he said gently. "There can be no life without water." "Water! Insipid, shifty stuff. It changes. Stone endures." "But not forever. Water can wear it away. You call water insipid. I call salt barren. Yet water and salt together nourish life, in the depths of the sea or in the veins of a man." She scowled. "Why bother to bring forth life at all? It is a flower that blooms by day and fades when the night comes on." "Nevertheless, that is our destiny. Unless we walk our appointed path, how can we aspire to a higher one? It makes no difference that you are a goddess and I a mortal. The world still turns about us like a great wheel, where day succeeds night, and night day. We cannot hold fast to one half and banish the other." "How dare you tell me what I cannot do? For a mere half, I have managed well enough alone since Javar and I were born from the sundering of Vedi, the one who ruled here before the city of Nerat ever rose." The last piece of the pattern fitted into place. Vedi must have been this land's primordial form of the power revered in Estendale, while Tarna and Javar were but aspects of her, dangerous only because they had been driven into isolation. Orel summoned his courage for a final plea. "Take pity on the land, Lady Tarna. Let life begin anew. Rejoin your twin, and once again be Vedi." "Never! For I would cease to be myself." "If you let the wheel of change turn unhindered, you would still have a place in it that nothing could take from you." "Nothing can take from me what I already have, nor shall you, flesh-clad mortal." Each word struck like a crystal gong. "I will drive you out of my garden." Tarna shrieked with a fury that would have split rocks. Her whole body quivered to a high thrumming whine that arose from her throat. Suddenly she had too many arms to count, and each one held a lethal tool. Orel attempted to draw his sword. It barely cleared the scabbard, before the keening vibrations shook it to splinters. Vainly he held up empty hands to ward his breast. But Tarna's swarm of arms enclosed him in a monstrous embrace. His leather jerkin protected his back for a moment, until her knives and scrapers slashed it away, inflicting wounds that turned to troughs of stone quicker than they bled. Staggering with the pain of her flailing blows, he struggled to free his trapped arms before her face reached his bare neck. Getting the shell amulet into his hands, he rammed it against her snarling lips. She bit it in two. The broken edges gashed his fingers. His blood and a drop of the amulet's hallowed water touched her tongue at the same instant she stabbed him in the spine. All anguish froze. Ice seized his limbs, then melted like the promise of half-forgotten springs. Away flowed his life, while his spirit slipped into the sea of white peace that was Vedi. The entwined remains of Oral and Tarna flashed with furious lightnings as they turned to mist. This rose as cloud and fell as rain. The rain pelted, the rain lashed, the rain scoured. It smashed and scattered stone. What storm began, flood finished. The land was washed clean of Narat. Now the whole valley blooms like a garden, for its mountain-born river never fails. Wild horses from the waste come to graze its lush meadows that taste faintly of salt. They care not what bright shards lie buried in the turf, nor do they ask why here and here alone grows the flower called Oral's beauty, the one with sea-green leaves and petals red as fresh-drawn blood. Afterward, the witch world is an archaeologist's dream. Its civilizations are so much older. Their remains far more exotic than anything on our earth. Contact, for good or ill, with relics of the past is a recurring motif in the series. For instance, in Year of the Unicorn, my own favorite. So the perils of wresting treasures from the waste, plus the classic Nortonian plot of an outcast finding his place, seemed appropriate choices for this story. But the particular perils and treasures met in The Salt Garden result from a chain of happy accidents. When the invitation to participate in the witch world came, I was doing research on the Silk Road, the trade route that linked Byzantium and ancient China, which also happened to have just been the subject of 3 major museum shows. My story draws much of its inspiration from the marvelous exhibition catalogue Silk Route and Diamond Path by Deborah E. Klimberg Salter. Thus my hero takes his name, but nothing else, from Sir Aurel Stein, legendary excavator of Silk Road cities. I adapted imagery and symbolism from Vajrayana Buddhism, the Diamond Path of Tibet. The estranged twin powers are a pair of fierce and gentle Taras, female deities from the same source. Finally, the garden itself grew from a set of jade lotus blossoms seen at an antique show while the story was germinating. Flowers precisely copied in stone were favorite decorations in Qing dynasty China. But their sterile beauty gives me the shudders, so I enjoyed grinding them to precious dust. Sandra Miesel. The Stones of Sharnon by Anne Miller. Something's gone wrong. I should have been recalled by now, drawn back through the gate, debriefed. Yet here I am, still on this strange and terrible world, where people have the mental power to literally move mountains, where animals possess intelligence and abilities far beyond what is normally expected, where what you see isn't always what you think you're looking at. Yes, I realize that any technology sufficiently advanced, can appear as magic. But I don't speak of wondrous technology. I speak of witchery. As I plodded along the trail, returning to my camp near the gate point, after buying a few supplies I hoped I wouldn't need at a nearby farmhold, I admitted this wasn't the first and only case of delayed recall. Timelines can get out of sync between gates, no matter how carefully calibrated. It had even happened to me once before, which had turned out to be one of my best finds. It was this world making me jumpy, the thought of continuing my charade among people with such awesome powers, among things so alien to me. Oh, God! The gate! Please! Tonight! The gate! As a mineral and energy scout, one of the few females in the profession, I'm fully aware of the risks I take with each assignment to scout a strange world for those things prized in the galactic community. But that profit-sharing is what keeps us going back for the one big strike. Gamblers and prospectors that we are. I sought an energy source here. I got a lot more than I bargained for. There's a limit to what can be learned through a gate. Hence our value as scouts willing to brave relative unknowns to find what the galaxy so badly needs, and is willing to pay well to obtain. We'd researched enough about this world to learn many of the inhabitants have telepathic abilities, a gross understatement as it's turned out, and to find out some details about the geography and history, enough to formulate a mind-implanted cover story. But from what I've discovered, the protection of the implant is questionable. There are those here who could strip away such a cover as easily as peeling ripe fruit. My telltale buzzed, sending its subaural message that someone or something large enough to trigger its sensors was ahead on the trail. Twilight was approaching, even though the late sun still clung to the horizon, glowing blood-red. I reached inside my leather vest for my hand pulsar, just in case, and approached the curve of the trail cautiously. Sounds of a struggle reached my ears before I got within eyesight, and I broke into a trot. I could always duck into the bushes, if inadvisable to join the fight. A large man sat astride a prancing gray horse, helmed and mail-shirted, while creatures humanoid in form but animal-featured battled with a man and a woman. One of the beasts grabbed the young woman, yanking her toward the mounted warrior, and her cloak flew open to reveal she was pregnant. Though her defender put up a valiant fight, he was no match for the half-dozen creatures attacking, and in spite of her stubborn struggles with her captor, she wasn't much help in the battle. Well, maybe my pulsar could even the unfair odds a bit. Aiming, I pressed the button, expecting the beast grappling with the girl to crumple, stunned. Instead, with an unearthly scream, it burst into flames, igniting from within to send orange and red shafts of light shooting from its eyes and mouth, and it disappeared. A strange warmth pulsed against me beneath my vest, but I had no time to investigate the cause. "Witch!" roared the mounted man, and aimed a dull, silvery rod at me. Shedding my pack, I rolled, firing my pulsar, rewarded with another brilliant display of fireworks, as a second beast exploded in flames that weren't flames. Flames of light. From my side vision, I saw the girl scramble to the edge of the road, trying to elude the grasp of a beast. I flamed it, then aimed for the horse's rider. He was faster. Such a blow struck me, from within, not without, that I fell forward into the dust of the road, gasping in agony at the brilliant, searing pain filling my head, consuming me, destroying me. Joggling awoke me. I'd been thrown across a horse's back and the pace was quite brisk. I raised my head with a moan, and a woman's voice said, "Lino, she wakes." The joggling stopped, and strong hands lifted me from the horse and held me as I stood beside the animal, trying to sort my bearings. The pain was gone, which was very important to me at that moment. I looked into the face of the young man whose hands braced me. He was tall, slender but broad-shouldered, with ebony hair and eyes of midnight black. Those dark eyes swept over me, taking in my short-cropped reddish hair, light amber eyes closely matching my hair color, the scattering of freckles across my face put there by a dozen suns. "We thank you for assisting us," said the woman from her seat atop the horse. "Are you seriously injured?" "I don't think so," I replied, pressing my hand to my head. The man released me, seeing I could stand. "Did I get that man on the horse?" I recognized the mount I stood beside as that same animal. "No, but his evil servants carried him away bearing Linal's sword in his side," she told me. I looked up at her. She had the same black hair as the man, but her eyes were a clear gray. They favored so strongly, I wondered if they might be brother and sister rather than husband and wife. "However, I doubt he is dead," the man added, and I looked back at him, for my aim was deflected by one of his serving beasts. My thrust only served to unseat him, so that we might take his mount. "It also served to confuse the beasts, allowing us to escape," she pointed out loyally. "I am Varilla," I offered then, knowing one couldn't always simply ask another's name. There was so much to trip me up. "I have no hold or kinsman, being but a simple wanderer." "I am called Lino. This is my cousin, Riatha," the man supplied in return. "We are twice cousins," Riatha added, "as our mothers are sisters and fathers are brothers." "We must hasten," Lino urged. "Here, mount behind Riatha, and I will lead—" "I can walk. I'll just—" My hand went to my shoulder, where my journey pack strap should be, and found nothing. I quickly looked to the horse to see if it might hang there, but no pack. It was gone, and with it my only hope of ever getting off this magic-riddled world. For inside my pack were not only my reports encoded on my mag cubes, but my gate finder. It didn't actually find the gate. It answered the seeker probe from the other side. No gate finder, no going back. I tightly reined my rising panic. "I carried a pack. It had a strap for my shoulder and was made of leather. Is it—" I couldn't force the question out, too afraid of the answer. "We did not see such a pack," Riatha said, exchanging a look with Lino. "We were intent only upon escape. Was this pack very important?" "Very. I must go back for it. It contains something vital to me." "It will not be there," Lino said, shaking his head. "For the beasts will scavenge, even as they scuttle away, dragging their wounded. Accompany us, Varela. Godrone and his beasts will pursue us, and you cannot hope to stand alone against them." He had a point. My sword was gone. My pulsar was gone, and my journey pack and all in it. If that bunch would pursue Lino and Riatha, then I wouldn't have to search for them, but could prepare myself to confront them and reclaim my pack. I glanced around in the gathering twilight. "My camp is back this way, a short distance," I told him. It's getting dark, and in her condition your cousin needs rest, especially after what she's just been through." I glanced up. Riatha's pale, pinched face seemed to confirm my words. "True," Lenal agreed with a nod. With a last longing look at the trail ahead, he turned aside to follow me to my camp. I'd only left behind my sleeping mat and cloak and a couple of skin jugs, as most of what I had was in my journey pack, including my supper. The camp was undisturbed, and I drew out the mat and my cloak from their hiding place and unrolled the mat for Riatha. Lenal offered her water from a jug. Then, wrapping in her cloak, she lay back gratefully and heaved a tired sigh. Soon her breathing grew even and slow. Lenal tended the horse, staking it to graze, then built up the fire and struck a flint to it. It was a good thing he had the flint. My lighter was in my pack. He leaned back against the tumbled rocks that protected my little camp and gazed at me from hooded eyes. "I can tell by your coloring you aren't of the old race, as are Riatha and I. Yet I sensed a surge of power as you joined the battle. Could it have been your weapon you used upon the beasts?" "I don't think so, Lenal," I replied doubtfully. "It wasn't even supposed to do that, but to deliver unconsciousness only. Perhaps it was the nature of the beasts that caused it to function so. Yes, that could explain it. What were those things? And the man who led them?" "The foul servants of Godrone, a lord of the dark. They seemed to be trying to take Riatha. Yes, he desires what grows inside her." "Then it's his baby." I sat cross-legged beside the small fire, feeding it dry sticks, and at my question he shifted his position, jackknifing one leg and propping his arm on it. His hand knotted into a fist, and once again that measuring look swept over me. "Our mothers carry the bloodline of the old ones. Riatha displayed talent, and upon her 16th year was sent to receive training in those ways of power. She should have gone before, but my aunt, her mother, could not bear to part with her, as Riatha is her only surviving child, as I am my mother's. Our families were struck by a fever when Riatha was but an infant, and I was a child of 6 years. That made him 22 or 3. I'd thought him older. There was something mature about his face and manner that belied such young years. Though Riatha was well guarded upon that journey," he continued, "Godrone and his forces overpowered her guards and took her. Godrone has long coveted Riatha, once attempting to obtain her father's blessing to wed her. Godrone, evil servant of the dark that he is, knowing Riatha possessed talent, plotted to produce an heir to help him rule in the ways of darkness. It mattered not to Godrone that to bed a woman usually takes away her talent. Thus he forced his unholy seed upon her, and, by following vile and evil rituals, intends to ensure the child will serve the dark." I handed across a water jug, and he sipped thoughtfully, his eyes reflecting the fire's golden flames. "I, a man, was visited by a true dreaming after Riatha's kidnapping. It was made known to me that the babe she carries is female, and within this babe is not only the dark of Godrone, but the light of Riatha. The dream revealed that Riatha must undergo purification at the stones of Sharnon, a place of ancient power lost in the mists of time, and shown to me in the dream. The dark will be stripped from the unborn child, and she will be born of the light and of great power." "That's what you were trying to do when you were attacked?" take Riatha to these stones to save her baby?" He nodded, and looked down at the jug he held, as if he wished it contained the strongest of spirits. I knew how he felt. The weight of my lost pack sat inside my chest like a rock. His dark eyes met mine. "It took long and long to prepare her rescue, and now she nears her time. We must reach the stones of Sharnon before she births, or—" He seemed unable to continue, looking over at his sleeping cousin. "We must reach the stones of Sharnon." With a tired sigh, his gaze again shifted to me. "We should rest. The way is difficult, and we will need our strength." I tongued the tooth that set the telltale, but received no confirming buzz. Again I pressed the tooth. Nothing. Oh, great! Whatever Godrone had hit me with must have burned it out. "Lenel, should we stand watch? I'm mind-blind, and unable to sense danger." "Yes. I have a small sensing ability, but not enough to trust in these circumstances." "I'll take the first watch," I volunteered. "Very well." He moved close to Riatha, and stretched out on the ground, rolled up in my cloak, and pillowed his head on the horse's saddle-pad. I judged 3 hours from the near full moon's travel, and woke Lenel to take my place. I wrapped in my cloak and lay down, positive I wouldn't sleep for all the despair and bleak thoughts swirling through my head. But my next awareness was of Lenel waking me. I found it difficult to stay awake my second watch. I fed the fire, listened to the soft shuffling of the horse nearby, and tried to blank my mind from all that useless fretting and worry. Finally it was time to wake Lenel again, and I slept dreamlessly until he woke me to a purling sky. We broke camp, and I offered Riatha water while Lenel saddled the horse. Today we'd have to take time to find food, as a pregnant woman simply can't be dragged over hill and dale without eating, no matter how important the mission. Lenel set Riatha upon the horse, and we quickly moved out. We reached a small village shortly before noon, where Lenel bought travel provisions and 2 swords, purchasing them right off the owners, as the little village boasted no swordsmith or weapons shop. Too bad I couldn't buy a new pulsar. From a nearby farm, Lenel bought 2 sturdy, shaggy ponies that would bear us much more swiftly than our own feet. Shortly thereafter, we stopped in a small glade and ate some of our provisions, filled our jugs at a trickling spring, and allowed Riatha to walk about and stretch cramped muscles. I felt caught up, drawn along. I should be honing my sword, plotting an ambush or something. Instead, I fled from the very ones who had what I wanted most. At least I hoped they had it. They could easily discard it, not recognizing its contents as anything of value, which, of course, it wasn't to anyone but me. Lenel set a punishing pace, and soon we reached a mountain range and started scaling the narrow, steep path. Lenel rode the gray horse, and Riatha and I followed on the ponies. We made camp in the pass itself that evening. Lenel gazed back down the steep way we descended, searching for signs of a campfire indicating our enemies were in pursuit, and I went to stand beside him. "They are there," he assured me, "but without a campfire to signal us of their presence." We had a fire of our own, positioning it out of view of any watchers below. Lenel handed around rations, and I moved away from the fire to sit on a rock and brood alone. I took out my slim dagger that I carried inside my inner vest pocket and cut a piece off my stick of jerky. Recalling that sensation of warmth I'd felt during the battle, I realized it had issued from the area of my dagger's pocket. I'd traded for that slender weapon at a fair I'd run across in my scouting. I don't know why it intrigued me, not being particularly attractive. I studied it in the moonlight. The handle was smoothly carved of some dull, dark stone, and the blade was etched with faint markings. I didn't see how it could have been the warmth's source. Slicing another bite from my jerky stick, I chewed thoughtfully, staring back down the night-shrouded trail. Maybe they weren't in pursuit. Maybe Gudrun had died, and absolutely nobody followed us, which meant that I was traveling farther and farther away from my gate-finder. Perhaps in the morning, instead of going on, I should secure myself in a place of ambush and see if they followed, and if not, go back to hunt them. With a sigh, I wiped my dagger against my breeches and replaced it in my vest pocket, then rejoined Riatha and Lenel at the fire. The morning found me riding right along with my trailmates, as though their quest were mine. And maybe it had become mine. Who knows? Step after jarring step, our mounts carried us down the narrow, winding path. Though I kept a close watch, I never spotted anyone descending behind us. But most of the path remained concealed from me at any given point. By the time we reached bottom, it was past noon, and Riatha looked ready to fall from her pony in a swoon. "Lenel!" I called out, nodding in her direction. He caught my meaning. We stopped beside a nearby stream, but barely took time to eat journey cakes and let the horses drink before pushing on. Riatha, for all her apparent exhaustion, seemed eager as Lenel, so again we climbed onto our mounts and set out. At twilight, we entered a clearing to see a circle of dark gray monoliths, giant sentinels brooding over a small, overgrown ruin that may once have been a temple. The stones themselves drew Lenel, and he went directly to them, dismounting and approaching without taking his eyes from them. "As it was in my dream," he murmured. Then quickly he turned and lifted Riatha from her pony. She sagged in his arms. "Oh, Lenel, I think it is my time," she gasped, a grimace pulling her delicate features. "Then we must hasten." He strode toward the circle of stones with her in his arms. I walked closer to the monoliths, staring up at them. The tops were smooth, rounded, and set into each one was a large, dull stone, similar to my dagger's handle. Runes, holding no meaning for me, etched the monolith's surfaces. "The keystone," Lenel said to his cousin. "It's here, secured in my cloak. Ah!" Her words ended in a groan as a contraction caught her in its grip. "Riatha, it's not here. Riatha, here, stand a moment." Frantically he searched the rather bedraggled cloak, then seized her by the shoulders, almost shaking her. "It is missing. Did you place it elsewhere?" "No!" She grabbed the cloak, searching. "During the struggle, it must have... Oh, when we were attacked..." She moaned, clearly caught up in labor. A look I've rarely seen on any being's face swept over Lenel's lean, handsome features. I recalled the sentence that had remained unfinished, and knew he'd have to kill this child if it was born without purification. "But it must be here," Riatha insisted, her small hands frantically patting the garment. "I feel it." Once again I felt that warmth against my chest, where my dagger rested, and I took it out to see that the handle was no longer dull and dark, but a glowing blue. Amazed, I held it away from me by the point, and the glow increased, sending out shafts of blue light to touch those like jewels on each monolith. As they were so touched, they emitted their own blue glows. Both heads swiveled to me at once, as if drawn on a string. "Lenel, look! Varela possesses a thing of power. She holds a key." "Varela!" Lenel cried. "Varela, come to us!" Gathering her last ounce of strength, Riatha straightened and sketched a sign in the air before me, leaving tracings that burned blue and red in the air for several seconds. The runes on the stones glowed in response, and the markings on the dagger's blade radiated in kind. I held the dagger high, and they each placed their right hands over mine, where it clasped the point of the dagger. Curving blue shafts of light swept from stone to stone, returning as if to feed from the dagger, finally enveloping the three of us. Lenel chanted words I didn't recognize, and a blinding blue flash transported us inside the circle. A stone bier occupied the center, and quickly Lenel placed his laboring cousin upon it. "Give me the dagger! Help her!" he commanded, and I sprang to comply. Removing my own cloak, I made a bed for the coming child, then locked hands with Riatha. Lenel chanted ritual words and made ritual moves, but I was soon too busy with Riatha and the emerging baby to follow his actions. I laid the wet and crying newborn upon Riatha's stomach, and Lenel severed the cord with the glowing dagger. With that action, we were engulfed in a second blue flash that bore us outside again. Riatha lay on the ground with the baby resting on her stomach, the two of us kneeling beside her. I quickly swaddled the baby in my cloak and nestled it in the crook of Riatha's arm. Her face seemed to glow in the moonlight as she looked up into Lenel's eyes. "Thank you, my cousin, my friend. Thank you for the life of my child." "Indeed, it is truly your child now," came Gaudron's snarl as he stepped from the shadows, accompanied by a large group of his ugly servants. Lenel lunged, but two of the beasts seized his arms and held him fast, as if to force him to watch what would happen. Gaudron spared me a glance. The witch. I feared he'd use that rod on me again, but instead he sketched a sign in the air before me. I realized he thought to immobilize me, to force me to watch also. However, his signing failed, though I froze and pretended. "This mewling creature serves me no good now," Gaudron sneered, looking down at his own tiny newborn with nothing but contempt. He drew forth his sword and tested its sharpness against his thumb. Then, snatching the baby from Riatha's arms, placed the sword as if to sever its little head. The dagger lay close to Riatha's feet, where Lenel had dropped it when the beasts grabbed him. With a move inspired more by panic than anything, I snatched it and flipped it with all my training and skill. It went true, burying to its hilt in Gaudron's throat, eliciting a scream that ended in a gurgle. The baby slipped from his grip, and I leapt for it, but Riatha had gained her feet in spite of just giving birth, inspired by fear for her child's life, and swept the falling baby into her arms. The beasts restraining Lenel loosed their grip, and all howled eerily, fell onto all fours, and, changing into the hairy animals they really were, loped away into the darkness. Lenel embraced Riatha and the baby, pressing his face to her hair. I stood over the prone Gaudron, surveying my handiwork, and incidentally checking him for my journey pack. He didn't have it. "You weren't a very nice person," I said, and stepped on his chest to withdraw my knife. I bent and wiped it clean of his tainted blood on his own breeches, then held it up in the moonlight to look at it. Once again I saw the dull handle, the scratched blade, as I remembered with awe the flashes of brilliant power that had sprung from it. Lenel came to stand beside me and caught up one of Gaudron's wrists. "Help me drag this carrion to the woods." I grabbed Gaudron's other wrist, and together we dragged the corpse to the clearing's edge and shoved it with our feet into the bushes for the night things. We camped there by the monoliths, sleeping without a watch, those great stones serving as our guardians, waking only when the new baby demanded nourishment from her mother. The morning dawned clear and cool, and I rose at first light, searching the area for my pack. Since Gaudron hadn't had it, I'd hoped one of the beasts had worn it and dropped it when transformed. I found Gaudron's mount, he'd acquired another, and no journey pack hung from the saddle pad. I led the horse back to the clearing. "Your pack?" Lenel inquired as I approached. I shook my head. Lenel came to me and placed an arm around my shoulders, nearly undoing me. Tears filled my eyes, and my throat clogged so that no recognizable words would emerge. "We shall search as we retrace our path, as we must to reach our home," he comforted. But no journey pack littered the side of the road. We eventually reached a fork in the road that would lead to their family hold, and we stopped for a rest break and allowed the horses to graze. I sat down beside Riatha as she laid her new daughter to her breast. "What will you name her?" I asked. "Oh, we shall have to hold a naming," Riatha replied, smiling radiantly at me. "She is a very special child, and I have felt a stirring since that time in the stones, as if my talent might live again." "That's wonderful," I said, smiling, knowing how important it was to her, probably vital on this world. I drew out my dagger. "In that case, you should have this." A tiny gasp escaped her lips, and her hand reached for it even as she said, "But I cannot accept such a valuable thing from you." "Its value lies in the talent to use it. I've owned it quite a while, and knew nothing of its power." Lenel joined us. "It must be what I sensed when you joined us in battle on the trail." He took the knife to study it. "Are you sure you wish to relinquish it?" I nodded. "It's meant for someone like Riatha, not me." Lenel handed Riatha the dagger, and she held it on the baby's stomach. Momentarily the handle awoke and swirled like stirred blue paint, like a great velvet galaxy of space and stars. Riatha raised her eyes to mine. "Or for someone such as this one," she said softly. "See?" I told her, smiling. "Didn't I tell you?" Lenel regarded me sideways. "Sometimes your speech is strange. I feel you must come from a very distant place." "Yes, very distant." I picked a strand of grass and drew it between my fingers. "I entered this world through a gate to explore. My key to returning was in my journey pack. Without it, I can't go home." I rose, wandered off to stare out over the forested hills, wishing I knew what to do. I could continue hanging around the gate point, but to what purpose without the gate finder? Sooner or later something would trip me up on this treacherous world. Sooner or later. "Varela?" Once again Lenel's strong arm clasped firmly about my shoulders. Riatha came to my other side, holding the baby who now slept. "You bravely came to our aid," she said. "Your dagger gained us entry to the stones of Sharnon, so that my baby could be born of the light. Then you killed him who would have killed that very child. You did these things instead of searching for your pack. And as a result, you cannot go home." I gazed down at the ground and shrugged. "We wish to extend to you our kinship," Lienl took up, "to give you our oath of sword and shield, blood and bread, which by your actions you've already given us. Come with us to our hold, and be our kinswoman." I looked from one to the other, warmed by relief and a deep gratitude. "Thank you. Already I feel a closeness to you from sharing the trials we faced. I don't think I could find a better family anywhere in the galaxy." They smiled at me, then at each other. "Well, it is settled," Lienl said with satisfaction, turning to fetch our mounts. I swung up onto the back of Gaudron's horse, a sleek black animal that, like the grey one, carried no taint of his evil, and seemed amiable to belonging to me. I held for a moment as they rode off ahead of me, down the road that would lead to my new home and family. Such is the life of a scout. Gamblers, every one. Some you win, and some you lose. And who knows? Some day I may attend a fair, or meet a trader, and there'll be my gate finder. But by then, it probably won't do me much good, as any seeker probe would be long gone. At least with Lienl and Riatha, I won't be stumbling around alone on this weird world, committing perhaps fatal blunders. With a last glance in the direction of the gate point, I turned and rode after my companions. Afterward. Long, long ago, in a galaxy far, far away, my junior high school library, I found The Stars Are Ours by Andre Norton, and it changed my life forever. Through that book, she first showed me the way to the stars, and from it I discovered Witchworld. Now I have the privilege of sharing in that universe in a unique and special way. Why this story? Because after sweating in a vacuum for a week, unable to string together two coherent words, I realized I had to stop trying to write Andre Norton's story in Andre Norton's words and write my story in my words on her world. Stones of Sharnon grew from the self-question, how would it feel to find myself on the witch world? Scary, that's how. Thus Varela, my intrepid energy scout, trapped on the wrong side of a gate. I am proud she lives in this book. Ad Astra. Anne Miller. Heroes by Diana L. Paxson. In the time after the witches of Estcarp spent their power to make a final ending of the war with Karsten, all things seemed to lie in chaos, both the land and the lives of men. From my birth the knowledge of these things was with me, for my mother was a woman of Karsten, who had won over the mountains after the horning of the old race there, and my father was one of the border riders of Estcarp, who helped her to safety. They had 2 children who died before me. My mother gave me the name of the first of them, Aelvan, and if she guarded me more than was proper for a future warrior, I suppose she had reason, having lost so much before. But in truth, she did me no service thereby, for I came to manhood without ever being tested, and that was nearly my undoing. For me, the wars of Estcarp were only a nurse's tale, for I was still a babe at the breast when the calling that Killen had laid upon the house of Dulmat spread among the uprooted folk in the outlands of Estcarp, and my parents, like so many others, fought their way over the forbidden mountains into Escor. And though our lives thereafter hung by a thread, as all those kindreds who held to the light strove against the hosting of awakened evil, I understood only the glory of their battles, not the dread, for I grew into my strength in the safety of the valley's stronghold that the people of the Green Silences had made. And when at last I came to an age to bear sword and shield, the land lay quiet around us. It was a time for farmers, not fighters. My father had taken land and cared only for building up House Medway once more. I had grown tall and strong, as children did in the valley. But the power in my body gave me no satisfaction, for my hands grew calloused from the handle of the plough, while my new blade hung unblooded on the wall, and the only battles I fought were in my dreams. I was 17, just mastering my new strength and length of limb, when my father made a marriage feast for his sister's daughter in his new hall, and I first saw Medrock of Galorn, sleek as a Krogan slipping out of a stream, and riding as proudly as if he and not his older brother had been the groom. "Alvan, this is good cider. Are you sure your father won't notice it's gone?" Oster wiped his mouth on the back of his hand and clapped me on the shoulder. We had been like brothers in our cub days in the valley, and though his family's holding was a day's ride from ours, we were still friends, though since I had grown so much bigger, we didn't do much wrestling any more. I carefully detached his arm from my sleeve, grinned back at him, and patted the cask. "Not he!" I nodded toward the high table, where my father and some of the other lords were putting a higher polish on their stories of the Calder Wars. They had enough cider of their own to keep them busy anyway. "My mother might have," I went on, "but she was with the other women, fussing over the bride. I hid this cask away when we were bringing in stores." Oster's brother grappled with him for the other drinking horn, until I found a mug for him, and the two lads from Lynxholm grinned broadly and passed their cups over so that I could fill them. At Galorn, "We drank ale," said Medrock. I smiled tightly in return, remembering that I was host here, though I wondered if my restraint would survive hearing what they did at Galorn one more time. Medrock had already given us to understand that it was only because there was no room for him at the warriors' table that he honored us with his presence at all. "Do you now?" asked Oster. "And do you get drunk on it every evening, too?" "Are you implying that I can't hold my liquor?" Medrock's pale skin flushed suddenly. His mother had married her cousin, men said. In their son, the delicate bone structure and pallor of the old race were intensified. I looked down at my own work-browned hands and wondered how much use the other boy would be in the fields. But the Lord of Galorn had brought a sizable following over the mountains. Perhaps Medrock had never had to labor beneath a hot sun until the sweat dripped from him like rain. Perhaps Medrock— "Oh, does that shoe fit you?" Oster's question sounded innocent, but Medrock's face darkened further, and I came abruptly back to full awareness. He was a guest, my guest, however unwelcome, and it was my duty to prevent a quarrel. "Never mind that, Oster," I said quickly. "Here's the whole cask with which to prove our capacity, and if we finish it off, I've another one tucked away in the barn." I set the bronze-banded drinking horn to my lips and let the cool, tart-sweet liquid slide down my throat, swallowing steadily until the blood hammered in my ears. There was a moment when I feared my breath would run out before the contents of the horn. Then I tasted emptiness and set it down with a gasp. Medrock's eyes had rounded slightly, watching, but as I met his gaze they became opaque once more, and he held out his silver goblet to be refilled. Singing, the women escorted the bride to the bedchamber, and after a time the groom, flushed and eager, was led off after her, surrounded by his friends. I stayed at the table, grateful that the fires of the flesh awoke late in those of our blood. Although some of the men of Estkarp had made alliance with females of the other kindreds, there were still few enough human women in Escor that many men never married, and I had grown up knowing that this time might never come for me at all. Better, then, not to think about what was going on in the upper chamber, to refill my horn and let the cider haze my senses so that I would not feel. The hall echoed with the ballad of a battle with the Thas, in which Lord Killen had led the men of Estkarp to victory. I filled my horn again and drank, more slowly. By the time I had finished, they were singing about the defeat of the Lord of the Dark Tower. At the high table, legend followed legend. But where I was sitting, with the other young men, it was horn that followed horn, with only a few inconclusive trials at arm-wrestling to distract us from our drinking, until the torchlight blurred in a haze as golden as the cider I had consumed. "They've done it all," said Medrock suddenly. "What?" I blinked, trying to focus on his narrow features. "Our fathers. They've won all the battles and taken all the glory. There's no place left for heroes any more." I stared, responding to the glory hunger that was in him, even as I resented him for awakening it in me. "You don't want those times to come back again." Oster shook his shaggy head back and forth. "The old times were terrible. Wolfmen, siren riders, Thas, and ancient sorceries. My mother has told me. There was never a moment she was not afraid." Medrock snorted his contempt for women's fears, but Oster's brother nodded wisely. "The darkness is not all gone. There are still places where men do not go. Don't they have any such in your lands?" Medrock frowned, and I guessed that if there were, he had been kept from knowledge of them, and suspected that guardianship and resented it. I smirked, realizing that there were mothers even more careful of their offspring than mine had been. "What are you grinning about?" snapped Medrock. "Are you trying to make game of me? The Alliance of the Light cleaned out the old evils when we were still nurslings." I shrugged, any sympathy I had felt for him dying stillborn. "He's right, though," I said quietly. "There's a place of red stones up behind the south meadow where sheep and cattle used to disappear. We keep it fenced off now, and my father has forbidden anyone to go near." Medrock gave me an odd look, and then dropped his gaze to his goblet again. "My cup is empty. Is there anything left in that cask of yours?" I rapped the rough wood and listened, though it was a strain to distinguish the sound through the buzzing in my own head and the roar of celebration in the hall. "Sounds hollow," said Oster. His voice sounded hollow. I lifted the cask and shook it, hearing only the faintest of sloshing. "It's all gone," Oster's brother observed mournfully, lifting his head from his folded arms. Then he subsided again, and after a moment began to snore. "You said there was more in the barn?" Medrock looked back at me. I blinked at him, unsure if the slurring I heard came from his speech or my hearing. I nodded slowly. "Well, let's go get it then. There's no entertainment here." He gestured scornfully toward the high table, where our fathers were talking softly over the guttering candles. His pale skin was flushed, and his eyes glittered with mockery, as if he somehow knew just how rubbery my legs felt now. I took a deep breath. The challenge had been clear, and if I admitted incapacity now, Medrock would win, and that was unthinkable. He was younger than me, and smaller, and a conceited puppy, too. Exasperation strengthened my legs, so that I was able to stride out of the hall with scarcely a stagger. That was probably just as well. My father gave us a hard look as we pushed through the door, but I suppose he was tired, too, by then, and he did not question us. The moist kiss of the night air, heavy with the scents of new grass and night-blooming flowers, restored us to some semblance of sobriety. The wooded hills behind us were lost in shadow, and only the new moon shone clearly low in the west. Mist lay heavy on the valley, softening the harsh outlines of my father's log hall and the half-built stone walls of the hold he was building now. Some day those walls would encircle the farm buildings as well, but for now the barn was far enough from the living quarters so that once we reached it we heard only the soft night sounds. The cask was hidden in the tack room, in a corner piled with leather scraps and other unused gear. Oster held the lantern high as I pulled it free, but Medrock began to paw through the junk that had been piled around it. I was struggling to balance the cask on the grain bin when a sound from him turned me. "Look! Battle gear!" he said reverently. He pulled a conical helmet free of the tangle and held it under the light. It was not much of a helm, being badly dented and filmed with rust, and the throat scarves of flexible mail dangled where the lacing that held them to the helm had rotted away. But my flesh tingled at the sight of it, and I knew unmistakably that what I felt, Medrock felt too. "Not good for much now," I said roughly, to hide my emotion. "You were right. The glory is all gone." I finished wedging the cask in place and drove the spout in. Medrock gave me a long measuring look that I could not read, and held out his goblet to be filled. I woke abruptly, head pounding, for a moment unsure where I was. Then I recognized the sour taste in my mouth, remembered the drinking competition, and looked swiftly around me, fearing to meet Medrock's mocking smile. But I could not find him. The candle had guttered out, but the half-light of dawn was filtering through the high windows. I recognized the huddled form next to me as Oster, and saw his brother beside him, and the other two boys stretched out, snoring near the door. Medrock has gone out to relieve himself, I thought then, but already the pounding of my heart was telling me otherwise. I took a deep breath and stood up. The world spun around me, and I sucked in more cool air, willing it to still. The strengthening light showed me the arms chest, half emptied. But the rejected gear had not been thrown about. It was stacked carefully beside the chest, as if by someone who wished to make no sound. Wincing, I took a swift step to the barn door, and saw a straight line of footprints going southward across the dewy grass. I must have made some sound then, for Oster sat up behind me, muttering. "What's wrong?" He managed the words at last. "Medrock's gone," I answered softly, still staring across the pasture. "Did he outlast you? Did he go back to the hall?" I wish that was all. I wish he had. Already I was turning. The short sword I had worn for show at the wedding was still at my side. There was a hauberk of hardened leather in the arms chest, and another rusted cap that had lost its camail. I disliked taking Medrock's rejects, but they would have to do, for I suspected that I did not have much time. Ignoring the ache at the base of my skull, I slung my cloak over my shoulders and jammed on the helm, gathered up the hauberk, and grabbed a long hay-pole of stout, springy rowan wood and the coil of rope that was hanging by the door. Then I started across the meadow, following Medrock's trail. Oster came after me, protesting. "No, I'm not crazy," I answered without turning around. "Can't you see where these tracks are leading? You may be too hung over to remember what we talked about last night, but I do." For a few moments there was silence. To our left, the newborn sun was gilding the edges of the trees. A bird began to warm up for its morning song. Today that sweetness seemed a mockery. I moved faster, afraid that as the sun grew stronger, Medrock's tracks would mist away. "The south pasture?" Oster asked finally, panting to keep up with me. "The place of red stones?" I nodded, and paused as I reached the rim of a large circular depression, as if the land had sunk beneath the weight of what it bore. The bottom should have been moist and richly green, but the space on the other side of the fence my father had built there was barren, first a strip of gritty bare soil, and then, on higher ground, a tumble of giant stones. Medrock's trail led straight down the slope to the barrier. The rocks beyond it seemed innocent and empty in the pale sunlight. Medrock was gone. My belly twisted with the knowledge of a dread confirmed, and I damned Medrock for a conceited fool. My anger was not lessened by the knowledge that I, too, had dreamed of penetrating this mystery, and had not dared. For a moment I hesitated, looking back at the familiar grey bulk of my father's half-built hold. Then, cursing, I started down. "Where are you going?" cried Oster behind me. "Aelvan, what are you going to do?" "Go after him," I growled, without turning. At the fence I struggled to lace the tattered hauberk on. The rope I wound around my waist. Then I fastened the cloak once more, and picked up the hay-pole. "Aelvan, you can't!" Oster grasped my arm. "What use will it be for both of you to die?" "What does it matter? When my father finds out about this, he will kill me anyway. Medrock was my guest. I have to go after him." I shrugged off Oster's hand. He grabbed for me again, and I turned, shoving him suddenly, so that he fell backward on the grass. In my clumsy gear, the fence was an awkward climb, but if Medrock had gotten over it, so could I. The last thing I heard as I started across the bare ground was an anguished calling. "Aelvan! Aelvan, don't go!" My first awareness was of cold. As I reached the rocks, an icy blast held me stunned and gasping. I caught my breath, but now my sight was distorting. The red rocks shimmered and flowed dizzyingly around me. Stomach churning, I swayed. "You idiot! Get the rest of the way through the barrier!" I could not tell if the thought came from without or within, but in that moment I knew that I could choose to go onward or turn back to the safety of my own familiar world again. Behind me was Oster, who would welcome me with stammerings of relief, and my father, whose greeting would be otherwise. Before me lay unknown dangers, and Medrock. For an instant I saw his mocking smile. Noise pulsed in deafening vibration through my skull. I shut my eyes against the confusion of sound and vision, and thrust myself forward, lost balance, and crashed full length on the hard ground. No, not ground. A floor. As my senses steadied, I realized that the surface beneath me was a pavement of dressed stone. I sat up, ears still ringing, and blinked until the last blurring in my vision disappeared. Red rock still rose around me, but now I saw pillars branching into a high ceiling. Other archways opened onto empty passageways. Round windows set high let in a dim illumination. Only in the wall behind me was there a blur through which, dimly as if glimpsed through fog, the silhouette of my father's hold could still be seen. A little shaky still, I stood up, and nearly fell again as my foot struck against something that clattered across the floor. A bone. I looked around and saw a confused jumble of bones, with the empty horned skull to one side, and knew where at least one of our missing cattle had gone. But the way the skeleton had been scattered showed that the beast had not died naturally. Some of the long leg bones were missing, and the piece that I had stumbled over was cracked and scored by powerful jaws. I shivered, wondering what sort of beast could crunch beef bones as I took apart a fowl. There was nothing here now. I had heard of gates that opened on a multitude of worlds. Had Medrock even come this way at all? Then, near the entrance to one of the passageways, I saw an arrow scratched whitely into the stone. Fresh scratches. I swore in mingled relief and anger. Medrock had made those marks. The bastard had known that I would follow him. Still muttering, I picked up my staff and strode toward the passageway. The air in the passage was chill but dry, and a thin layer of dust gritted beneath my feet. The carving of the stonework had an archaic quality, but the woodwork that remained here was only partially decayed. Except for the bones in the chamber where I had entered, there was no sign that anything living had come here for some time. But perhaps I would find Medrock before I met whatever had scattered them, and bring him back to the portal and home. Certainly nothing moved in the corridors through which I hurried. If it had not been for the fragment of rusted mail I found, I would have doubted that anyone had come here since its builders abandoned it. But I recognized that bit of armor, and grinned, realizing that perhaps I had got a better bargain out of that arms chest than Medrock, after all. The leather hauberk I was wearing was stiff, and already rubbing me uncomfortably, but at least it was still whole. "Well, well, look who's here!" The hay-pole slipped from my fingers and clattered loudly on stone, covering my involuntary exclamation. I grabbed for it and whirled, then straightened as my eyes focused on the figure beyond the little fire, and I recognized Medrock's mocking grin. He had made a temporary camp where the passageway ended in a small room that had once been furnished with chests and benches. Their remains were now providing Medrock with the heat to cook a gruel of grain from our stables in a pot made from an old helm. In the opposite wall I saw the shadowed entrance to another corridor. A draught of cold air from that direction made the fire flicker wildly, and I heard the trickle of falling water from somewhere nearby. "Such devotion!" he went on. "I thought you would at least wait until morning to follow me." "I did," I said harshly. "The sun was just rising when I came through the gateway." "You must have come quickly, then." He gestured toward the oblong of brightening light, framed by the upper window. "Because the sun is just rising here." There was no emotion in his voice. I licked dry lips and looked at him. It did not seem so long since I had left the world we knew, but how could I judge the passage of time in those featureless passageways? 3 hours or 1, what does it matter? I answered, as evenly as I could. "You've proved your courage, if that's what you wanted to do. Now it's time to go home." "Courage?" Medrock asked, with the same tight smile. "Speak for yourself, my friend. I've found nothing to frighten me here." I could feel my face burn at his words, perhaps just because it had taken courage to follow him, or maybe a misplaced sense of responsibility. We were not drunk any more. I took a step forward. "Then you can start being frightened of me. We're going back, now." Medrock got to his feet. "Are you going to make me?" The glow in his eyes owed nothing to the fire. Abruptly all my frustration, my envy, and yes, my unacknowledged fears focused on that blandly mocking face. I dropped my gear and leapt at him. Fingers scraped painfully across mail to find the smooth flesh of his throat. I felt Medrock's leg hook my knee, but I was still trying to throttle him as we fell. There was a confusion of painful impacts and a shower of sparks as we rolled into the fire, then away again, still grappling. A blow to the side of my head made my ears ring. I felt him jerk as my knee went into his stomach. His struggles had a serpentine agility that tested my own muscles, hardened by steady labor in the fields. Exulting, I pitted my whole strength against his, finding in the explosion of energy a release sweeter than victory. We were both breathing in hoarse gasps. It was only when he went suddenly rigid beneath my hands that I understood that the other voice I was hearing had come neither from Medrock's throat nor my own. In the second it took for me to realize that, the laughter came again. Medrock and I rolled apart, blinking in the light of the scattered coals. A woman was standing in the other doorway. For a moment I was aware of no more than a slender, swaying form, the flash of bright eyes, and the glimmer of white flesh through the shadowy draperies that swirled around her. She laughed again, and we both came upright, staring. "Men!" Her voice was soft, with a curious, husky quality that set the blood pounding once more. "Or boys, anyway. It is long since I have seen such here." "We're men," Medrock growled. For a moment his glance touched me. Then he was watching the woman once more. I shrugged, not caring what she called me, as long as she kept looking at me. I got to my feet, uncomfortably aware that merely brushing off the dust and ashes would do little for my appearance, but hoping that my height, at least, would impress her. When I had seen my cousin adorned for her wedding, I had thought her fair. Dimly I remembered the loveliness of the Lady of the Green Silences, and other great ones I had seen. But the beauty of the female before me was like the night studded with stars, beside whom all those other beauties seemed common as the day. What compelled me, I think, was her mystery. Her limbs were perfect, but whenever I tried to understand their perfection, shadow would veil them again. The shining of her eyes prevented me from meeting them for long, and just when I thought I understood the imperial curve of her lips, some new emotion would alter them. That sense of motion animated even the knitted masses of her hair. She drifted forward, and for a moment I trembled beneath the touch of her hand. "For men this seems a poor lodging." The music of her voice transmuted once more into laughter. "But I have food in plenty, and soft couches where such heroes may take their ease. I am the Lady Dara. Come with me." I suppose I could no more have withstood those words from those lips than Medrock had been capable of refusing the challenge of the red stones. I heard a muffled oath from Medrock, and was vaguely aware that he was scrambling to gather up our gear behind me. It seemed silly to worry about such things now, when the Lady Dara's bounty could no doubt outfit us in splendor, but I no longer cared enough even to argue. Eyes fixed on the lady, I started down the stairs of the dark passageway into which she was disappearing, and heard him scuffling after me. "See, here is a hall worthy of heroes. Sit, take your ease. Refreshment will be brought to you." I blinked and gazed around me. The hall in which we were standing made my father's look like a sty. Lost in contemplation of the lady's motion, I had not noticed how we came there. It must have taken some time, for light was fading behind the jeweled windows now, Look, Medrock. I gestured down the polished length of the high table. I'll warrant they drink something better than either ale or cider here. Aelvan, listen to me. Medrock's voice had lost its mockery. I don't know what you're looking at, but all I see is roofless walls and tumbled blocks of stone. I stared at him. You don't see the carved beams and the tapestries? He shook his head. Or the tables and the colored glass in the windows? There was a short silence. I studied his face and found only stubbornness and badly masked fear. But you did see the lady, didn't you? You answered her. I saw something, he said reluctantly. Eyes glittering from veils of shadow. I heard words, but I don't know what the veils covered, Aelvan. Medrock. I spoke slowly, unable to keep a throb of derision from my words. I do believe you are afraid. Yes, I'm afraid, he exploded suddenly. And if you weren't ensorcelled, you would be too. I don't know what power has lured us here, but I don't trust it. We should get out of here now, while we still can. I jerked free of his sudden clutch at my arm, and we stood facing each other, glaring. It was he who was somehow being prevented from seeing the beauty around us. Unless he simply didn't want to see, or was jealous because the lady had chosen me. Go, then, if you're so frightened. I shrugged and sat down on one of the benches. No, he said grimly. You followed me. I won't abandon you now. He seated himself awkwardly, still glowering. I stiffened, suspecting that I was being patronized. But at that moment, torches sparked into life around us, and a procession of maidens entered the hall, each bearing a dish that my mother would have been proud to offer her guests. The Lady Dara came behind them, smiling, and I forgot my hunger for food. Don't eat it! Medrock's whisper was harsh in my ear. I heard the words, but made no sense of them. Glancing down, I saw that they had set a platter of some kind of roast meat before me, with fruit that blushed like a maiden's cheek, and white bread beside it. But with the lady before me, I had no eyes for it. Eat, she said gently, slicing from the fruit a wedge that dripped sweetness through her slender fingers as she bit into it, then offered it to me. My eyes were on those crimson lips, wet now with rich juices. Blindly I reached out for the fruit. No! Medrock's shout was loud enough to distract me. Furious, I turned on him, and in that moment he whipped the hay-pole forward and struck the food from my hand. Look, Aelvan, look at it! Now do you see? He grabbed at my arm with one hand, while with the other he jabbed the pole at something that shriveled and smoked on the stones. Stone! But rich carpets had covered the floor. Still trying to understand, I looked up to see Medrock swing the pole around and graze the lady's sleeve. There was nothing melodious in her scream. Lady Dara flinched away from the pole, as if he had struck her with the hooked end. But where the wood had touched, the material seemed scorched, and as I stared, it continued to peel back, as if it were being consumed by an invisible flame. Still shrieking, she began to tear her draperies away. Medrock settled into a spearman's stance, holding the pole poised to strike again. "Let him go," he said hoarsely. "Show him your true face, or I'll sear your flesh with this." I blinked and clutched at the table for support, but the table was moving, shrinking. There was nothing there. I staggered, dizzied, as the hall disintegrated around me. A flailing arm found Medrock's shoulder. I clung to it, holding myself upright, and saw what Lady Dara had become. Veils still half covered its limbs, but I now had no desire to penetrate the mystery. What I could see was corded with muscle and covered with scaled hide. The lips that had seduced me were a snout that writhed back from fangs set now in a fixed and vicious grin. And as I stared, the grin widened, and the thing roared and started toward me. "Run!" Medrock began to haul me toward the door. The hall was alive with moving shadows. The serving girls had become creatures scarcely less terrible than their mistress. But the floor was a chaos of tumbled stone, and I stumbled dangerously as I tried to follow him. "Your kind gave me this shape. Men war with magic in this land. Those sorcerers of your race were cruel, cruel to condemn me so. Now you will pay." The roaring tormented my ears, and as I fled, the words that followed scored my soul. "You could have saved me. You could have made me beautiful." For a moment I hesitated. "Medrock, did you hear?" "Yes," he gasped. "But how? By letting her drink your blood?" The other creatures leapt toward us, talons slicing the air. Medrock swung the hay-pole in a great arc around him, while I tugged my short sword free. Claws clutched at the space where I had been, and I stabbed. The creature squealed and jerked away, black blood spraying, then came in again. I struck again, cursing the convention that had denied me a longer blade, and bit back a cry as talons sliced down my arm. Medrock was clearing the way before us. Grimly, I tried to guard his back as we inched across the ruined floor. Where the rowan wood touched, unclean flesh shriveled, but there was no such magic in the common steel I bore. The wounds I gave simply seemed to anger my attackers, and only the age-stiffened leather of my hauberk saved me as I battled backward toward the door. Then, for a moment, the way was clear. Medrock shouted and shoved me ahead of him through the doorway, sweeping the rowan pole around behind us to cover our retreat. I staggered forward down broken stairs, blinking at the first pallor of dawn. I could just make out the dim shape of more ruins rising above the stunted trees. Then Medrock was beside me, his breath coming in great gasps. I heard the roaring of our enemies. "We've got to find cover. There's something over there. Can you run?" Still wordless, he nodded. Eyes glowed in the darkness behind us as we dashed toward the trees. Then the ground shook as the creatures burst through the door and bounded after us. We could barely see where we were going, but the light was growing. With a shock, I realized that the illumination that ever more clearly showed us our goal was not the pallid gold of dawn, but a bluish radiance that glowed above a doorway. But a monstrous shape loomed over us. Medrock jabbed, and it screamed as the pole slid past it. Desperately, I brought up my sword, and felt the shock as it struck, stuck in armored hide, and pierced through to the unclean flesh behind it. The creature bellowed again, deafening me. I struggled to hold against the stench and the searing blood that spurted over me as it leaned into the blade. Then the thing's full weight came down and pressed me into darkness as it fell. I was only dimly aware that something was tugging at me as it manipulated my body, keeping consciousness from fleeing completely as well. Then the blue glow surrounded me, dissipating the shadows that had sought to claim me at the same time as it soothed my pain. When I came to full awareness again, I was laying on a bed of grasses, whose fragrance mingled with the scent of the tea that steamed in the pot Medrock had just removed from the little fire. Through a ruined archway, I could see the remains of an herb garden. Ilbane was growing there, and blossoms had been laid in a circle around us. My scarred hauberk was propped against a stone nearby. and while I was unconscious he had cleansed me and tended my wounds. I must have made some sound then, for he jerked around, staring. "Had a nice sleep, did you?" The mockery in Medrock's tone was belied by the relief I saw in his eyes. But even as I watched, some undefined tension went out of his face, and he began to look marginally more like the beautiful boy who had come riding through our gates. How long ago? I could not tell, and I did not even want to think about what I looked like now. The blue light! I made a tentative try at moving, discovered that even though my arm ached abominably where the creature's talons had gashed it, my muscles still responded to my will. Medrock handed the pot of tea to me, and I stopped speaking to drink from it. There was a blue jewel set above the doorway. I think it weakened the monsters, and when the sun rose, they all fled away. For the moment we seemed to be safe here. Here. I looked around me in bewilderment. "But where—" I began. "Yes, where are we?" "That does seem to be the problem," Medrock interrupted me. "Even if it was safe to go back to the hall, I don't know how to find the passageways through which we got there." I glared at Medrock. "I would be safe at home if I hadn't come after you." "If you hadn't let that female monster lead you like a stallion after a stinking mare, we might both be safe now," he retorted. I felt myself flushing, resenting the truth in Medrock's words, even as I resented the fact that he had saved me. I swallowed, tasting the knowledge that we were imprisoned here. Too stubborn to thank him, and too honest to deny what he had done, I could not speak at all. Grimacing, I lay down again and pulled the cloak that covered me, his cloak, over my eyes. As darkness fell, I slid into sleep once more. But despite the protection of the blue gem and the holy flowers, the poison of my wounds still worked in me. Dark shapes troubled my dreams. Once more I was tempted by the unearthly beauty of the lady, but now I resisted it, and again saw her change into an obscenity. My body must have reflected my spirit's struggles then, for I was distantly aware of cool hands on my forehead, and the aromatic scent of rosemary breaking the spell. I still dreamed, but now I saw a lady as fair as the other, but without the tyrannous beauty that had seduced me before. It seemed to me then that she held out her hands, begging me to help her. But while I still hesitated, I felt someone shaking me, and opened my eyes to see that it was dawn once more. My troubled dreams had not prevented sleep from performing its healing on my body. Movement was still uncomfortable, but my condition had improved enough so that it was intolerable to lie still, and we had nearly exhausted the edible plants left in the garden. Even if we had wished to stay, hunger would have forced us to leave our haven soon. Medrock and I broke camp with a minimum of conversation, the echoes of the harsh words we had exchanged still hanging in the air. But by the time we had been an hour on the march, exercise had restored some ease to my muscles, and it began to seem foolish to brood over what could not be helped in any case. We could not go back the way we had come here, but Medrock had been able to see parts of the countryside from the campsite where I had found him, and he thought that perhaps we could skirt the ruins until he recognized something, and so come at the passages that led to the place of red stones by another way. The land through which we wandered bore the scars of ancient battles, and the marks of more recent fighting, too. At times it had a tantalizing familiarity, as if at any moment I would round a turn in the path and come out upon a place I knew. Certainly the vegetation was that of Escor, but I had spent all my life since leaving the place of the green silences at my father's hold. I realized grimly that I could be an hour's ride from my own valley, and never know. We lived off the land, snaring small game near our campsites and gleaning abandoned gardens. But there were other places, equally innocent in appearance, where the emanation of evil was like a stench to the soul. As the Lady Dara had told us, men warred with magic in this land. We saw smoke trails against the sky, but previous experience with the inhabitants of this country did not encourage us to seek contact. The harsh words between myself and Medrock were not forgotten, but they became irrelevant as our energies were focused on getting through each day. And then came a morning when familiarity tormented me like an inaccessible itch, and Medrock was certain that he recognized the shape of the hills. Before us we saw the broken walls and charred roof beams of what had once been a hold the size of a small city. Cautiously we crept toward them. "The bridge will hold me. Do you think I'm a great lug like you?" Medrock gave the boards a last shove and stood up. They seemed a tenuous support to cross the chasm where some convulsion of sorcery had ripped the floor away. We had entered the hold at ground level, but there was more to it than the surface showed, and now we must cross this blackness that hid unknown dungeons, or lose a half-day's traveling as we sought another way. But despite Medrock's brave words, the charred timbers he had laid across it seemed frighteningly frail. "Even if you're right, and the boards bear you, what am I to do?" I answered harshly. "There's more wood on the other side. I'll slide some over for you. Or else you can throw me the end of that rope you're still wearing around your middle. If we tie it to the pillars, it will take some of your weight as you cross." His arguments were too reasonable. If I protested further, he would know I was afraid. But the crack in the floor still gaped hungrily. Pulse pounding, I watched Medrock inch out across the darkness. 1 foot, another foot, using the rowan pole for balance. Despite his rash speech, he was taking care. And then some flaw in the ancient timbers betrayed him, and time seemed to slow as his makeshift bridge collapsed. Exactly as imagination had envisioned it, I saw him fall. Unsupported, the rest of the broken timbers crashed after him. The paralysis left me then, and I dropped to my knees at the edge, straining to see. A thin haze of dust glimmered in the cold light that slanted across the chamber, but I could make out nothing below it. I dropped a chunk of wood, and in a moment heard it strike stone. But though I called again and again, there was no reply. My mind still gibbered with debate over whether it was worse to cross that gulf or to enter it. But without need for decision, my body was in motion. Swiftly I unwound the rope and knotted it around the nearest pillar, and gripping it desperately, slipped over the edge. There was a lurch, as if the knot had shifted, and for a moment I swung dizzily. Then I forced first one hand to release, then the other, and let myself down. Going so slowly, it seemed to take a long time. My feet brushed stone suddenly. I probed with my toes and found something solid, came down on it, and cramped fingers were allowed to release their grip on the rope at last. The light from the hall was only a dimness above me. From my belt I pulled one of the torches Medrock and I had made, fumbled with the fire striker, and after a momentary struggle set it aflame. Now I could see that I was in a square stone chamber, with the remains of storage bins stacked around the walls. Medrock lay motionless, almost in the center of the room. I licked dry lips and knelt beside him, probing gently. He was bleeding profusely where his head had struck the stone, but the skull seemed firm beneath. As well as I could, I cleansed and bandaged the wound. straightening his limp limbs, I began to wonder how I was going to get Medrock out of here. As a dead weight, he seemed astonishingly heavy. It had been hard enough to support my own weight by my arms, coming down. If he could tie the rope around his chest, I might be able to haul him up again. But until he regained consciousness, there was nothing I could do but watch over him. If he regained consciousness. In that place, where the only measurement of time was the burning of my torches, every moment seemed endless. Every moment flew. When they were exhausted, I would be in darkness, but I could not bring myself to prepare for future need by giving up the light which I needed so badly now. With those mocking eyes shuttered, Medrock's face seemed curiously defenseless. I cradled his head in my lap and looked down at him, wondering if, when he tended the wounds Dara had given me, this was how Medrock had seen me. Why had we angered each other so? He was only a man, as I was, or perhaps the boy he looked now, no older than the child inside me, who was whimpering with fear of the dark. We had wanted to be heroes, but there was nothing very heroic about either of us now. And perhaps that was the answer. It was not our differences that had grated on me, but the fact that in essence Medrock and I were the same. "Brother," I whispered. "Brother, in more than blood. Please don't leave me alone." There was no answer. The first torch began to sputter and fade, and I lighted another one. A time would come when there were no more, when my food and water were gone. I would have to leave him then, if only to seek more supplies. And could I bear entering this dark hole again? What if Medrock died here? The faint illumination above had faded. Night had conquered the world outside, as it already ruled within. The rasp of Medrock's breathing was the only sound. As I listened to it, my troubled thoughts drifted imperceptibly into troubled dreams. Once more Medrock and I stood back to back, battling monsters. We were struggling toward the tenuous safety of the ruins where the blue jewel glowed. Once more I felt pain, and the fear that we would never reach them in time. "Help me," my dream self cried. "If any power for good still lives in this land, please aid us now." But then, as had not happened in reality, an answer came. "Who are you? Where are you? What do you need?" The voice was sweet and low. Babbling, I tried to tell how we had come here, and what had happened then. But everything was confused. I wasn't hurt, it was Medrock. Medrock, and we were trapped in the ruins. My mind spun, and, sobbing, I came fully awake once more. The torch had gone out, but there was nonetheless light in the chamber, a blue radiance emanating from the figure of the woman who stood at Medrock's feet, facing me. I recoiled, recognizing the splendor of glowing eyes and pearly limbs that had captivated me before. "Lady Dara, you will not ensorcel me a second time." I reached for the rowan pole. Blue veils fluttered as she shook her head. "Not Dara, but Diran." "You are her image," I said stubbornly, brandishing the pole across Medrock's inert body. "Touch this, and take your true form again." Smiling, the lady who had called herself Diran reached out and set her hands upon the smooth shaft. I stared and blinked, for her radiance had become, if anything, brighter. I jerked the pole away, and after a moment the splendor faded sufficiently that I could look at her again. "How can I trust you? Nothing else has been kind to us in this land." "Do heroes look for kindness?" She smiled. And you are forgetting the house of the blue gem and its herb garden. That was once my home." I drew a long, shuddering sigh. "Forgive me. There was healing in that garden. Do you have that power?" Gently I smoothed Medrock's hair back from his brow. "My friend's head is hurt. Can you wake him to life again?" "Perhaps. Let me see." With a whisper of sky-colored draperies, the Lady Diana came forward and knelt beside him. Without quite touching him, she began to pass her hands, palms down, over Medrock's body, and where they had been, blue light clung for a moment, then cleared. Very carefully she traced the heart and other organs, and the nerve channels that led to each limb. Then she turned, one palm hovering above Medrock's forehead, while the other cupped his crown. Her eyes closed, she took a deep breath, and the light that came from her hands intensified. Holding him, I felt a tingling from the overflow of that power. Suddenly, Medrock moaned and jerked between my hands. Then he quieted, but his breathing had changed. As the lady took her hands away, he shuddered, and eyes still tight-closed. He frowned. "I will never drink Medway cider again," he said thickly. Then his eyelids fluttered open. He looked at the lady with appalled recognition, and heaved upright, fumbling for his blade. "No, she's not Dara." I pinioned him, and hung on with all my strength until his struggles eased. "Medrock, it's all right. She healed you." Medrock shook his head and flinched. "You look just like her. I don't understand." "She is my sister." The lady looked down at her clasped hands, and for a moment her radiance dimmed. "The sorceries that rack this land have sundered more than stone walls. Dara was my twin, and both of us were born to power. But Dara sought power over other living things, while my quest was always for power to do things, power to heal souls and bodies, power to create anew. And so we two, who shared one womb in amity, can no longer even share a world without enmity. I seek to defend whatever good remains." She lifted her head and looked at us again. "And now I suppose you will value the peace of your own homes the more, having seen what the breaking of peace can do." Medrock and I looked at each other, then away. We had both been changed by what had passed, but whether that would make it easier or harder to take up the lives we had left behind us, I could not say. But I thought of my father and Medrock's father, building up holdings for their sons to rule after them, and knew that we must go home. "It is a pity," the lady added then. "There is a need for heroes in this land." "We're not heroes." Medrock gestured around us. I understood his meaning. Would heroes have fallen into such a trap as this? "We belong in the world from which we came," he added harshly. "Do you?" she asked wistfully. "Well, at least you are loyal, whatever else you may be. And the least I can do is to guide you back to the path from which my sister led you astray. Come." In a single fluid motion she was on her feet again. "Even from these depths there is a way." She glided across the stone floor, and her light revealed an opening my torch had not reached far enough to show. Beyond it I could see the beginnings of a stairs. In the end, Diana accompanied us all of the way. Afternoon light was shining through the high round windows of the chamber of red stones, and beyond one of the archways I could see blurred green fields. Medrock and I stopped and looked back at the lady. She smiled at us, but there was sadness in her eyes. "Go on," she said softly. "There lies the land from which you came." I moved forward, wondering how long we had been gone, and what my father would do to me. A beating would be the least of it, I supposed. I wondered what kind of tale Oster had told. I moved forward, fighting the progressive sense of disorientation, my eyes fixed on the familiar outlines of my father's hold. But it was not the hold. Balancing the great tower, I remembered, was another, equally strong. The court wall had been completed. All of the walls were high. I was looking at no frontier outpost, but at a finished rock-built stronghold, not only finished, but venerable, for vines were well rooted, and some of those stones were beginning to weather away. "Medrock!" My voice cracked, and I felt him come to stand at my shoulder, staring at what I had seen. Then both of us staggered back into the chamber and turned on the lady. "Sorceress! What have you done?" Medrock found his voice first. My own throat was tight with tears. "It is sorcery, but none of mine," Dirana said softly. "But you knew," he accused. "Why didn't you warn us?" The lady shrugged. "I hoped that perhaps, after all these years, the spell might have failed." "But what has happened?" My voice cracked painfully. "You know of the witchery that sundered the land westward from Escor, after most of our race fled this land?" We nodded. We had been brought up on the tale of how the Tregarths had broken that spell to bring men back again. But not all of us departed in that migration, and not all were content with the balance of power that followed it. There were some, like my sister, who could not forego the abuse of power, and as you know, the spells with which we fought her were only partially successful. And so the powers that remained in Escor combined to wrest this region out of the stream of time. And though you tell me that in your world these wars have been won a second time, here they still go on." "But time does pass here," I protested weakly. "Yes, but at a different pace. For every minute you have spent here, in your home, a year has gone by." Eyes stinging, I moved back toward the barrier. My father would never beat me. Even if he had the lifespan of the old race, he must be dead by now. I supposed that my cousin's children must have inherited and completed the hold. Would anyone remember me? "You can still go back," said Dirana. "The land is at peace. You can live happy years." I turned around. "And what about you? Will you come with us if we do?" The lady shook her head. "You too will be a little older when you return. But for me, it has been too long. What would come through the gate would only be dust." There was a long silence. Then Medrock lifted his head to look at me. The old mockery was back in his dark eyes. "I told you before, there is no work for heroes in that land. And I refuse to drink Medway's cider again. I don't see any reason to go back there." An answering grin was already tugging at the corners of my own mouth, but I strove to keep it still. As if he had spoken in my head, I knew what Medrock meant now. "You called us heroes," I said to the lady. "Did you mean that? You know the mistakes we made." "You make mistakes, but you learn," Dirana said softly. She had never looked so beautiful. Yes, I need you here." I felt a hard grip on my arm, and with a quick twist caught Medrock's wrist in my hand. For a moment we tested each other, and I knew I was grinning like a fool. Then, our strength balanced, we knelt to Durrana in homage, and the touch of her bright fingers blessed our clasped hands. Afterward. The advantage of writing in an already established setting like Witchworld is that there is plenty of raw material, and rereading it allows you to put off actually writing the story for days. The disadvantage is that you know that the real author is looking over your shoulder, and become uncomfortably aware that she has done it all better before. In my search for a plot, I tried to analyze Norton's major story elements. My list included love or fellowship between human and non-human, discovery of powers in self, possession by or linkage between human and superhuman, fight against remnants of ancient evil, possibly awakened by unwise action of protagonist, conflict between fear of and desire for power, travel between times or worlds, love for someone forbidden, shape-changing, identity crisis, search for true family or function, discovery of destined weapon. This helped me to develop a storyline which I hoped would feel like Witchworld, but which I could work out in my own way. I also found in Escor, after its resettlement, a time and place that Andre has not yet completely explored. Now I had a plot, but I still needed some emotional conflict to make it a story. One thing that has always fascinated me about Andre's books is the intense but non-sexual relationships between many of the characters. In most of the stories, the characters have no time for sex. But don't they ever even wonder? I tried to compromise my reading of human nature with the Norton tradition by providing two females upon whom Aelvan could project his changing feelings for Medrock. And so the rivals became heroes. I can't help wondering what they will do now. Diana L. Paxson. Rite of Failure by Susan Shwartz. The gates of Arvon had locked against them. Under unfamiliar stars, the Pack brothers bade their exile, as the shaman led Auric into the ring of standing stones. Some were cracked, others broken or toppled. Glassy slag on one slab, twice Auric's height, showed him the were-riders, weathered men in travel-stained furs and leathers. Their eyes were feral, and their shadows, beneath the greenish candles of the weirs, were strange. A rough grey slab lay half buried in the circle. At the shaman's command, Auric laid aside mail, sword, and leather jerkin, and stretched out upon the frigid granite. The shaman bent over him, and held his hands out over Auric's face. He hissed and tensed, sure that the hands would claw at his throat, until he saw himself reflected in the shaman's eyes, lean and blond, with amber eyes that darted this way and that. His lips trembled, and he set them in a thin line that he hoped would make him look older. He might be too young for the rite that would give the weir-riders a second shaman. In that case, he would not live to see dawn. Huron's fingertips touched his brow, then straightened Auric's shoulders, arms, and legs on what might be his bier. The risk was worth it, he told himself, and drew long, deliberately steady breaths. Though he only showed it in the care with which he moved and his great weary eyes. Huron was so old. He had spent himself to ensure the riders' safe passage out the gates of Arvon, the ancient home that cast them out. It seems we have a choice, came a sardonic mutter from the dark. Helse, thought Auric. 2 priests, if the youngling survives, or none. Huron crouched and whirled, ready to defend the student and foster son, now lying quiet on the slab. Quiet, brother, ordered Huron, the leader. He padded forward, a censer of acrid incense swinging from the chain he held. The pack closed in. Huron bent forward, and Auric's senses were engulfed and whirled into the other world. The mists of that place rose about him. He was alone there. He rose from the stone slab and looked about. You will wait, Huron had warned him. You will change, and take whatever venture comes to you. And if you live till dawn, you will be as I am. The old man's eyes had been haunted as he spoke. For an instant he had looked every century of his real age. But weighed against the welfare of the pack, what were Auric's fears, or Huron's for his cub? Seconds later the change struck him. Auric dropped to all fours, squalling at the unaccustomed pain of it, which set him writhing on his belly until the fire died. He raised himself, growling a little, and began to lick smooth the thick, tawny fur, stippled with amber, of his weir self. Never before had he dared the change from man to golden pard in the other world, and he had never ventured there without Huron to ward him. The pard's tufted ears twitched at hoots and chitterings, and his nose caught the scents of water and blood. Pale belly brushing the withered grass, he stole toward the water, crouched on its bank, and lapped at it, blurring the reflection of the great cat, deep-ruffed and deeper-chested, that he had become. That blurred reflection saved his life, even as he saw the black-furred shadow launch itself from a tree branch. Auric hurled himself to one side, so that his attacker sank fangs only into the ruff guarding his throat. His muzzle twisted in a snarl of fear and fury as he tore free, and backed up, his fur bristling on his long spine and powerful haunches. It was a panther, thin and half-mad with hunger. He lashed his tail and yowled, and his eyes glistened like a blood moon. When the panther opened his jaws and screamed, starlight splintered against his long fangs. Hot vapor, heavy with the taste of blood, steamed from his jaws. Half again Auric's size, the panther's notched ears and glowing eyes, one half hidden by scar tissue, showed its age and fury. Instinct demanded that Auric go belly up and surrender, or back away, then flee, squalling. But Auric the man knew that if he exposed his throat or showed his back, the panther would leap on him and rend him. He whined a little in his throat. The last time he and Huron had come this way, they had been the hunters, not the prey. Strands of saliva dripped from the panther's jaws. Mad, Auric suddenly feared. The thought broke him, sent him leaping for a branch, fleeing from limb to limb with a speed lent him by terror, until he spotted a stream, splashed through it as if its peaceful water could hide the stink of panicked cat. The water calmed some of his terror, akin to the war fetter the weirs laid on foes, and he padded downstream to go to ground in a convenient trench. Even kittens have courage. Contemptuously, the thought flicked out as his pursuer squalled challenge. Auric crouched in the undergrowth, his claws extended and his fur fluffed out. More courage than Weir's. Perhaps the test was self-control. His enemy sought to anger him, to make him betray himself. Again the cat's shriek of fury and contempt rang out. "I am Danyor! No weir cub can withstand me!" The mental voice drew closer. Auric's whiskers twitched, and he sensed, rather than heard, the pad of huge paws in the shadowed leaf mold. Danyor. An ominous name. A cult tradition, which assigned meaning to every name, taught that Danyor meant born with teeth. Well, just a little closer, and he would ambush this Danyor. What good would those teeth do him when he lay stretched and broken-necked on the damp ground? A few steps forward. Fool and braggart! He bunched powerful muscles and sprang onto Danyor's back. Shrieking, the panther twisted and rolled so fast that only a convulsive half-somersault saved Auric from being pinned. He opened his muzzle to its widest, biting down on his enemy's ruff, trying to snap bones. But Danyor tossed his head wildly. For an instant, Auric's grip was loosed, and Danyor's jaws snapped on what was nearest, Auric's right paw. Auric shrieked with the incredible fire of his agony and slashed his other paw across Danyor's muzzle. They both recoiled and leapt apart. But it was Auric, tail between his legs, who fled, limping on 3 paws, a bloody spoor dripping behind. Somehow he crawled, whining, into a low overhang formed by 3 mossy rocks near a pool, and lay there while the night passed in delirium. He was not worthy to live. He knew that now. He would die with the dawn. The thought brought its own twisted peace. The mists of the other world rose about him, then faded to an ashen rose as dawn came. And the change from beast to man convulsed the creature stretched on the stone, as the beast became a youth again. He was naked, except for the blood that streaked his limbs, especially his right arm. For a moment Auric lay numb to all but the thought that he had failed, yet was still alive. Then the pain of his wounds hit him, and he screamed. Huron dropped to his knees beside him, a steaming beaker in his hand. Auric gulped the hot, bitter drug. The pain retreated somewhat, though Auric flinched. Peace, coward. Or was Danyor right? As the shaman inspected his... No, the cruelly gnawed thing he raised was not a hand. It was a paw, cruelly bitten. Its claws were broken, and its once golden fur was matted with hard, bloody spikes. He had failed to complete the change. This was worse punishment than death. For the rest of his wretched life, Auric would be part man, part beast. The dawn struck his face, and he moaned and fainted. Reddish sun filtered through the cloth of a crude shelter as Auric woke. Memory came back to him with the dull throb of agony in his right paw, and he clenched his jaw, then turned his face to the wall. Sensitive, as always, to Auric, Huron turned from the blackened pot he used for his potions. The fire did not smoke, but the potion must be a strong one. Huron's eyes were red and swollen. "Master," he whispered, not daring the more familiar sire or father he had been permitted ever since the shaman claimed a plump, orphaned cub for his own hearth. Huron's hand extended, hovered over Auric's hair, then dropped onto his knee. "Better I had died," Auric muttered. The shaman shut his eyes. So he agreed, Auric thought. And at that thought, Something in him did die. Now what? Will you cast me out? If it were just a matter of the body's death, you might leave here, said the shaman. Indeed, it might be a kindness to remove you from those who remember your... He fell silent, and Auric relived his anguished humiliation in the ring of standing stones. But for your soul's sake, if we Weirs have souls, I dare not. That brute, Danyor, the name rasped out of a bruised throat, and he gulped avidly at the wooden ladle Huron held for him. He will pursue you, and you have not the strength to stand against him. I must think what is best to do. Forgive me. I failed you. I meant to ease your way, and now I am just another burden upon you. But his voice failed before he could speak those words. Huron laid a cool hand on Auric's head. Sleep and heal, he ordered. And Auric did. In 2 days his bruises faded to yellowish stains. In a week his right paw ached, stiffened, then began slowly to flex. It was a miracle, or Huron's doing, that it had not festered from Danyor's fangs. Still, he lay on his pallet in Huron's tent until he called his reluctance to face the pack by its proper name and forced himself to rise, to dress, and to walk outside among the men he had known lifelong, but who refused now to meet his eyes. Huron would set him small tasks, appropriate, he thought, for a useless one. Huron had told him he dared not go, but when Halsek saw him coming and spat on his shadow, or Hiron, who had always greeted him respectfully, leader to future shaman, turned aside, he knew he could not stay. He avoided the night's council around the fire, where the Weirs began to argue where they would start their wanderings, and returned to the shelter from which Huron was too merciful to evict him. Outside the tent, he heard voices raised, howling, hissing, or baying in favor of the waste, this dale or that, or even the fabled sea. His strength had returned, as much as ever would. What was he waiting for? Auric gathered his few possessions and stole outside. Hand and paw, slow and clumsy, with the buckles of saddle and bridle, he led his brindled horse to the edge of the camp, where only a few Weir candles gleamed. "They have wards up." The voice was deliberately quiet, but it brought Auric down into a fighting stance, his left hand reaching for his sword hilt, his paw raised to slash. Harel the halfling! Ever since Auric had been able to remember, Harel, quiet and resigned to a life as a Weir whose spells failed and whose prowess was set at naught, had been the failure that other Weirs sought to avoid. It had not seemed to bother him. His face wore always the same expression of calm endurance that the sickle moon showed Auric now. "They won't hunt me," Auric laughed bitterly. "I'm not worth it." Harel raised a dark brow quizzically. "I could give you time," he offered. "Oh, my powers will hold to that much. I can repair the break in the wards when you leave." "Why?" asked Auric. They were not sword brothers or cup friends, had never done more than nod at one another. "Why for?" "Because we are kin," said Harel. "You and I, when we change, we are of the cat tribe. That makes a bond between us. And because we are both maimed, I in the craft, you in—" He gestured tactfully at Auric's paw, the claws indrawn now that he knew he faced no attack. "But there is a difference. I have been content to accept life on what terms have been tossed at me. You, though, you have always been shown fair fortune, until now. I think you will be content with nothing else. Perhaps your fortune will shine more brightly away from the pack." Auric bowed his head, lest the shine of tears in his eyes betray him. He swung up into the saddle. "I shall hold the wards as long as I may," said Harrow, "though I am little use against the combined strength of the pack. But fare fast, and farewell, brother." He bared his right hand, and raised it to clasp Auric's arm, and his fingers slid down the wrist to grip his paw without revulsion. He turned quickly aside, and faded into the shadows with the stealth of the snow-cat that was his other guise. "Farewell, brother," Auric whispered, then pressed knees against his horse's flanks, and headed away from the camp, bending low to seek out a trail in unfamiliar woods. While the sickle moon shone, he made what haste he could. Then clouds blew before it. For precious moments they gleamed too, and he rode faster. Then the moon sank. That was when the howling began in his heart. The pack! The weir riders had discovered him gone, and would pursue. His horse neighed and bucked. Few beasts, save those specially bred by and for the weir riders, could endure them, and even those must be soothed by herbs and spells which, as his horse's panic showed, had been lifted. Maddened by nearness to a rider who smelled of dried blood, smoke, and shadowed power, the creature bolted, and when Auric tried to check-rein him, his right paw, pulling shrewdly back on the reins, snapped them, and he fell forward, clinging to his mount's neck. His paw scored the horse's neck. It screamed, and headed for a closely grown stand of trees, where it tried to scrape him off. But Auric clung, crooning reassurances that the beast could not hear. The horse bolted now, heading uphill. Abruptly it stopped, planting its hooves and trembling, head down. Auric dared to lift his own head. The horse bucked, again and again. Auric went flying, and when he struck his head, light burst and whirled in patterns even less familiar than the strange stars of the weir's exile, and the pain was worse than the bite of Danyor's fangs. Hands were tugging Auric through a red-tinged haze of pain. He heard voices muttering in concern, prodding him with it. He cried out and twisted, retreating to a fastness inside himself, where the voices were reduced to buzzing, then silence. Much later, faint chimes lured him out of himself. The air was full of noises. Above him swayed branches hung with blossoms like fragrant white bells, tilting back and forward with each breeze. In the weir riders' rough camp it had been cold, the last gasp of the ice dragon. But here grass and leaves flourished with the vigor and sweetness of early summer, promising rest, strength, and heart's ease. Somewhere nearby bubbled a brook. Auric sighed, and his breath caught like that of a child who has been punished, has wept, and is now forgiven. Awake now. That is very well. The voice was soft and low-pitched, and it came from right over his head. He tried to snap back to full awareness, but it was too pleasant to lie, pain forgotten for time, with his head pillowed on the speaker's lap, and warm fingers reaching down to test brow and throat pulse for fever. The light touch sent a thrill of renewed energy and awareness through him. "Lady?" His voice came out hoarse. "I am Dorora, daughter of Beval. No need for other titles." She bent forward so he could see sun-gilded features, arched brows, and deep, wide-set eyes above pursed lips. Her hair was not braided in the manner of the ladies of red or blue mantle, but hung free over her shoulders, restrained only by a cap sewn with fine crystal beads of amber, green, and white. One lock dangled near Auric's face. It smelled like clover or honeysuckle. Without thinking, he put out his left hand to bring it to his lips. Aurora laughed and patted his shoulder. Enough of that. Steps thudded beside him, and scooped him from where he lay, hurling him onto the soft ground. He rolled over and blinked at his assailant, whose silvered hair and beard made him look older than Huron, until Auric noted his ruddy, unlined face, and remembered the strength in the arms that had hurled him from Aurora. "Father!" she protested. "The stranger was hurt, wandering in our forests. Surely he means no harm." "Surely he means no harm," echoed Baval. "He brings his own harm with him. Just look at what he bears instead of a proper right hand. There is evil magic on this one, and I will not have him touch you." "Sir?" Auric ventured to look up from where he sprawled on his belly. He had an idea that this Baval would object to titles like mage or lord. "I am Auric, once of the Weirs, and now a clanless man." "Man? Not with that paw," accused Baval. He crouched down so that their heads were more on a level. Auric met his eyes, then wished he had not. So great was the depth of wisdom and rage that shone in them. "Auric, you call yourself, crowned with gold. But names and men have betrayed me before. When my daughter was a babe, and her mother but recently laid in her grave mound," a gesture to a hillock glowing with violets, "I found a cub in the wild. It was hard to tell how old he was. He looked no more than 2 or 3 months old, but already he had his teeth. I brought him home, brought him up with Aurora here. He spat and would not keep clean, so I put him to cutting wood and other rough work. When he reviled us, I tried to reason with him." "How did he repay me?" "By trying to violate her." He rose and, going to his daughter, took her hand protectively. "I fought him off," Aurora cried. "And then you prisoned him in the bleak grove. This man, though, look at him, father. He is ill, worn." "Truly, sir," Auric cut in, "I owe you my life. Evil repayment it would be if—" Baval held up a hand for silence. Now that Auric saw him and his daughter together, he could see their resemblance, as much a matter of vigor and health as of likenesses in eyes or chins. Aurora was such a maid as drove a weir to fashion a cloak of furs and embroidered gems, a love spell to wrap her life long. He envied the large black and white cat that rubbed its head with abject affection on her bare ankles, then sat, tail primly covering forepaws, and shot him a baleful green gaze. "Peace, little brother," he thought at it, but it yawned and turned its face away. And Baval, the rider Auric had been, thought to drop on one knee and proffer the hilt of his sword in fealty. He gathered his limbs beneath himself to do so. "Hold!" ordered Baval, and Auric found himself unable to move. "As my daughter says, I shut that traitor up in the bleak grove. So now I am in need of someone to hew wood and clear stones from streams. That paw of yours will not hinder you too much in this." "Father, he is gentle. You can see that," argued Aurora. "My mind is made up," said Baval. "Enough!" He waved a hand, and abruptly the green glade, the angry father, and pleading daughter disappeared. Auric stood before a hillside. Gouged into it was what looked like a small cave that had been enlarged to form a kind of kennel. Within were fresh straw, coarse but clean blankets, and food. A wood platter of thick sliced bread and cheese, a huge flagon of what turned out to be cider. Since there was nothing else to do, Auric ate, drank, and stretched out on the pallet he made of straw and blankets. Even here the music of wind, blossom, and brook reached and lulled him. He yawned. A cub with teeth, he mused. Dunyor? Though Dorora had fought him off, and Baval had imprisoned him on this plane, Dunyor roved free in the other world. He started to his feet. Baval might intend to make Auric his bondsman, but his daughter had taken him in, treated him gently. And she was so fair, Auric thought. Rest. The word seemed to float with the breezes into Auric's consciousness. He recognized the voice as Dorora's, and he rested. What seemed like only seconds later, a shadow fell across his face, and he scrambled into alertness, his hand reaching for a missing sword. Baval stood before him, and he was wearing it. In his hands, however, was an axe, which he presented to Auric, and pointed toward underbrush that he wanted cut back, wood he wanted cut, and a variety of chores that Auric calculated would take him till midnight to complete. He suspected that protest was useless. When Baval vanished as suddenly as he appeared, he shrugged and shouldered the axe. In the bright days when Auric still had two hands, instead of one hand and one paw, he had handled reins, sword, and flail. The axe felt awkward to unaccustomed muscles. His claws slipped on the polished axe handle. "Surely a wood's knife would serve you better," said Dorora, and held one out to him. Auric wiped his hand on the stained linen of his shirt before taking the blade and chopping at the underbrush. "You look pale, and you stagger when you turn quickly," she observed. "I think my father is very harsh." "If I had a treasure," Auric said, "I would risk being called harsh rather than risk it." Though Dorora used none of the allurements of the maids of Arvon, enough of whom used to hover about weir-riders to give them a good opinion of their prowess with women, she drew him more than any woman he had ever seen. "You are barely well," Dorora continued. "I have done this work before. Let me do it now while you rest." Auric pulled the wood's knife away from her slender fingers. "I am not feeble, lady," he said more harshly than he wished. "Then let me help you," she said. By the fane of Neve, one more word out of her and he would be groveling at her feet, more devoted than that surly cat of hers. The clearing went rapidly with 2 pairs of hands, or 3 hands and a paw. "Your father," Auric began as they knelt by a brook to drink out of cupped hands. Seeing blisters red and puffed on his left palm, Dorora broke aloe leaves and smeared their cool balm on the sores. Auric wanted to raise her fingers to his lips, but forbore. He walked deeper within the forest, where the brush grew thick and tangled. "Where is your father?" "Within," said Dorora. "And by himself." "What is it he does?" "Right now," said the woman, "he carves. He is a shaper of all things, rocks, trees, the woods themselves. All that is fair here, it is his doing." "Not all," said Auric. Dorora flushed and looked away, and his heart leapt. Side by side they worked as the sun sank in the sky. not even when he had helped to harvest the fields that the Weirs had held near the grey towers, now barred to them, the sun hot and comforting on his back. "Not all is fair here," Aurora said at length. They had come to a stand of blasted trees, which bore neither bark nor leaf. They were grey, and their branches looked hard and needle-sharp. She shivered and seemed to shrink in on herself. Was this the bleak grove? Auric dared to open to that other sense that had always been a part of him, forced himself not to recoil from the fury and hunger he felt. "I have never felt the menace this strong," whispered Aurora. Auric drew her against him with his left arm before he thought of Baval's reaction to the gesture. But Aurora nestled against him. "It is because of me," said Auric. "The cub your father has shut up is one I know. His name is Danyor, and he is my enemy. You are ill paid for your care of me, for I have brought danger upon you." "Danger?" she asked. "The wild, even those parts of it that my father and I have taken and tamed, always holds danger. If you have brought more danger than before, then I trust that there lies within you what will defeat it." Auric stiffened with hurt. Aurora could not be expected to know what a coward he was, fit only to drudge in the woods. She reached up and patted his shoulder. "Coward?" she asked. "For failing a test you were ill prepared to take. I do not doubt your courage, my lord Auric, but your reason." She laughed as she spoke, and her voice seemed to caress his name. But just as he was about to ask her to say it again, the bare branches of the bleak grove rustled and shook, as if protesting. Some snapped, flinging sharp twigs upon them. A chill wind whipped up from nowhere, causing the high, spear-like trunks to sway and creak. Auric drew back, bending so that he protected Aurora with his own body. "Can you take us back to where I first woke?" he asked her. The girl nodded, crystals from her cap shimmering about her face. She took his hand, shut her eyes briefly. When Auric opened his own eyes, "The power!" cried Aurora. "It's been smothered." The wind rose, wailing. A branch as long and sharp as a spear flew by them and shattered against the ground. "My father! We have to get to him!" She tugged at Auric's hand. "Coward cubling." He had heard that voice before. "Come to let me finish you." Supporting one another, Auric and Aurora ran through the forest, back toward the sunlit glade Auric remembered. Once they stopped to disentangle Aurora's skirts, and she kilted them high against her knees. Things they saw only as blurs flew at them, and Auric batted them away with his right paw. He shouted with anger, and it came out as a squall of rage. He was very close to change. When they reached the glade, both bore thin red wheals across arms, legs, and faces. Baval was waiting for them. Though his face was somber, he sat quietly, his hands occupied with sharp knives and fine wood. A shaper, Aurora had called him, but of what? Clouds massed overhead, and thunder pealed out, as it had in Arvon in the terrible days before the Weirs had been cast out. Baval looked sharply at Auric. "This uproar is not of my making, nor is it a thing I can cure," he said. Auric stopped himself before he fell to his knees. "Are you saying that I brought it?" He forced the words out. If no place was safe for him, or safe from him, he might as well search out the nearest cliff and leap off, assuming he survived. "I knew you brought some peril with you," said Baval. "Peril, and more than a little power. This trouble is beyond my knowledge, save that I know that Danyor seeks to escape his prison in this world, as, apparently, he did in that other place. You met him there." "Lord," said Auric, "I am the least of the Weirs. Let me fetch my pack. Perhaps, united, we can—" "We can," he thought. What we? Huron, for one. Harold, for whatever help he might be. Hiron, as a leader, eager to stand on good terms with Baval, who was clearly a power in this strange new land. His horse was lost. It would take him days to cover the land he had crossed on horseback, if he went on foot. But if he went as a golden pard, Danyor would sense that, would abandon his attack on Baval and Dorora to pursue him. He had been warned for his soul's sake not to shift shape, but weighed against Dorora, body and soul, the warning seemed a puny thing. Auric drew a deep breath and invoked the change in heart and body. He dropped to the ground, the familiar pangs of his metamorphosis streaking along his limbs, then caught himself on 3 paws and a hand. Limping, he fled the glade for the trackless forest. Danyor howled on his track, but his need to find the pack, to protect the maid he had known and cherished for but a single day, made him fleet. As he ran, he cast his thoughts ahead of him. Nursing his shattered pride just as surely as his wounded hand, he had abandoned the pack. Now, as he ran, passing from summer into winter again with each yard he travelled from Baval's domain, he abandoned the pride that had sent him hence, and cast his thoughts ahead of him, crying out to the weir riders. "Cubling," that was Danyor, snarling on his trail. "Auric," Huron's voice. "Son?" Auric sensed the might of the pack gathering behind that sure, powerful mental voice as a palpable mass both in this world and the other. "I have allies," he sent ahead. That was not quite true. Only Dorora was what Auric would call a friend. But an enemy's foe must be counted an ally. "They need our help against Danyor." "Our help?" The voice was Hiron's, and it was as cold as ice, with a stream bubbling beneath it in a waste. "When you fled us, you forfeited the right to appeal to the pack as brother kin." Hostile words, Auric thought, even as his paws sought safe footing, and he shielded his right hand from the worst ground. But they sounded like the tests Hiron had always set the younger weir riders. "My help, then," he sent. "If you do not grant me pack right, at least let me prove myself." "Why?" Auric squalled with a pard's rage and a man's reason. Tests, always tests. He had undertaken the rite that made Weir into shaman prematurely, and failed at the test. But he had failed it for the right reason, which had been the test of his loyalty to Huron, who had been teacher and father to him. His return now to the pack, to ask their help, that was another such test. Could he put pride behind him long enough to beg for help? These questions Hiron asked. What kind of test were they? They were tests simply for the sake of testing. But he had the answer to Hiron's questions now. "I must finish the ordeal I began, and aid the pack." Huron's roar of support warmed him, and he could feel the pack sense waver from Hiron's rage, shifting in his favor. "You will finish the test," Hiron conceded. "No pack right. But the pack will defend your right to finish the test, alone as you began it." "In this world, not the other," demanded Huron. The pack's agreement cut through the cold like a fire on midwinter night. Pack's sense shifted, spread out as the weir riders formed a funnel to receive Danyor and channel him toward where Auric turned, waiting for his enemy. This was Auric's second chance. Curiously, he felt little fear, until Danyor's snarls jabbed into his consciousness. Not a fight, Cubbling, but a hunt. The hunt we began, and that you fled from. If you win, you will dispose of me as you choose. But if I win, then you are mine, and Bival and all that is his. No such agreement should be made, Auric thought. The quarrel between Danyor and Bival was none of his making. Bival had had only harsh words and tasks for him. But Aurora, she had saved his life. Now he had a bare chance to repay her. I weary of waiting for you, Auric told Danyor. Danyor fell silent. He had the scent now, Auric knew, and he had the taste of Auric's blood in his mouth from their last battle. Belly brushing the ground, Auric the Pard slipped along the forest ways. He sensed, and was warmed by, a burst of friendliness from Harrow, and knew it when Hiram's reproof lashed out at the halfling. Then he shut from his mind all but the need to stalk, to be secret, crafty, and fierce. The air chilled and shifted. Phantoms of fear, of times when Auric had failed, or when he might, drifted through the air. He shrank from an image of Aurora, shrieking in pain, and the fur on his back stood on end at another such picture of Huron, throat torn out. What did Danyor think he was doing? The thought jolted Auric alert. It was the sort of mind test that Huron had set him so many times to strengthen his reason and compassion. Danyor had no thought of what he was doing. He was like a storm himself, all teeth and fury, and no motives. Storms passed. They could not be stopped, but Danyor could. Danyor, though, had no reason. Perhaps he could be tricked. Auric doubled back upon his trail. Strong sense warned him of a stream nearby, and he headed for it. A stream. He padded into it, as he had in the other world. A certainty began to grow in him that this hunt would replay the initiation he had failed. Very well, then. He spotted an overhang, mossy rocks above mud, and rolled in the mud to leave his scent there. The mud coated his fur, making him wrinkle his muzzle and flatten his ears in disgust. But it would make it that much harder for Danyor to sink fangs into his flesh. He lay down above the overhang to wait and to plan the next step in his trap. He brought his right hand up in front of his muzzle, nipped at one finger, and allowed blood to trickle down onto the rocks below. Then, carefully, he began to send emotions. Pain, weariness, panic. Let Danyor come and make an end. It would be a relief to die. Danyor's savage exultation rang out in Auric's thoughts as he yowled in triumph. Now Auric could hear him coming. He prayed that the linkage between them would not let Danyor discern the trap he had set. A stick snapped under one paw as he hastened, assured now that his prey crouched in despair, waiting only the release of death. Now Auric feigned the exhausted panting of a terrified animal. A faint whine escaped him. A pebble lay close by his right hand, and he dropped it just where Danyor would expect to find his quarry. "Come out, Cubbling!" Auric did not move. "If you come out, I will be merciful." Auric's muzzle twisted in a silent snarl. The promise of a quick, merciful death was just part of Danyor's game. He knew that cruelty, and felt and fought it in himself 1,000 times. Now the dark panther nosed into the overhang. Head, shoulders, hindquarters. When the tip of his outstretched tail vanished beneath the rocks, Auric screamed and leapt down, pounced inside the twisted space, and closed with his enemy. Danyor screamed, and the rocks magnified the sound. But Auric was on him, his strong jaws reaching for the lethal hold at the back of the neck, left paw raking, right hand seeking to grasp his enemy's ruff and hold it. As Danyor had in the other world, he bent and snapped his jaws, and his teeth closed on Auric's hand. He was prepared for it this time, and managed, just barely, to choke down the scream that would have lost him his grip on Danyor's spine. Tears streamed from his eyes, and his hindquarters clawed convulsively at Danyor's sides. They rolled from beneath the rocks into the icy water. From the way Danyor thrashed, Auric would almost think that he too sensed Auric's pain. It chilled his torn hand. He could feel strength flowing out of him with the blood that made dark swirls in the water. If he did not act now, soon he would not be able to act at all. He forced his wounded hand farther into Danyor's jaws and gripped with his own fangs. Instinct told him when he had the neck hold secure, and helped him tighten his back legs around his enemy. A little more pressure, one more snap of powerful muscles, and Danyor would be dead. And then what, Auric? For as long as Auric lived, he knew that that question, that final test, would haunt him. If he killed Danyor, what did it prove but that he was a better killer than a wild beast? Did it shape anything? Would it make Durora one whit safer? Would it heal Auric's torn hand? Danyor lay motionless, except for heaving sides, awaiting death. Go ahead, Cubling. Use those fangs. Pack sense kindled within Auric, hot and exulting. Take your prey, boy. Auric tensed in mind and body, and struck, not with his paws and fangs, but with his mind and emotions, tearing through the rage and terror in Danyor's mind, scouring them out, down to a bare core. He heard a whimper, felt Danyor go limp beneath him. Mortally weary, he unclamped his jaws, rolled off the black pard's body, and the change came upon him. His left hand braced against a rock. He levered himself up to his feet from his knees. He did not want to look at his right. No one would be able to tell now whether he had had a hand or a paw there. Halsa and Hiron stood beside him. Hiron held out a knife. Finish him off, the pack leader ordered, as Halsa rolled Danyor over with a kick of his booted foot. The panther had shifted shape, too. It was a young man with dark hair and pale skin stretched tight over his ribs that lay half in and half out of the water. His eyes opened, rolling back in his head. Awareness flickered in them. Then nothing. Kill, came the pack sense. Auric let the knife fall into the water with a splash. He had faced and mastered the ferocity and bloodlust that had so dismayed him in the other world, had accepted them and the pain they caused, outthought and outfought them. He was their master now, truly a shaman for as long as he lived, assuming he lived, and did not bleed to death this very night. He sagged, and Huron and Harrel were there to support him. He spat blood and fur, raised his chin, and met the pack leader's eyes. No. Amazed contempt quivered in the pack sense. Danyor, the spirit and the rage, is dead. That man lying there is not Danyor. I do not know what he is now, or what he can be. His mind is stripped bare now, like a babe's, and like a babe he might grow to be anything. I was trained to be a shaman, to revere life and promise and power. The Danyor who was our enemy is dead. How can I snuff any potential that this creature might hold? He could not tell Hiron that Danyor was a part of himself, a part he had mastered. Not when Hiron himself was a killer, and proud of his skill. Killing Danyor, what would that prove, except that Auric too was skilled in death-dealing? Hiron took a deliberate step forward, his eyes chill. Another test I failed. He thinks I am not bloody enough. Considering the blood that spattered him, his and Danyor's both, the idea struck him as absurd. He suppressed what would have been an hysterical giggle and let his head drop against his teacher's shoulder. Harold muttered something about cautery and tightened his grip in a way that left Auric terrified of the burning to come. He could hear footsteps. A muffled oath confirmed that the iron to sear off the blood flow from his right hand was hot enough. Huron and Harold tightened their grips. Hold. Just that one word. Auric opened his eyes. Before him stood Bival, robed in deep blue and green, a wreath of leaves crowning his silvered hair. At his side Aurora stood, wearing a white gown sewn in crystals that matched her jeweled cap. Bival removed the leaves from his head, and, walking forward, bent to place the crown on Auric's brow. Time and place blurred and shifted. When Auric awoke, it was bright day, and he lay on the summery grass of Bival's glade once more. Aurora tended a small fire, and Bival stood deep in conversation with Huron and the leader of the Weirs. "Don't move, Auric," Aurora called, not troubling herself to turn around. Her cat stretched, then moved away from her to stretch out on his chest. Aurora took no chance that he would disobey her instructions. "This is your last word on it, then?" Hiron snapped at Bival. "I am caretaker here." Danyor's violence is no longer a problem. He is under my warding. That leaves your Weir riders. If your pack cannot control its will to violence, man and beast, then you must depart. Bival measured Hiron with a gaze more daunting than any the leader had ever managed. "I see that your decision has been made. You may depart." The air rippled, and Hiron was gone. "But you, master," Bival turned to the Weir shaman, "you are not like the other Weir riders. It was you who had the teaching of young Auric there. I would welcome you if you wished to stay. You might help me restore Danyor that was, help him grow up right this time." Huron shook his head. "Auric has found his own path, it seems. But if you think that he is my only charge, you are wrong. Every man in the pack is as dear to me as a cub of my own hearth. And, as we saw, they too must be helped to grow up cleanly. I cannot leave them." "And Auric?" asked Bival. Aurora turned and tensed. "He is a shaman now, with the power to guide him," said Huron. "He is free to go or stay." "I am a one-handed man," Auric said. "What way is there for such a one? Surely nothing among the Weirs. And you, master, lady, what use could you have for a cripple?" Tears stung his eyes, then rolled down his face. For the first time in his life, he was not ashamed of them. Aurora was kneeling at his side, dislodging the cat to pillow Auric's head on her knees. Her tears fell onto his face and mingled with his own. I must be a worse fool than my father has called me at times, and my wishes are quite humble. I want no other, or no better, man. Bval walked over to them, holding out a curiously carved object. When your wounds are healed, he said, displaying a cunningly wrought wooden hand, I shall fit this to your arm. My daughter, yes, child, I watched you, has told you I am a shaper of living things. If I can repair Danyor's twisted mind, surely I can shape your hand anew as well. So Bval's wrath had been a test, too. One Auric had passed. Hurin knelt beside Auric and laid a hand on his brow in blessing and farewell. You are certain you will not reconsider? Asked Bval. You would not respect me if I abandoned those whom the power has put in my charge, said the shaman. I pray you, return me to them. As you will, said Bval. He raised his hand and drew a complex curling symbol in the air. Hurin's fingers made similar motions. Both symbols glowed sapphire, then faded. Go with blessing and ward upon you, he said. You will, I promise you, bring those you guard to a safe home. As if reluctant to depart, Hurin's form faded slowly from sight. For an instant, Auric could see the outlines of trees in his thinning shadow. A sob caught in his throat, and he choked, turning his face away. Aurora caught his chin in her hand and made him look at her. The welcome that glowed in her eyes made him think that he would never grieve again. Afterward. Even now, 25 years after I wandered into Andre Norton's worlds, simultaneous thrills of discovery and homecoming make me want to echo Miranda's joyous cry in The Tempest, O brave new world, that hath such people in it. That discovery was the surprise. Everything since then has proceeded with a fair, although somewhat offbeat, degree of logic, including the creation of my own Witch-World characters, whose names came from a book of names that Andre Norton herself supplied. Because the name is the thing, and the true name is the true thing, an axiom that applies to the Witch-World as well as to Earth-Sea, and if you don't believe it, quick, name me some witches other than the ladies of House Tregarth. The names I chose seemed to manifest their own characters, and, once alive, those characters told me what they wanted their story to be. Ironically, but again logically, it turned out a whole lot like The Tempest, crossed with some material from Norse mythology, and with a walk-on role for my cat Merlin, who sticks a polydactylous paw into most of what I cook up. Susan Shwartz. Futures Yet Unseen by Melinda M. Snodgrass. The field continues to thicken, dimming the room about me. Already the sword is no more than a golden glow at the foot of the steps. I try to shift, for the chair is uncomfortable, but can force no movement from my heavy limbs. I wish it held one of Signe's herb-filled cushions. A mirthful thought, that. Soon I will be beyond all physical pains or pleasures. The thought of pleasure brings to mind the delicate face of my wife, and I wonder if she is safe beyond the mountain. Perhaps I should have... But no, that way leads only to madness, and I vowed I would indulge in no regretful might-have-beens. The choice was mine. I, and I alone, bear the responsibility for my fate. And there is always hope that some day wanderers will find me and free me from these bonds of my own creation. But that hope is, I think, slim. Better to think of some distant day when one of my blood will stumble upon this buried fortress, and take up my sword in combat against darkness, so that some of what I wrought will not be forever lost to the world. Elation dies, and tears prick at my lids, for that too is foolishness. All of my kin have left our land, never to return. My eyes slide again to the sword, and I think how ironic that I, who sought to turn Escor from magic, have now been reduced to placing all of my dreams into just such a magical vessel. The room is almost gone, and with it the essence of myself. Best to remember while there is still time. My name, my real name, is Sitri, heir to the house of Rashinaya. I fling the thought proudly, like a man issuing challenge. But there are no witch folk about to shake their heads and purse their lips and frown disapproval at my heedlessness. Like the room, they are gone. For a long moment I strain, trying to hear some murmur from the earth above. They said they would turn the mountains behind them. Surely some rumor of such titanic workings of power would carry even to my private, self-chosen prison. But there is nothing. My head falls back against the carved back of the chair. At least I have placed myself beyond Dukar's reach. Ah, Senya. The lethargy is creeping over me, and panic beats in my throat. I do not rail at my fate, only at the swiftness of the taking. Only grant me a little more time to remember. There was pandemonium in the great hall. Morkant had ridden in with a score of green people. Sweat darkened the red hides of the Ranthans, and even the Lady of the Green Silences swayed in the saddle. I had been drawn to the window by the clatter of hooves in the courtyard, and had realized, with a thrill of fear and also a sense of weary exhaustion, that some new crisis had arisen to bedevil us. Reluctantly, I set aside my notes and figures, knowing I would have to join them and hear the worst. At least I'd had a good day until now. Tahan and I had successfully tested our theory that it was possible to accelerate those tiny particles which formed the basis of reality. But the usefulness of this knowledge... I shook myself free from the seductive lure of my work and limped heavily down the stairs. My diseased hip pained me after a day spent seated in the cold tower. My father, Styron, tugging at his moustache, glanced up as I entered the hall, then looked quickly away. He has never accepted the fate which sent him a sickly son, and no other heirs. At Senya's orders, maids were scuttling for food, while my wife quickly poured out mugs of mulled wine for the weary valley dwellers. She might have been the chatelaine of any great house, except for the wand of power thrust through her girdle, and the aura of command which she wore as other women wear gems. Her dark eyes met mine, and she said tersely, "Jahali has fallen." I felt for a chair with the back of my leg and sank down. "What was it this time?" Morkant answered. "A choking and noisome wood flowed about them, tumbling down the walls in a single night, and releasing a poison which drove the defenders mad. They turned upon each other in their fury." Her delicate features wavered and flowed, but I could still see her mouth tighten with disgust. The shadow folk had naught to do save feed upon the dead. Their wise woman sent forth a call, but we arrived too late. "It is perhaps just as well. Had you arrived in good time, you might even now be sharing their fate," I replied. "I suppose it was Dukar." "Who else?
He and his like have divided Escor like a ripe melon, and we fall within his holdings. God damn these witches and warlocks!"
"And what would you have us, brother?" came the voice of my sister-in-law Jacinda, and the wise woman of the house of Rashinaya. "Put aside all power, and rely upon your stinks and noises?" I flushed beneath her mocking designation of my work. "Those stinks have enabled me to increase fivefold the power of the force whips, and I'm close, very close, to understanding how to split the power of these tiny elements which form reality," I snapped back. "It is a foolish man who breaks a thing to discover its secrets," cautioned Morcant. I turned impatiently upon her. "And if such were true, O Lady of the Green Silences, then we would never have learned that oysters hold pearls, or that nuts are good to eat. I do not break wantonly. I theorize first." I tapped my skull. "Then I test." "But to what purpose?" growled my father. Signa drew close to me and seated herself upon the arm of my chair. I slipped an arm around her waist, grateful for the support. She, at least, understood why I pursued my studies. Once our land was blessed, peaceful, prosperous, a place of magic. But the adepts have taken that magic and pushed it beyond all reason. And what have we, the defenders, to rely upon? More magic. But weaker than theirs, for we will not walk the shadow path. I forced myself to relax my tense grip on my wife. Also, I believe that each time we use power in our defense, we add to the strength of our enemies. It is like a system running out of control, each act feeding upon itself, an endless feedback loop. "More of your science?" inquired Jacinda sweetly. "Yes, or at least my theory." "You walk a mechanistic path, which is very foreign to those of us of the Green Silences," sighed Morcant. "And the old race," snapped Jacinda. "I have seen into such worlds through gates such as those built by Hilarion or Candra. Those who follow the machine face only destruction." "And we don't? There is risk in everything, every path. I would see us take the best of both, a blending of magic and technology. We could create a paradise." I flung my hands into the air. "But first, we must defeat this black tide that is creeping inexorably over the land, and we can't do it with magic, without becoming as they are." I gestured out into the darkness beyond the castle. "We must have new weapons." "And what do you know of weapons or warfare?" rasped my father. "You who have never carried steel, nor ridden into battle." Through no fault of my... I pressed my lips together, holding back the hot, angry words. He was my father, and any man would be ashamed to have sired such an unprepossessing specimen as myself. Besides, our private quarrel was far from the subject. "We have no other choice," I concluded in a milder tone, though inwardly my guts felt as if they had been stirred with a hot iron. Signa's fingers played through my hair, and she sent me a wave of calming, soothing thought. "There is another choice," contradicted Jacinda. All save Morcant stared at her bemused, while the lady gazed sadly into her cup. "The Council of Wise Ones is discussing—" She cleared her throat, as if she feared she had already said too much. "A way to save ourselves." "No details, girl?" demanded Styron. "I cannot say more, lest word of this reach our enemies." The old man drew himself upright. "There are no traitors in this house." I said not so, but I am sworn. He sighed and rubbed a hand across his lined face. Then, taking her gently by the shoulders, he bestowed a feather-soft kiss on her forehead. "Aye, and you'll hold to your oath, so proud and brave are you, child. May a blessing ride with you." No other man would have dared to call a wise woman child, or embrace her as he would a daughter. But my father is not as other men. Despite the troubles that lay between us, I admired him, and felt pride at his strength and honor. Signa slid from the arm of the chair. "But let there be no talk of riding tonight. Tomorrow is time enough to reach your destination." And I realized with a start of surprise that though Signa had renounced power when she wed me, Jacinta had trusted her with the location of this great meeting of the council. I stroked thoughtfully at my chin, and quickly jerked my hand away when I felt the beard stubble bristle sharp against my fingers.
My eyes met Morcant's, and I wondered what the Lady of the Green Silences thought of a lord who would greet his guests unshaven and in stained tunic and breeches.
My only excuse was my obsession with my work. My thoughts tumbled and whirled, but one came ever to the surface. Signa knows the location of the meeting. And my eyes locked on my wife's slender back as she arranged housing for our guests. The bedchamber was dim, lit by only 2 large candles set in floor holders on either side of the dressing table. Signa sat before the mirror, pulling out her braids and brushing smooth the rippling dark hair. I lay on my back in the great bed, frowning up through the canopy to the hidden ceiling. In my workshop in the old wing of the castle, there were glowing globe lights set into the ceiling. Set there by my far-distant, gate-traveling ancestors, they burned steadily on, powered by an unknown source. From my childhood those lights had fascinated me, and now they had become a symbol of what ailed our society. What was their fashioning? What substance gave them light? Such questions never disturbed those around me. They simply took and used the lights, though they had no understanding of their inner workings.
Such a monkey-see, monkey-do attitude horrified me, for just as we had lost the knowledge to fashion, some day we would also lose the ability to repair, and then candles would be our only source of illumination, and candles, like knowledge, could be far too easily snuffed out. Those lights had been the focus of my erratic quest to relearn the wisdom of our elders, and in this I had had the aid of my father's steward, Tajon.
Knowledge in all its forms and varieties fascinated him, and he had a large collection of the scientific writings of our forefathers. Most of his collection consisted of mathematical formulas, but such narrow application was not a hindrance, for mathematics is the mother of all science. In my childhood, Tajon had guided me through this wondrous collection, and I had learned to calculate the circumference of our world, its distance from the sun, the speed of light, and now those formulas were leading me from the vastness of the stars to the most minute fragments of matter. A discreet tap interrupted my musings. With a grunt, I rolled off the bed and limped to the door. A serving maid bobbed a curtsy and handed me a bowl and ewer of hot water. Signa set aside her brush and made room for me on the bench. I lathered my face and lifted my razor, and she dropped a kiss onto the back of my neck. "You are a very thoughtful husband and father." "I didn't think you'd want to sleep with an old porcupine." I squinted, drawing the blade up my neck. "And the children would have been wakened by the roughness of their father's cheek when I go to kiss them good night."
I tossed the last gobbet of whiskery lather into the bowl and ran a towel across my face.
Then placed my cheek next to hers and studied our features in the mirror. She was classical old race, translucent white skin, large dark eyes, narrow chin, and black hair. My reflection was less perfect. My chin is so pointed that it gives me a foxy look. My eyes are a strange blue-gray, and my hair dark brown rather than the true black of my people. I am also very short. My father, and even Sinya and Jacinda, tower over me, and with my halting limp I have sometimes felt that I am a changeling left by the Thas to bedevil the noble race that inhabits the surface of the earth. Sinya's hand stroked gently across my cheek. Is your leg paining you? You look very grim. More thoughtful than grim. I was wondering whatever possessed you to give up your vocation and become hand-fasted to me. I fell in love with you. Her silk dressing-gown whispered like a promise of love as she rose. As simple as that. As simple as that. Her arms snaked around my neck, and I could feel the soft press of her breasts against my back. Each time your father brought you to the order for treatment, I was struck by your bravery and patience. You bore, uncomplaining, all that we did to you, and it pained my heart to see you go away with your hopes again unrealized. More my father's hopes than mine. I adjusted to the leg. He couldn't. Hasn't, I amended. I shifted on the bench and wrapped my arms about her waist. And why do you think the order, and even more Kant, failed to heal me? Because at base I don't think you really accept the power, and hence blocked it. There was no malice or anger in the answer. It was a simple statement of fact, with a touch of amusement overlaid at my stubbornness, but its effect on me was profound. For a few moments I sat like a stunned ox and gaped at her. Not believe. I can live in Escor, where the very earth itself is befouled with power gone mad, and not believe. You asked. But how could I block? I made a helpless gesture. Twist your power to avoid being cured. Because I think you are a powerful adept in your own right. But fearing the magic, you have suppressed it, and turned to your stinks and noises. She concluded with a gentle and ironic echo of her sister's earlier remarks. And you reproach me for this? No. Each must choose their own path. But I do not think yours will be easily accepted. It certainly won't be accepted unless I have an opportunity to present it to the council. She stiffened in my arms, an almost imperceptible wary withdrawing. You know me too well. Yes, I am going to ask you. No, please do not. Sinya, you know where this great meeting is to take place, don't you? Sea-Tree, don't be a devil. She lifted a hand to cover her eyes. And don't look like an appealing 6-year-old. She grimaced, but her heart wasn't in it. It only brought out her dimples and made her look like a young girl. Your son cannot wheedle as well as you, she concluded in exasperation. I haven't said a word, I exclaimed with wounded innocence. You don't need to. Shall we go say good night to our children? Her look was expressive, and though I felt it to be of paramount importance that I reach that meeting, I found myself relaxing and enjoying the game. We had played it often, and I blushed to admit that I often as not won. This might be harder, but sooner or later my wife would tell me what I wanted to know. Zevin was deeply asleep, his cheek pillowed on a stuffed toy, but Viviana was terrifyingly awake. I sighed, foreseeing a long stint of storytelling before those bright black eyes would close. Both the children had been given names meaning alive, for far too many children had been lost in this great war, their joy and sweetness forever silenced. It was perhaps rank superstition in the way the common folk of field and hearth are superstitious, but where my children were concerned, I set aside all pride or doubt. "You are very wakeful, my poppet," whispered Signe, seating herself on the edge of the bed and lifting our daughter into her arms for a quick kiss. "Everyone's so upset. It makes me want to cry." "Vi, you must not wander out of body. You know not the safeguards for such journeyings, and it is rude to read the thoughts of one's guests." "I'm not snooping. They're shouting. I can't help but hear." "She is too precocious," Signe sent to me, and we both started when Viviana chuckled, and we realized she had caught the thought. "She has too much of you in her," Signe said severely. "Ah, yes, the great adept," I replied, as I seated myself on the other side of the bed. "A story, Papa." "What kind of story?" "About the stars." "Once upon a time there was a beautiful lady who—" "No, not a baby story. A real story." I slid a glance to Signe, whose expression remained non-committal, and I began. "Do you remember what we've learned about stars?" "That they're big balls of fire." "That's right. And like our star, sun, they give light and warmth to other earths, so that the waters may run, and the trees grow, and the people prosper. And there are many stars, more stars than there are grains of sand on the beach at Old Port. And some will have planets like our planet, and some of those planets will have people." "Just like us?" "Well, I don't know." Her look clearly indicated that I should, and I thought how wonderful it was to be all-knowing in the eyes of children, and how unfortunate that such confidence did not last. I then thought of my relationship with my father, and decided that perhaps it would not be so wonderful. Without questioning, there could be no growth, and although a man or a culture could linger in a dreaming time, the end result was inevitably death. "Our ancestors," I continued, "came from such a world, but they came through a gate which allowed them to step through time and space in the blink of an eye. But such gates are difficult to build, and you don't know until you step through if the world on the other side will be a beautiful place where you can live, or a place of—" I shot a glance to Signe, "of stink and noise, where our kind cannot live." "So is there another way to go, Papa?" Sleep was deepening the little voice, and she struggled to keep her lids up. "Yes, I believe that we could build great ships that would sail through the heavens the way the raiders sail upon the inland sea. Some day, perhaps, I'll build you such a ship, and you can journey about the universe, and look down at worlds and find the ones that are nice, and meet the people who live there, and learn many, many wonderful things," I whispered, matching the words to her gradually deepening breaths. Her dark lashes quivered once on her cheeks, then lay still, and soft breaths escaped sweetly from between her parted lips. Cautiously I bent down and pressed my lips against her warm cheek. The child's smell was overwhelming, and I found myself having to blink back tears. While Signe pulled the covers about Viviana's shoulders, I slipped quickly to Zivin's bed and kissed the tumbled hair where it lay across his forehead. Senya closed the door to the nursery behind her and rested her back against the wooden panel. Her dark eyes were thoughtful as she gazed down at me. The meeting is at Los Quithas in the Garden of Stones, 2 days hence, at dawn. No words of thanks were necessary. All that was necessary was said later in the darkness of our chamber, and the giving was sweet. Los Quithas was no kin to the old race. In fact, none knew what race or place had given spawn to the mistress of possible futures. She was normally jealous of her privacy, I ruminated, as my Ranthan, Haquila, trotted easily along the river. But perhaps she, like all of us, had realized that we had reached the crisis point, that united we might stand, while divided we would assuredly fall. I traveled without escort, for it was going to be hard enough to get myself into the meeting without having to worry about a pack of men-at-arms, and though I was wary, and yes, a bit afraid, I enjoyed the sense of freedom which came with being out on my own. Nor was I completely defenseless. A force-whip hung at my belt, and my grandsire's sword had become, well, something more than a sword. I fingered the hilt of yellow quartz, and worried again, for if I drew this weapon against any magical foe, the wise ones would know that Senya had broken her vows of silence and secrecy, and begun to train me in the ways of power. Just what we need, I thought sourly. Another damn magic user in a world already overburdened with magic users. But as Senya had rightly pointed out, in such desperate times we could scorn no weapon, and even her cursory teachings over the past 2 days would be enough to get me past the wards and into the meeting. If you don't mind, I will not accompany you into the Garden of Stones, came Haquila's thought. I am but a junior in my people's councils, and I have no mind to be punished. I understand, and thank you for carrying me however far you will. Besides, this is my fight. And for what do you fight, Citri? I won't know until I hear of their great plan. Could be I'll agree. There was a dubious snort, and I wondered if everyone viewed me as such a contrary troublemaker. Well, questioning was good. Too much conformity led to stagnation, or worse, to everyone barking vigorously up the wrong tree. Unfortunately, it was just such a spirit of inquiry that had unleashed the power on Escor, and I feared that the reaction of the wise ones would be a rigid limiting of experimentation both in magic and science that would spell the end of the old race. Citri, came the warning, and I looked up from my reverie to see a long grey form disappearing into the bush to my right, like a cloud of mist from a hot spring. My mouth went suddenly dry. My breath stopped momentarily in my breast, and my diseased hip gave a sharp twinge, as if to remind me of my disability. My reaction shamed me, and I wondered if perhaps my father was correct, and I was a coward. But there was no time for such mind games and self-analysis. Only action could save us, and if I was too much of a coward to defend myself, I must at least think of my faithful companion. The grey ones oozed from the bushes as if drawn by the raw stink of my fear. If we run, they will pull us down. And if we stand, they will circle us and bind us forever. Give all your speed, and I shall try to keep them from your hindquarters. So be it. And with a great bound that almost threw me from the saddle, Aquila launched himself into a run. The grey ones gave voice, the wailing clamour rising from 11 throats, and I felt the hair on the nape of my neck rise in answer. It was one thing to listen to their cries from behind the safety of castle walls, another to hear it here in the wastes, with 2 long lines of the evil creatures racing at my flanks. One darted in toward Aquila's muzzle. I slashed, whip meeting werewolf at the apex of his leap. There was a brilliant flash and crackle, the odor of burning hair and flesh, and a string of fading whines as we shot past the first attacker. The victory gave me confidence until I remembered that 10 yet remained. I lay about us with the force whip,
missing more often than not, but at least holding the pack at bay while Aquila raced for the opening to Losquitha's basin.
A grey one settled onto the Ranthan's neck, sharp fangs snapping shut on the loose skin in front of his wither. Blood coursed between the white teeth, and over my mount's shoulder, while I beat desperately at the creature with the whip until it released the Ranthan.
But as it fell, its jaws opened wide, its breath washed over me, rank with the smell of putrefaction, and the teeth snapped shut on the butt of the whip, yanking it from my grasp as the grey one fell heavily to the ground.
Aquila's sharp hooves finished the creature, but it had also finished us, for it had taken my one weapon, and its grip on Aquila had slowed our progress. The entire pack was now almost upon us. Aquila struggled to regain his stride, while I clung like a bird to his long neck. A painful pressure in my side suddenly reminded me that I was not completely disarmed. I have never been a good swordsman, my leg ensured that, but I know the basics, and last night I had filled my ancestral weapon with a large part of my essence, making it my wand of power. The sense of being a limp victim passed away, and anger replaced the hopeless terror. Lifting my head, I focused on the red and black cliff face rising before us. At that curve, stop briefly and let me off. Then run for your life. No, I'll not leave you. You are wounded. You can do no good here. Save yourself, and find help. Aquila reluctantly agreed. His speed, despite his injury, had given us the few seconds of breathing space we needed. We reached the bend in the trail. He executed a haunch-sliding stop, and I leapt from the saddle, and immediately regretted the action, for a brand of agony shot down my leg and up into the groin. I bit back a groan, placed my back against the cliff face, and drew my grandfather's sword. It had fought many evils in the dark places of the world. Perhaps it would serve me now. I noticed again, as the blade hissed from its sheath, that the steel was no longer blue-tinged, but glowed with a golden fire, and I marveled that my feeble attempts at magic could have wrought this change. Then there was no more time for thought. The pack was upon me. I am left-handed, and that off-handedness disoriented my first attacker, giving me an opening. I slipped the blade between his ribs and jumped back awkwardly as the grey one coughed blood across my boots. The survivors became more cautious then, darting in and out like raging grey shadows. The sword wove a net of protection before me, but soon a burning fire began to lick at the muscles of my arm, and my breath grew short. I raged at myself for becoming so out of condition. Hours spent in my lab and at my desk might have strengthened my mind, but they had done nothing for the body save grow an incipient paunch and shorten my wind. And now I was truly living to regret it. I blinked hard, clearing the stinging sweat from my eyes, and brushed across my forehead with the back of my free hand. My troth ring, placed there by Signa at our betrothal, touched cold against my moist skin, and I was shaken by a deep inner vibration, as if a spirit gong had been struck within my breast. Last night I had lain with my head in her lap, roving out of body with the help of Ilbane, while Signa wove dreams that separated my soul from my body, and taught me various spells and rituals to help me on my way. Most had concerned the passing of warded places, for she knew the entrance to the garden of stones would be carefully guarded. But perhaps there had been spillover from her mind, which my unconscious had absorbed. Or perhaps she had given me more than I realized, for suddenly words of power reverberated through my mind. I cried aloud the strange words, and the sword blazed in answer. Ruby-red runes glowed from deep within the metal of the blade, and I felt a great draining, as if part of myself had passed into the blade, and out into the glowing eyes of my enemies. The effect upon the grey ones was electric. They dropped to their bellies, and, whining like whipped curs, scuttled backward out of range of both sword and voice. Soon all that was left were traces of blood on the rocks, where I had succeeded in striking a few of them. The artificial energy provided by fear and danger passed, and left me limp and gasping. Coupled with this was the draining by the sword, so I was a sorry figure when I finally resumed my journey. With apologies to my ancestors, who had carried the sword into honorable combat, and to the sword itself, it had begun to take on an aura of life in my fevered mind. I used it as a cane as I hobbled down the path toward Losquitha's garden. Haquila's tracks and blood marked the path. Then several other Ranthan tracks joined his, and I breathed a prayer of thanks. He would now be safe. As Signa had predicted, there were wards set at the wall. In my exhausted state, I would have blundered into the invisible lines of power like an ox going down to water. But the sword again came to my rescue. The runes glowed, less bright than when we had faced the grey ones, but enough to catch my attention. I gaped at them. Why hadn't Grandfather mentioned this peculiarity of the blade? Or was it something my fumbling attempts at magic had wrought? Then realized what their presence must signify. I made a sign in the air before me. Despite Signa's coachings, I still felt awkward and guilty using power, and I was very surprised when it worked. The intricate lines hung like golden fire in the air. There was an answering gleam from the ward, and then it collapsed. Feeling rather cocky, I hobbled briskly across the hard-packed sand, around a corner of the wall, and came upon a pair of guardians who could not be witched away by a wave of the hand. 2 men-at-arms stood on the rim of the basin, swords drawn, expressions grim. I cursed myself for a fool. Did I think that no one would have noticed the falling of the ward? The men advanced on me, and I hurriedly slammed my sword back into its scabbard, having no wish to invite a fight, especially with men who were not my enemies. Suddenly one of the soldiers pulled off his helmet, exclaiming, "Sitri!" "Adorjan!" I cried, surprised in my turn at the sight of my childhood friend. "Sitri, you fool! I might have spitted you like a Thaz before I realized my mistake." I tried not to let it hurt that he compared me to the squat, evil underground dwellers, but some of my pain must have shown on my face, for he leapt to my side and dropped an arm over my shoulders. "Oh, gods, I'm sorry. Often and often my father has told me that my witless mouth would get me in trouble. Forgive me. Of course, I probably do look like the remains from— But what are you doing here? I must speak with the council. Hear their plans." "Why?" And his face had suddenly become closed and cold. "Because I fear what they will do in their desperation to escape the adepts. And I can offer another alternative. Please, let me go in. I will leave my sword with your companion as token of my good faith, and you may escort me yourself." He stared, considering, at the sandy ground beneath his feet, then nodded. Not for nothing had he lived in my father's house as a squire for 6 years. He knew I could be trusted, and that I brought no evil. I handed over the sword, and a dorjan led me to the edge of the basin. In the hollow below lay the raked blue sands and tiny rock islands of Loskitha's garden. "Step not upon the blue sand," my friend cautioned, and I needed no second reminder. I had had quite enough of magic for one day. The trail down was steep, and with my bad leg treacherous, but a dorjan kept his hands on my shoulders, steadying me. Soon the murmur of voices became apparent, trickling from the cave mouth. As we entered, conversation died, and what seemed like a sea of blank and angry faces turned to face me. Only my sister-in-law gave voice, calling out my name in a tone that dripped acid. "What are you doing here?" demanded the wise woman who commanded all the witches of Escor. Her true name was unknown to me, and I was so far beneath her notice that she had never even bothered to provide me with a false one. I knew her only as the guardian. I bowed, my leg trembling with strain, and looked longingly at a nearby stone. "Oh, by the power, let the creature sit before he collapses," came a sharp, dry old voice. The speaker was a tiny, wizened woman of indeterminate years, whose white hair hung pale pennants about her face, but whose green eyes shone with the light of great wisdom. Though I had never beheld her, I knew from the stories that this must be Loskitha. "To the giver of the—" I began the ritual greeting, but was cut short by my acerbic hostess. "The man is a fool as well as a cripple. You have not been invited to enter here. You are an interloper, and I would know the reason." "I would hear this great plan for our salvation, because I may be able to offer an alternative." "What alternative?" snapped Jacinda. "Wait," spoke up the guardian before I could reply. "How came you to know of our location, or make your way past the wards?" I stared mulishly down at my hands. "Did Senya tell you? Give you aid?" "Maybe, maybe not," and the words sounded childish even to my ears. There was more disgruntled murmuring. Then Morkant, a soft smile on her ever-changing features, said, "Such valor and perseverance deserve some reward. What harm will it do to have Sitri join in this council?" "He is not one of the chosen." "You err, Jacinda. He has power, else Senya could not have trained him, and he could not have crossed our wards." A number of interested glances were directed toward me, and I huddled deeper into my cloak. "I want it not. Magic has been our bane." Morkant, the guardian, and several men with wands, thrust through their belts, huddled about Loskitha. When they broke apart, the ancient seer of futures gazed at me. "Very well, man. You may stay. Thus far in our deliberations we have agreed that those of your kind must leave Escor, cross the mountains to the east, and seek safety." "What of you?" I looked to Morkant. "We are one with this land," explained the Lady of the Green Silences. "We cannot leave the earth that spawned us, and, forgive me, but it is your kind who have unleashed the evil. If you go, perhaps the evil will wither away." "Or feed upon itself," added Loskitha sourly. "And perhaps it won't, or will follow after," I cried, horrified at the idea of fleeing from our golden land, of retreating before our enemies. "We will see that it follows us not," spoke up the guardian. "But none of this is necessary." "Oh? You would have us stay and continue this losing battle? Loosing more power upon a land already reeling beneath such assaults? No, I would have us try another way. What other way? We came from a world where science held sway, or if it was not supreme, at least shared an honorable place with the exercise of power. Let us rediscover those tools and use them against our enemies. You talk of machines. Yes, my God! He would make us slaves to the machine. It is not to be borne. The horrified whispers ran like frightened animals about the rock walls. No! I am not advocating that we forget our heritage. I am merely saying we should use all the gifts and talents with which the Creator has endowed us.
What sin is there in easing the lot of the man who tills the fields, in speeding the journey of the peddler, using new methods to heal old injuries?
Steel comes from the synthesis of iron and carbon, and is stronger than either alone. So might we be, if we use not only our power, but our minds. But you have not come here to advocate peace, and these devil's inventions of yours can only lead to death. Madam, with all due respect, there is no item that can fit to the hand of man that cannot be used as a weapon. Would you therefore have us live like the grazing herds on the plain, naked and defenseless, fleeing from our enemies lest we learn, and in learning lose our innocence? We can build weapons which would be immune to sorcery, for they have no souls, could pass through the deadly woods, for they breathe not, could bring down the walls of the strongest castle. No, the guardian said flatly. The battle did not end there, but raged on for several more minutes, for I am not one to be easily gainsaid. In fact, Senia has often remarked that I am as stubborn as a pig. But nothing I said this day swayed my listeners. They were determined upon their course. Since you now know of our plans, return to your keep, and prepare your people for the exodus, the guardian imperiously ordered. And wearily, with tears pricking at my lids, and my heart bruised by the coming parting from the home and land that I loved, I obeyed. "You are mad, mad!" Tahone shouted into my face. So close was he, and so great was his anger, that tiny drops of spittle landed wetly on my cheeks. "With this machine we can entomb Dokar and all his servants in a kind of living death within his castle. That will prove nothing. The plans are set. The people begin their flight. They will not listen to you. Use your wonderful toy to aid in the escape. Do not go looking for trouble, or it will, by God, find you. Tahone, God knows I am no great hero, but this is something I must do." He stared desperately to where my wife leaned against the table. "Senia, talk to him." "I have, for many hours, and to no purpose." I lifted my eyes from my final tinkering, saw that her face was blotched, as if by long crying, and my heart withered. She was like a statue in my arms as I held her close, but we were too closely linked mind to mind for me not to sense her agony. "My love, if I fail, nothing is lost. I will leave my uselessly humming machine on the hill, overlooking Dokar's keep, and ride to join you. Little in life is ever so simple. I'm the pessimist, remember?" Her hands cupped my face, and her eyes seemed to bore into mine until they filled the entire room. "You must truly do this thing." "I must, or live forever with regret." "Then go, with all the blessings and wardings I can place upon you." "Senia!" Tahone cried in anguish. But I waited no longer, simply fitted the stasis device into my saddlebag and limped quickly for the tower door. "Delay your own departure no longer. If I fail, I will catch you before the mountains." "See that you do, my lord, for the wise ones will turn the mountains behind us to guard our flight,
and any caught in those forces will be as if they never existed." I swallowed fear and nodded, then ran back and embraced her once more. Her lips held mine in a frenzied kiss, and I tasted doom and parting. The premonition, if it was such, shook me to my soul, and I thrust her away, lurching for the door. Her voice husky, she whispered, "We will remember. In crystal memories, in futures yet unseen," I answered, and her blown kiss seemed to actually fall upon my face. I whirled and clattered down the stairs. I took a back way out of the castle, avoiding the assemblage already gathered in the courtyard. I had taken leave of my father last night, and my children this morning as they nodded over their porridge. It had little to do with sparing them pain. If I had seen them, I would instantly have foregone this mad attempt. Aquila set his fastest pace as we raced across the plain toward Dukar's fortress of darkness. Occasionally my hand slipped to my sword, and back to the device, an ordinary-looking lump beneath the leather of the saddlebag. We crested the ridge overlooking the castle, and Aquila leapt sideways into a sheltering bush, for the gate was open, and to my fearful eyes it seemed that all the inhabitants of hell were issuing forth. A great army already spread across the plain like some noxious, creeping growth, and more followed. I pulled a glass from my bag and swept the front ranks of the multitude. He was easy to spot, a glowing figure mounted upon a coal-black kifan. An aura of red-gold flame surrounded his body, as if the human vessel were too small to contain the force of his power. And though the fire and the form were beautiful to look upon, I was not deceived. Here rode Dukar, a prince among demons, greatest among the dark ones who gambled with and for our land. "Sitri, your machine!" "It is hopeless. Had I caught them within, but they are spread too far. It has not the range." Aquila seemed to slump beneath me, and I laid a comforting hand upon his sweating neck. My own body felt heavy and cold, and I longed for some comfort for me. We continued to sit and watch, mesmerized, I think, by the sight of so much evil gathered in one place. My sword was a blazing gold and red beacon at my side, and I suddenly and fearfully wondered if the presence of an opposing power within his realm would alert Dukar. As if in answer to my thought, the Black One rose high in his stirrups and gave a great cry, and like a surging wave the entire host plunged forward at the gallop. My hand tightened on the rein, but they were not headed for me, but rather west. "No!" I screamed, and Aquila needed no urgings, but shot like a red comet down the ridge, directly before the advancing army. Sobbing, shouting, cursing whatever traitor had given to this hell-born creature the very time of the great exodus, I rode forth, a mad general of an army of one. I stared at the looming host, and thought of it falling upon the rear of my people, women, children, old people, peasants, wains filled with household goods and supplies adding to the confusion, while the few protectors who rode at the flanks tried to engage the black thunderbolt that had fallen upon them, saw swords rise, fall, rise again, dripping gore, saw slavering jaws close upon tender baby flesh. "Viviana! Zeven!" Disorder began to radiate from the front ranks like ripples in a pond as I plunged on. Dukar rose again in his stirrups, raised his hand, and I drew my blade. The runes were so bright that they threw a ruby glow about Aquila and me, and as a bolt of black shot from Dukar's hand, the sword blazed in answer, throwing up a shield of golden fire. The blast of power ricocheted away, striking one of Dukar's lieutenants in the chest. He shuddered, his flesh ran like molten wax, and his mount went mad, plunging back into the ranks. I swallowed bile, and hauled my eyes away from that gruesome spectacle for the worse one that faced me. Dukar, fair face thrown to the sky, eyes closed, chanted. And as they emerged from his mouth, the words took form. Nothing so simple as monsters. He had enough of those at his tail. This was a drifting miasma which floated with deceptive slowness toward my ward, and explored its golden surface with searching figures seeking for any weakness. I dredged up some more words of power from where Senya had placed them in my subconscious, and a great sweet-smelling wind raced across the grass, tossed the trees, and carried away the mist with tattered wailings. Dukar again attacked, and I again countered, and so it went, minute after endless minute. I could do no more than stand and parry, for I had not the strength nor the training to initiate combat. But it was enough, for I held him furious and stymied as his easy prey moved farther and farther to the west, beyond his reach. Eventually, I know not how long it took, for time had ceased to have any meaning for me, the ache and weakness in my limbs became a burning agony, and I knew I was spent. "Aquila," I whispered, "I'm not quite ready to become a dead hero." "Nor I. And if we flee, they may follow. That is not very encouraging, but is of course to be fervently hoped for if they're following us, they won't be following our people," we concluded together. And with a great bound, that great-hearted Ranthan, my dear friend, leapt away, and raced to the northwest toward the under-mountain caves, where my grandfather had established a stronghold in case of total destruction upon the surface. And follow they did. Perhaps the long battle had weakened Dukar's logical thought processes, or perhaps he merely concluded that the people had traveled too far beyond his reach. Aquila left me at the mouth of the underground river. Wading into the river, I pulled a small flat-bottomed boat from beneath some concealing reeds, loaded in the saddlebags, then turned and clung to the Ranthan's slender neck. "I will not see you again in this life." His thought was mournful, and I choked back tears. "No, but see to it that you finish out this life." "I will try. Farewell, old friend." "Farewell. If you see Senya again, tell her I know." And he was gone, with a flick of his white bobbed tail, and the clatter of hooves on stone. Slowly, painfully, I maneuvered my way into the boat, and paddled into the Stygian darkness beneath the mountain. It wasn't long before I heard sounds of pursuit from behind. Apparently Dukar was determined to have a scapegoat for his failure, and I shuddered to think what exquisite agonies he might concoct for my pleasure. I paddled harder until the steps and looming rock-cut buildings rose before me. I quickly scrambled up the steps, dragging the saddlebags, and a faint silver glow marked my passing. I cursed my grandfather for his courtesy and concern for people's toes, for I was clearly silhouetted by the pale light. I passed through one of the 10 doors and gaped momentarily at the piles of chests which lay about the dais and chair. My old grandsire had apparently already made use of his underground vault, and with a hysterical giggle I wondered if my father knew of the wealth which lay mouldering beneath these mountains. It would truly have killed him. And speaking of killing, there was the scrape of metal on stone and soft footfalls. Quickly I knelt and feverishly pulled out the stasis device, unbuckled scabbard, and dropped it. Then, with sword in one hand and device in the other, went up the stairs, seated myself on the chair. It had been designed for a far larger man, so there was room for my little invention at my side. I set the controls, narrowing the range, and waited, hand poised over the triggering switch. Dukar entered,
and stared at me.
So, it is the cripple of Rashinaya who has stood against me. You will wish, before the end, that you had fled with your own, or fallen to one of my spells. Brave words, and you may wish you had exercised more prudence, and not followed me. A badger is more dangerous in its own lair. I only hoped my words were not mere bombast and bravado, for the mad flight across the plains and the dunking it had received might well have damaged my precious toy. Give me the sword. With pleasure. I tried to smile, but it felt more like an expression of rictus as I tossed the blade onto the floor at the foot of the dais and triggered the device. Blue light shot from its intricate cone, and instantly a strange lethargy enveloped my limbs. "Out! Out!" I heard Dukar shouting, as if from a great distance, and watched as he and his men staggered like men caught in deep water toward the door. The door slammed shut behind them, and I was alone, and trapped for all time. For within the widening stasis field, I could not turn off my creation. We will remember. Her voice echoes ghost-like within my mind, and I release my desperate struggle against the forces I have unleashed. They have let me remember. No more is necessary. I am content to wait upon the future. Afterward. I am no stranger to the Witchworld books. In fact, they, together with the Heinlein juveniles, introduced me to science fiction these many years ago, and I read and enjoy them still today. One of the things that always intrigued me was the hint that some of the inhabitants of the Witchworld passed through a gate from a more technological world, which started me wondering why they abandoned technology. And so Futures was born. I am primarily a science fiction writer, so that unnaturally I have a bias toward science and technology as a means of problem-solving. I sense in this country today an alarming anti-technological and anti-scientific mentality, and I think it endangers us, both as a nation and as a species. I have little patience with people who urge us to return to the good old days of living in harmony with nature. The bottom line is that nature can kill you, and I personally think antibiotics and other modern discoveries represented a great leap forward for mankind. So I let Citri speak for me, and I hope someday he will be awakened from the stasis which holds him. We need good minds. Melinda M. Snodgrass. Solcarius's Sons by Lisa Swallow. The old Solcar man yanked the needle through the canvas, tying off the last stitch. His scarred, thick-jointed hands cramped, and now refused to unbend. He dropped the needle atop spools of coarse thread, then pushed the heavy sail off his lap onto the cabin floor. Outside, the moon, the stars, even a light on the distant shore, rose and fell with the motion of the sea. "They're calling me," he muttered to no one in particular. Little Ortons stopped coiling the thick rope to listen very hard. "Who's calling you, Grandpa?" "All I hear is the waves on the hull." "Ah, you hear it too." The Solcar man reached his hands out to the black metal stove, also bolted against the unceasing action of wind and waves. He looked up, his eyes misty, his lips firm. His glance took in the whole of the thick-timbered cabin, the bundles of special cargo too precious for the damp hold, the weathered charts on the wall, his own well-worn sea-boots by the door. He yearned for more work, but with 2 women close to delivery and 1 man lamed from a fall, there was not even enough sit-down work to go around. Whenever one of the children passed within arm's reach, his hand shot out to tousle curly blonde hair or brush a soft pink cheek. One by one his family finished their chores, stomped through the door, and shook sea spray from their hair and coats. Last came his son, now a fine captain himself. Before closing the door behind him, he nodded to some sailor, out of sight to the old man. Those with no kin ties aboard, no family with which to spend the dark night, would tend the ship, keep her on course until the morning gave the sea a reddish glow. "Please, Grandpa, can I sit on your lap tonight?" Locutha asked. His son answered for him before he could speak. "Not tonight. Grandpa's tired." "But I'll take a big serpent hug," the gnarled old man said as he pulled her in close. He held her tight for a long time, savoring her fresh child scent, feeling the smoothness of her skin and hair. The whole family took up their places, cross-legged at his feet. He looked from one much-loved face to another before he finally began. "Tonight I want to tell you a very special story. It's a story my grandfather told me when I was just about your age." He winked at Orton's. "And a story you'll tell your grandchildren when you get to be mine. This story is about brave, beautiful Anatella." He paused for a moment, waiting for Locutha to stop pulling her brother's hair, then waved his finger in the air and warned, "This story is very important to the Sulcar people, so do not miss a word." "Imagine," he began, "back to a time when men were too tall to board our ships without bumping their heads on the rigging, and so strong that one man could hoist the mainsail on his own." The old man paused for effect. "Now, picture a beautiful girl named Anatella, who lived with her father on a huge mountain near to the seacoast of Karsten." "I don't want to hear about any old landlubber," Orton's protested. "I felt the same when I first heard this story," the old man said, smiling slightly. "But Anatella was not just any landlubber, nor did she live out her entire life apart from the sea. You see," he paused again to make sure everyone was listening, "Anatella was the mother of us all. Humph! Have you never wondered why we live upon the seas and all other men live on hard, dry ground? Why they fear the water that for us is life? Why our true beliefs do not mesh with theirs?" Orton's nodded. "Well, then listen, and open your heart and mind as well as your ears." Hundreds of miles away from the nearest mountain, the captain's fire crackled. The old man's voice lulled his family. "Anatella spent her 17th winter alone, except for her father, cut off from the rest of the world by oceans of snow. Many of her kind would have pined away from loneliness, but Anatella was mountain-bred. Like the Sulcar, she had learned to love herself and to relish every moment of her life, whether it be spent in company or alone. In the spring the roads firmed after an early thaw. Anatella and her father saddled their mounts for the long trek down to the nearest village. The weather was crisp and clear. Celanti flowers bloomed profusely at every turn. It was a beautiful, uneventful journey, until a handful of moments changed the course of Anatella's life. And of ours. When they rode into the first clearing, 2 knives greeted them. One ruffled Anatella's hair as it passed. The other hit her father in the thigh, and he doubled over with pain. Whoops and hollers shattered the peace of the glade. Outlaws dragged the mountain man from his saddle. 2 more came at Anatella. She knocked the first man down with one well-aimed kick. Almost in a single motion she unsheathed her hunting knife and cut a red stripe across the second man's forearm, causing his knife to clatter to the ground. Anatella raced to her father's side. Though sorely outnumbered, his skillful slashing kept the outlaws at bay for the time being. In a glance, she saw he had pulled the knife out of his leg, saw the blood pulse from his open wound, and pool on the ground. "Anatella, no!" he yelled. "Run while you can." She hesitated, torn between obedience and her fear for her father's life. "Look out!" he shouted. 2 attackers came at her from the rear. Her frightened horse lunged forward, out of control. By the time she had calmed the mount, she was at the far side of the clearing. As one in a trance, she watched the highwaymen heading toward her. She stared numbly at her father's body, where it lay on the muddy ground. "Don't kill her! She's mine!" The outlaw she had wounded led the group, astride her father's mare. She swung her gelding around and headed up the mountain. Hours later, she found herself trapped on the only path up the steep mountain. She tried to leave the trail, but each time the harsh terrain slowed her progress and recorded her passage in mud and broken branches. Her pursuers had an easy time tracking her. Still, she continued toward her cabin, the only refuge she knew. Instead of a camp that night, Anatella settled against the trunk of a tree and heaped dry leaves over her body for warmth. Each creaking tree branch, each rummaging opossum, startled her and rekindled her fear of the men that followed. When she closed her eyes, she saw her father's body, a dirt-colored mound left in the clearing to rot or to feed the winter-hungry scavengers. Tears would not come, nor the death prayers she knew she should say, for a part of her could not accept that he was gone. At the first hint of light in the eastern sky, she resaddled the horse. It quickened its pace as it neared the cabin, and Anatella felt her own excitement grow as she, too, picked out landmarks she had known all her life. Inside the cabin she had left only the day before, the emptiness seemed to cry out to her. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she refused to let them fall. Instead, she set herself to hunting a new kind of game. She pulled down the metal traps that her father saved for the most vicious beasts. With each set of sharp teeth she pried open, she reminded herself nothing could be more vicious than the men that followed. Anatella turned her back on her home and continued her trek. Just as she reached the mountain's summit, she heard a piercing scream. She'd heard that same kind of cry from a trapped mountain wolf. The others would be more careful from now on, she thought. But maybe they would not expect traps in the kitchen or under the bed. A second, higher-pitched scream filtered through the trees, and Anatella smiled grimly before heading down the seldom-traveled far side of her mountain. The deer trail she followed ended at a fast-flowing river, too swift to ford. She loosened her horse's reins and set about finding some kind of protection. She had just finished tying off the first trap when the outlaws crashed through the brush. "There she is!" the leader shouted, pointing with his left arm, for his right was cradled in a ragged sling. Anatella backed away from them, into the brush and undergrowth, until she could move no farther. She held her breath as the first one approached. Closer, closer, until she could smell his filth, and then she cut the string, and 2 branches of dagger thorns shredded his face and chest. The second man stepped over the first. She had no more tricks, but her eyes were still keen. She hurled her knife straight into his heart. Now only the leader remained. He came at her slowly, eyes narrowed, jaw clenched. The branches that had kept her safe up to now held her captive, an easy prey. He stuck his good arm through the branches and grabbed a handful of her hair. "You'd better be worth it," he began, licking his lips. He dragged her out of her hiding place, yanking when her clothing caught on a branch or a thorn poked her side. Then he pushed her to the ground and straddled her. "You cost me 3 good men." His hand reached out for her tattered shirt, but instead of ripping it away, he jerked upward and collapsed on top of her. The man's weight pinned Anatella to the ground. She waited 3 full breaths before she realized he was dead. Cautiously, she pulled herself out from under the outlaw. An ornately carved green spear stuck out of his back. She turned toward the river, the direction from which the spear had come. Sure, an even meaner, more vicious outlaw waited. What she saw there confused her, for the man in the water could barely be called human. He was tall and thin, with webbing between his fingers and toes. His hair and skin were pale, with a silver tinge. His eyes were like green diamonds, set deep within their sockets. Slits marked either side of his long neck. Water dripping from his hair and scant clothing, he looked at her solemnly, then took 1 step forward. "Stay away," she begged. "I mean you no harm." His voice was soft and low. He wrenched his spear out of the dead man, then squatted before her, just out of reach. "Who are you?" she asked. "Friend," was his only reply. He held his hand out to her, nodded gently when she began to relax. Anatella's shock at the outlaw's threats and sudden death slowly faded. Now all her aches and cuts began to throb with pain. She closed her eyes and let her head sink back in exhaustion. In 2 steps the strange man reached her side. His touch was cool and gentle. She sensed his manner, concerned. Before she knew it, he had picked her up, large though she was, and carried her into the river. He scooped up some floating algae, squeezed it dry, then dabbed her forehead and eyes. "Don't try to move," he said. But she had to move. She was suddenly surrounded by more water than she had ever seen before. "Take me back to shore. Just leave me there. I'll be fine," she said weakly. "But your wounds need tending." He took her deeper and deeper into the water until she was almost afloat. "Take me back," she pleaded. "I can't swim." "But I can." He laughed gently and tightened his hold on her. Anatella closed her eyes to the terrifying wetness. "Wait! My horse!" The man looking down at her sighed. He carried her back to shore, then freed her gelding, the mare, and the outlaw's horses as well. "Now will you let me help you?" he asked, kneeling at her side. She searched those strange eyes, and felt as though she might lose herself. "But I don't even know your name," she whispered. "My name is Olcarius. I am of the Krogan, and I would care for you at my home until your wounds have healed. May I take you there?" Their eyes met. "Yes." Gently he floated her downstream. She calmed herself by concentrating on his strength and confidence. Soon they reached the river island, where he lived with many other pale-skinned water people. Anatella forgot her pains in the wonders that she saw. Soft-plumed trees, rooted in the fine white sand, fragrant yellow and green blossoms, water children frolicking with huge aquatic mammals. The people stayed back from her, until Olcarius signaled to one woman in a light yellow drape, who hurried to his side and shook her head at the sight of all Anatella's wounds. The woman was a healer. She dealt with Anatella's cuts and bruises quickly, using strange and mysterious herbs. When Anatella was well enough to sit up, she helped the healer, sorting herbs, preparing bandages, and mixing salves. Though she was never asked, Anatella continued to work with the healer long after the wounds healed, repaying her debt with an hour of service here, an hour there. The rest of the time, she clung to Olcarius as her foremost friend, and he introduced her to his world. Each day he showed her something more marvelous than the day before, from shells that glowed underwater to the asp's half-submerged dome house. Even when she worked with the healer, he was never far. She would look up now and then to catch him watching from the corner of his eye, and they would laugh. "Why do you watch me so?" she asked one day. "Because your strange eyes mirror my world." He paused. "Everything you see is reflected back, the same, yet different. Through you I see as if for the first time, and realize how much I love life." Anatella laughed again. Although the water people's ways seemed strange at first, she welcomed the differences. Here there was little to remind her of her father's horrible death, little to inspire panicked dreams of the chase. She tried to fit in as best she could, even learning to swim, but always she felt handicapped, because she had neither the webbing nor the gills that made the water people so well suited to their aquatic life. As fall turned the feathery leaves to skeletons, the water people became suddenly subdued. Their life took on a strange kind of purpose, previously lacking, and everyone worked together, preparing for some special festival. "What is going on?" she asked Olcarius when no one else was about. "The Donta are leaving," he said. There was no smile on his lips now. "The Donta?" He nodded to the river, where the children played intensely with the brown-furred creatures. "Our animal friends." "But I thought there were pets. They're leaving? Why? How do you know?" "They leave every year at this time, to swim downriver to the sea, where the waters never freeze, even in the coldest winters." "But they'll come back, won't they?" "Yes." For some reason, even this knowledge did not comfort him. "Then why are you all so solemn?" He looked at her as he would a child who refused to understand. Then the stern look faded from his face, and he led her to the quiet cove that had become their own special place. He held her hand loosely, toying with her fingers a while before turning to her. "There are parts of the Krogan way of life that none of your kind has ever known." Anatella felt she should say something, but she knew not how to respond. "We Krogan trace our heritage back to the time of the old ones. But what happened then has always been cloaked in mystery. Some things we know, others we do not. The Donta are one of the things we know." He shifted his weight so his whole body faced her. "The Donta are not pets or wild animals, or beings over which we have dominance. The Donta are our equals, because the Donta are—" Anatella watched Olcarius, struggling with the words, perhaps even struggling with the decision to explain this secret to her. Finally he took a deep breath and said, "Death holds no reins over the water people. We fear it not, for we know that death is but another journey. It ends in new life. For us, new life as Donta. For the Donta, new life as men. It is a circle never ending." After he'd said it, he turned away from her, cutting her off, forcing her to look out at the water and the children frolicking with the Donta pups. The scene only served to distance Annatella from the people she had come to love. Try as she might, she could not think of the soft brown creatures as anything more than friendly animals. Annatella saw now that days had turned into months, and she had accepted the Krogan as her own people, wallowing in security to which she had no right. She held her webless hand in front of her face and said, "The winter affects more than just Donta. Soon the countryside between here and my home will be impassable. I should leave also." "No! Not you too!" Olcarius's words seemed to explode from him, shocking them both. "I mean, why leave it all?" he said more calmly. "You have no family or friends there. Unless the mountains call you so strongly." "No, the mountains have no power over me, not like the water over you, but do you feel unwelcome here?" "Of course not. I feel like an honored guest." He nodded, as if he understood that she wanted to be needed and accepted in a way no guest could ever be. "But leaving is not the only solution," he pointed out. Annatella felt his closeness, and her pulse quickened. "I can make you one of us. As easy as this," he said, kissing her gently. They married in the fall, and while his people added an S to his name, because he had married outside of his clan, they also accepted Annatella as a new addition to their family. In her 18th summer, Annatella bore her first child. In most respects, the babe resembled his mother. There was no sign of the webbed feet or gills. His hair was a light golden yellow, halfway between her brown and his father's silver, and his eyes were human-looking, but green. From his father he inherited a love of water that had no bounds. Annatella bore 3 more children. The next 2 were boys, human like the first. The final babe, a tiny girl, was the image of her father. They named her Omala, for the morning star under which she was born. The happy family knew much joy for many years. Every spring they celebrated the coming of the sacred Donta, swimming and singing a gay farewell to the winter ice. Every fall they waved a tearful goodbye, as their aquatic friends set off on the long journey back to the warmth of the sea. The large playful Donta intrigued Annatella. She studied them often, seeking some sign that the Krogan legend was true. She needed to believe that her loved ones would never be lost to her, as her father was now. When doubt crept into her thoughts, she shook them away, taking comfort in the knowledge that their deaths might not come for many, many years. On this peaceful, idyllic island, surely her family was safe. One spring morning, Annatella sat on the island's sandy beach, working the skin of a strange water creature into pliable leather. Now and then the children's laughter and low Donta calls were too much to ignore. Then she would stop her work long enough to watch the water children hold on to their Donta mounts as the animals leapt high into the air, spinning and flapping through a water obstacle course. Her own boys she picked out easily, with their yellow hair and their Donta's frequent obliging trips to the surface for air. Omala, she noticed, stayed far from the others, foregoing the play, choosing instead to help a small crippled Donta learn to swim. The older Donta lay half-submerged in the marshy edges of the river, pulling up lilies and tamdur to eat the bulbous roots, nibbling on the rush's tender new growth. Suddenly, Anatella noticed a group of strange, bristle-covered monsters approaching the marsh. They were hunchbacked, ugly creatures, with sharp claws and drooling, pointy mouths. Anatella had heard of the Thas, and the sight of them caused her heart to miss a beat. Before she had time to raise the warning conch shell, they attacked the resting Donta, slitting their chests and throats with the swipe of a paw. Anatella gagged at the brutality of the Thas, but still she forced her lips to purse and managed to blow a single pleading note of alarm. Then Anatella dropped the shell and screamed. Of all the water people, only little Omala was near enough to aid the Donta. Anatella watched, horrified, as her daughter unsheathed her small fishing knife and hurried toward the slaughter. Anatella dove into the water herself and hurried to her daughter's aid, knowing all the while that there was no way she could cross the river in time. "Omala, no!" Anatella yelled when she surfaced, but the girl did not hear. The small golden-haired child crept up behind a monster that struggled with a limp carcass 3 times its weight. "Help!" Anatella cried, as she caught her breath a second time. The shore was still hopelessly far away. "Save her! Dusa, please do not let my daughter die!" She begged of the first of her island friends to reach the beach. Then she struck out for the shore again, this time keeping her head above water, so she would not lose sight of her precious child. Omala tiptoed up close behind the monster, knife raised. When she was within striking distance, she brought the blade down onto the base of its skull. But the animal's skin must have been thick indeed, for instead of falling, the creature swung around. Its knife-sharp claws cut through the air. Omala collapsed at its feet. The sight burned itself into Anatella's brain, to replay over and over whenever she closed her eyes. Anatella swam faster, harder, drawn by the sight of her daughter being dragged limply away. After they were out of sight, she still watched. She was unaware of the water through which she swam, until the smell of death distracted her, and she looked down at the swirling liquid stained with blood. By this time the water people had caught up with her. No bodies remained. They found only reddened soil and a path of well-trodden vegetation. The path ended at a cankerous hole in the ground, larger than normal for the Thas, as if they had planned all along to kill the Donta, and had dug their tunnel large enough to accommodate the Donta's bulk. Anatella could barely speak. Solcarius, when he returned from inspecting the Thas' digging, wrapped her in his arms, and they clung to each other for support. The Krogan chief murmured something to a group of men, and they hurried to the island. He signaled to the women, who swam off to intercept the children before their curiosity brought them face to face with the scene of death. Soon the men returned, each laden with an armful of spears. One by one, the men retrieved their own spears. The last weapon belonged to Solcarius. He took it wordlessly, ran his hand up and down its length, fingered the point. The chief nodded, and the men set off in pursuit of the Thas. "Kill them for me," Anatella whispered. But as Solcarius turned to join the other men, she called, "No, don't go. What if—" He hurried back to her and held her against his chest. "I have no choice," he told her. "She was our daughter. I must." "I know. But if something should happen to you, if you should die—" "Death is but another journey, remember?" he said with a half-smile. "I would prefer to make all journeys with you, but we cannot always choose the path we follow." "But I need you so, and I love you." "And the love I feel for you is so strong that nothing will keep us apart for long. Take heart, mirror to my soul." Then he kissed her and strode away without looking back. Anatella sat vigil by the carved stone meeting chair. She fought against sleep, afraid to close her eyes, lest her memories be given new life. I could have saved her, she told herself. If I had been Krogan, I could have reached her in time, and she'd be alive now. When she wasn't feeling guilty, her body shook with fear for her husband. At dusk of the second day, the men returned. They barely looked Krogan. Their faces and necks were brown from dirt, yet their bodies had been washed clean in the river. Their shoulders hunched forward under the burden of the 3 bodies they brought with them. Anatella was sure one of the bodies would be Omala. She ran to the first litter, then the second. But even the third litter carried a body too large for her darling daughter. "Sulcarius!" she screamed when she saw the final dead man's face. As with the other dead men, his precious spear had been split down the middle. Bark from a cork tree had been wrapped around the 2 halves, forming a litter that also served as a raft. Anatella knelt down by him. She tore off a piece of her skirt and tried to wipe the dirt and water off his still face. He seemed almost peaceful. Inch by inch, she let her eyes travel his body, praying she would find no wound, that he might somehow be asleep. When her eyes reached his groin, she saw the gash, festering already from the poison in the Tha's claws. But the cut had severed the artery, and he had died even before the poison had time to work. "Do something! You can do miracles! Save him!" she pleaded to the healer. But the healer shook her head and turned away. Sulcarius's mother took Anatella's hand and led her away. Father and daughter would have been laid out on the island shore together. However, of Omala there had been no sign, and so they formed her likeness out of grass and clay. The islanders mourned the deaths for 3 nights. Then they gently pulled Anatella away from the bodies and buried them in an underwater tomb. The 2 people she had loved most were gone, and Anatella could not bear to look upon any of the water people any longer. Each glimpse of silvery hair or a shimmery body in the water flooded her with memories and pain. Finally, she decided to leave. Taking her 3 sons, she set off back over the mountains to the land of her father. The townsfolk remembered Anatella and helped her begin a new life. They supplied her with a house and supplies, and offered the 2 elder boys apprenticeships with the blacksmith. Word spread of her presence, and hunters from all around brought their furs and pelts to Anatella to be tanned. The boys found life in the village difficult and strange. Anatella had to teach them new names, new foods, new customs. Though they missed their home and friends, they tried hard to fit in, giving nary a word of complaint. It wasn't until they had been back in the village almost 2 weeks that Anatella noticed a change in the boys. They seemed thinner and less active. They ate, but the food did not seem to nourish. They slept, but woke more tired than the night before. Soon the eldest son took to his bed. Hour by hour his life slipped away from him as he withered and shrunk before Anatella's eyes. She tried every remedy she knew, but to no avail. Even the local wise woman could not help. Soon the other boys also became too ill to move around. The villagers now shunned her, afraid the disease might spread. With nothing to lose, she loaded the boys onto a cart and headed for the nearest river, praying that from there she might be able to make her way back to the water people, who were now her only hope. As they neared the river, The oldest boy whimpered. Anatella pulled the wagon up beneath a shady tree and opened the flap to let in a bit of fresh air. The third son became delirious and pushed himself out of the wagon. He fell to the ground with a thud. Anatella tried to help him up, but he fought her, pushing her away. The boy lay there a few minutes, then inched his way to the river. At first, he floated in the cool blue water. Anatella watched, amazed, as his flesh lost its slackness and his color returned. Little by little he began to move, then swim. "Mother!" he called. "The water!" She waded out to meet him and pulled him into her arms, pushed the wet hair out of his face, then kissed him all over. The boy answered her with a welcome, bone-crushing hug. Laughing, they climbed out onto the bank and ran to the wagon. Together they carried the other two boys to the water, to the cure. She realized the boys had inherited more from their father than just the color of their hair and eyes. The water people could not stay out of water for more than a few hours. Anatella's children could not survive more than a few weeks. The family moved nearer the river, but in the spring, when the sun glinted on the water and the Donta swam by, Anatella slipped into another fit of remorse, for she still could not believe her husband and precious child were now forever lost to her. The boys, hoping the farther she got from their island home, the better she might become, moved them farther and farther downstream every year. They watched Anatella's health and beauty fade as she lived her life, torn between her lost loved ones and her living sons. Finally, after 10 years of running from memories, they could move no farther. They found themselves living on the edge of the sea. "Did you see the Donta?" she asked them one evening. "Did you see them return?" For years the sight of the Donta brought back heartache and pain. Now she spoke of them eagerly. Her sons looked at one another curiously before they nodded. "You have your father's blood in your veins," she told them, "and one day that may be you out there, dancing in the waves. If the story is really true." If, she questioned. "Look out there. Look at the Donta. Don't you see them there in the waves? See the large one with the smaller one always at his side. See how they frolic together, just as... The boys exchanged glances. Then the youngest took her hands. "Yes, Mother, we see. They are with us still." "But don't you understand?" she whispered. "Don't you see? I was an outsider. Even marriage could not make me one of them. I could not even save my own daughter's life." She paused to wipe away a tear. "I was born in the mountains, and if I return to the mountains in death, I will never be with him again." All that winter Anatella spent her days staring out to sea. When the warm winds signaled the ice thaws, the Donta began their long journey upstream to their summer home. All, that is, except for one special pair that refused to leave. These swam as near the shore as they could without beaching. They frolicked with an intensity she had never seen before. "They say the sea claims what is hers and never releases it," she remarked one evening. "Perhaps I can trick her into claiming me." The next morning the boys woke to find Anatella and their small boat gone. Of the Donta there was no sign. The boys became frantic. They sought out boats and set sail in search of her. With the size and strength of their mother's race and a water sense from their fathers, They rode the waves like the old ones themselves. They traveled the coast, asking at each seaside settlement for a beautiful brown-haired woman who sailed alone. Provisions for the search were expensive, and the boys had little in the way of money, so they took on goods at one town to trade at the next. Soon they discovered they could earn enough at this to keep them fed and outfitted, and to also loosen many tongues. Still, at each town the answer was the same, and so Sulcarius's sons decided to look even farther. The old Sulcarman poked his grandson, to be sure he was awake, then continued with his tale. Before this time no man had ventured to cross the ocean, but the boys gave it not a thought. Once on the other side, they discovered many new lands, and many new peoples anxious for knowledge and goods from across the sea. But no word of Anatella. Rather than settle down and give up the search, they built their homes on their boats. Over the years each took on a wife, and the wives bore them many sons. These children had just enough of the water people's blood in them to love the sea like life itself, but not enough to make them ill when trading forced them onto land. They told the story of their mother to their own sons. They spoke of her beauty, her courage, and her love. "Like you're telling us," Locuta said. The old man nodded. "But the story isn't over yet. You see, one winter, many years later, one of the boys noticed 3 donta swimming by the ship. At night he could hear their faint calls above the sound of the wind and waves. He was sure they were calling to him, so he set out in the longboat to finish the quest on his own. One by one, Sulcarius's other sons set out on their own solitary quests. Since then, each generation has helped with the search when the time has come." He stretched his stiff muscles, then reached over to empty his pipe into the dying fire. Orton's head was beginning to nod again, but Locuta followed him with her eyes as he shuffled over to his oiled sea-chest, then back to the fire. First he bent down to little Orton's. He laid his treasured Karsten battle-sword on the tiny lap and kissed the boy's fluttering eyelids. Then he wrapped a spider-silk shawl around his daughters-in-law's shoulders and shoved a polished brass sextant into his son's hesitant hands. When he reached Locuta, he held out a gold-inlaid spyglass, but she pushed it aside and squirmed into his arms. "It is time for me to begin my own search for Anatella," he told her. Then he handed her to her mother, who nodded, teary-eyed, and held her tight. "Why now?" his son asked. "My ancestors are calling me now. I hear my name in their cries. Tomorrow they might be gone." The seaman shrugged on his thick wool coat and pulled a cap over his ears. He pointed to his vacant chair. "Sit," he commanded his son. When he reached the door he turned and winked at Locuta one last time. "Remember Anatella," he said, making the sign of Wotin. "And remember me. You know who you are." Afterward. Writing, for me, is much like a quest. With Sulcarius's sons this was especially true. I focused on my favorite race of people, and did my best to discover what made them tick. First, I separated the facts, as presented in Miss Norton's books, from my own assumptions. Based on these facts, I wrote the frame of the story, in which I satisfied my own curiosity as to the Sulcar men's home life. Next, I searched through the folklore and legends of Witchworld to learn about those earlier times, before there were Sulcar men and Dalesmen and Calder. Always my mind kept returning to the Krogan, that amphibious race whose moral fibre so resembles the Sulcars in their understanding of right and wrong, their solidarity and independence, their oneness with water. The more I learned about the Krogan, the clearer the central story became. Still, my story was not complete. It lacked a thread tying the past to the present, to the times to come. It lacked the one thing that makes life worth living: hope. The Donta brought that hope to me in a dream, and have been with me ever since. Lisa Swallow. The Sentinel at the Edge of the World, by David Wynd. This story takes place in those uncertain centuries after the old race had fled the unleashed powers of Escor, but before the coming of the Calder, and, naturally, in a time before Simon Tregarth arrived upon the Witch-world, and begot the 3 children who were one. Because of an acquired fondness for life, and the knowledge that one's enemies can strike from any direction, I sat in a dimly lit corner of the Bold Falcon, with my back to the wall. The tavern, set near the foothills beneath the eyrie of the falconers, had a low-beamed ceiling supported by grey rock walls, which were sparsely decorated with old battle gear, and supplied with only enough lamps to see halfway across its length. The Bold Falcon was a meeting-place, as devoid of the power as possible, and favoured by blank shields looking for service. Having just ended my employment with my former master, the usurper Duke of Karsten, I alone, of all my old lord's mercenaries, had refused to follow him into the hold of the Guardians, to face the futility of yet another loss. I was looking for a new cause and master to pledge my sword service to. I am not a coward, nor am I afraid of death, but even one such as I must have a code to follow. Though I know not where I come from, for my memory of any time before my 12th naming day is non-existent, I know enough to prevent myself from raising battle-sword against witch-jewel. But my former master, the Lord Burtak, is mind-driven to self-destruction. Thrice foiled by the present Duke Asfrid, Burtak has taken to private rages, and is determined to force in some manner the witch's power to his. With formal ceremony, Burtak had freed me of my sword oath, and, after relinquishing my role, I clasped my former lord in a warrior's embrace to show that my past devotion was more than just bought by his coin. Shortly thereafter, I bid my regiment farewell, and left Burtak at the very gates of the Guardian's keep, and journeyed here, to seek new employment. Lifting my tankard, I peered through the gloom-lit tavern. I thrust aside my memories until a later time, when I could look back upon them with the reflected knowledge of right or wrong, and glanced about at my unnamed companions. It was a slow night in the Bold Falcon, with but a handful of blank shields, looking for a new lord. 3 tables from me sat a broad-bodied man, his intense features those of Gorm. A battler, thought I, one who could well defend a sword-mate's back with utter confidence. 2 other blank shields sat halfway across the tavern-room. Both had the dark, sleek features that bespoke the intermixing of the blood of the old race. Neither man looked right or left, but concentrated solely on their low-voiced conversation. A few other nondescript people sat at isolated tables, drinking and eating as was their wont. But in all, the Bold Falcon was quiet this night, and prospect of employment low. Shaking my head at my ill fortune, I drained my tankard and rapped its thick bottom on the table to signal my desire for more. The tavern-keeper's daughter, a lass with long jet hair and wide of body, but with an ever-ready smile to any who glanced in her direction, picked up the pitcher and started toward me. No more than 2 steps had she taken when the door opened. The night chill whipped through the main room, causing eddies of dust to lift from the floor. A solitary person near the door glanced quickly up before losing interest. The 2 mercenaries, so involved with their battle reminiscences, paused only long enough to dismiss the newcomer's dark cloak as not that of a nobleman's, but rather another blank shield. The gorman to my left did not so dismiss the newcomer. Rather, he peered with open interest. And I froze. My inner senses, my special talent that has kept me alive in battle where no man should be able to survive, whispered to me that this person was no blank shield. My senses warned of a strange air about the newcomer, a mysterious aura not necessarily brought about by the featureless traveling mask or the dull black of his mail. No, it was something in his carriage, his stance, and in the proud cock of his head. There was power, too. I felt it deep within my bowels, a twisting, sickening sensation that always came forth in the presence of the powers. Which, I wondered. Yet I felt no certainty of witchery about the man, and man I knew the person to be. Old One, I asked myself. But no Old One, if such still survived, would walk into the company of mere humans. Who, then? I let my senses range toward him, until suddenly I felt them blocked. Instinctively, I drew back my small talent, lest others be warned of this ability no man of Estcarp should have. The fleeting touch my senses permitted gave evidence that the one standing alone was no wielder of the power as we know it. Rather was he in control of other powers, powers that came willingly from the earth, instead of being taken from it by force. As my thoughts raced, I watched the intruder close the tavern door and walk to the center of the tavern. He paused there, his gaze going to each person in turn. Though I could not see his eyes as they flicked by me, I felt the sharpness of an inner response, and knew well the man had marked me. "I am in need of a blank shield," he said. His voice was low, but carried well to all corners of the tavern. I watched the 2 blank shields halt their intense conversation to look up at the dark speaker. "Only one?" asked the darker of the 2. "The right one will be sufficient," the stranger said, his voice as solid as a stately tree, his tone not as light as it sounded to untrained ears. 100 of the wrong ilk will fare no better. The black-cloaked recruiter looked about again. "Is there not one blank shield among you who is looking for adventure?" When no one responded, he looked back at the pair of blank shields. "I seek more than a blank shield. I seek a hero." "Then look you to another place, for here are but blank shields. We fight for coin, not to be remembered in song or legend, for neither fill our bellies or keep bodies warm at night," said the darker man. "Does not one of you thirst for knowledge?" he challenged, his head turning toward me at last. "Is there no one who will risk all, to gain all?" His words tugged intriguingly in my mind. My senses came fully alert. Within me, at that place I call my inner self, an answer to his plea stirred. Yet never have I been the fool who jumps into the breach without knowledge. "Risking all is a blank shield's lot. Receiving coin is expected. Gaining all is something not frequently sought. What is this all, to be gained by such a hero as you seek?" I asked, my eyes locking with the 2 lively orbs revealed by the traveling mask. Perhaps coin enough to settle wherever you chose. Perhaps more than you have ever dreamed. Or perhaps nothing but the gaining of knowledge, which can be the most important part of adventure. Or perhaps, he added, his voice lowering, something more than you would want or choose. Rather than soothing my inner stirrings, his words served but to increase them. "You speak in riddles," said the gorman to my left, shaking his head in a gesture of refusal. "I hire out to he who talks clearly, and seeks but my axe and my ability for its use." While the gorman spoke, several others watching the scene nodded approvingly. Yet I could do naught but stare at the man as once again his eyes met mine, and I felt the power in the room grow. I looked quickly about, and saw that no other sensed the power that might bespeak magic, or more. When everyone turned from him, the black-cloaked man continued to hold my gaze. "Is it a bodyguard you seek?" I asked. The speaker laughed. "Would that be all I sought? Think you I would come here?" I shrugged, for he spoke truth. The bold falcon was where one sought the best blank shields, not merely a bodyguard. Black Cloak drew himself up proudly, and as he began to speak, his eyes remained locked upon mine. "I seek a brave man, a man who would serve a master well, and possibly through that service become master himself. Yet there is danger, a danger no man here has ever faced. If any of you would seek adventure, or," he said, his voice dropping so sharply that every man present leaned forward in an unconscious effort to hear him, "perhaps to learn a birth name never before spoken, I shall await you outside." My hand tightened on the handle of the tankard. My knuckles turned the pale color of death. His last words chilled me deeply, for I, of all men whom I know, have never been granted the knowledge of my birth name. Having said his piece, the strange recruiter started from the tavern. He paused at the door, his gloved hand resting on the carved pull, to glance over his shoulder to peer directly into my eyes. A sharp inner burning erupted within my head. It was not painful. Rather, there was a releasing of some unknown bond, and a rush of images came forth. I saw magnificent lands, jeweled brightly with soft vegetation. People tilled the field happily. It was a land at peace, a land that the people used with care and gentleness. It was a land I knew could not exist. Suddenly, I was witness to dazzling explosions of light and dark. Before my inner eye, the magnificent land was rent apart. Staggered by the vision, for I have never before been granted such, I lurched to my feet and followed him from the tavern, knowing that I must find out what this vision was. I was certain that the stranger had somehow given the images to me. No, I realized clearly, he had not given them to me, but merely freed them from my own memory. Once outside, in the cool night air, I found the man leaning against the hitch-post, the ever-present low night mist swirling about his calves. The moon was full, its silver light lending glow enough to see clearly. "What adventure is this that you seek a blank shield to act the part of a hero?" I asked in guarded voice. "The one you have accepted. The one you were born to. Perhaps," he added, his eyes dancing merrily. I laughed to cover my inner conflict. "I was born but to live and die, and I have yet to accept," I reminded him. "By your action came your answer." "I have taken no action," I stated. "Then what do you here, rather than having your tankard refilled?" Truth. Too late, I realized that he had set within me a compulsion. Ensorcelment? Yet I voiced nothing of my doubts, for I needed to learn from whence came my vision. Like you, living from day to day. Like you, looking for a master to serve, and once well served, to seek again for another. Like you, he went on, his eyes still aglow, to watch others gain from your abilities, and receive but pittance for your loyalty. I have chosen my life, and seek no further gain but to live honestly and serve the same. Suddenly the black-cloaked one removed the travel mask. His eyes, amber hues flecked with silver, were so unusual that I stared openly. His dark, finely honed features told me of the purity of his blood. Only his eyes hinted of some possible intermixing that was not wholly of the old race. His oval face was handsome enough, if a shade too sleek, and his chin a drop too pointed. A fine-spun web of wrinkles etched the corners of his eyes and mouth. But other than for those lines, he might have been my own 27 years. What would you have with me? Your sword, your mind, and your ability to wield both. Again my inner senses flared. He asked for sword oath, while promising nothing that I could define. Yet I could not dam up my curiosity. You seek my oath without promise of pay? I asked, smiling despite my innermost sensations. When he spoke next, his voice took on a serious tone, and his eyes the same. I promise nothing, but I offer much. You offer only adventure. The rewards for this adventure might be many, or few, but that would be your choice to make when the time is right. You mentioned in the tavern the learning of a birth name, I said, making it a casual statement more than question. So I did. But why should that interest you? Would you have mentioned it if it would not? I charged, tiring of his game. Is that the reward you would seek? He returned in a low voice. Is such the reward you offer? I countered. Perhaps that, perhaps more. Shaking my head, I stared belligerently at him. I have no lust to rule or dreams of riches, nor do I need to take lives to slake such desires. The man quirked a solitary eyebrow. Know you what you need? How can you presume to know what you need, or even want, when you know not yourself, but merely a shadow life? I know myself well enough, I defended. He sighed softly, a sibilant issuance of breath that bespoke his knowledge of men. Then you know, too, that you have a need to learn more. Trapped so easily by his smooth words, I tried to deny his truths. I am a blank shield, a mercenary who goes to battle for a lord, nothing more. Certainly I am no seeker of knowledge. With my words, I saw a strange flickering about his face. Do not play word games with me, when your professed abilities lay with sword. Be truthful to yourself, lest you begin to believe your lies. I am finished. Stay if you wish. Come, if you need. For how long will my service be required? I asked. Until you withdraw your oath. Be that an hour, a day, a year, or, he said, his strange eyes shimmering, as if I were seeing them through a veil of silvery mist. Forever. Then he freed his mount, and, as he guided his horse back a few steps, the low clinging night mist rose knee-high. Little spiraling jets of moisture ebbed and flowed around him. For just a moment I stared at his horse, for it was unlike any I had ever seen before. It was larger than a mountain-bred horse, and broader of body, but smaller than a plains-bred battle mount. Its powerfully muscled forelegs and tightly corded neck gave ample evidence of strength. Black it was, yet dappled with a silver-grey pattern that seemed to be the very color of the night mist itself. The horse's mane, pure silver-grey, was short and stood upright from saddle horn to a spot between two ears that were more pointed than on any breed I had known before. A compulsion, not magic-born, but self-created, bade me to action. Telling myself I was but committing the same folly for which I had left my Lord Burtock, I drew my sword, reversed it in my palms, and held it hilt upward. I, Vadim, give my oath of sword and shield, blood and bread, until such a time as my service is deemed completed, I said, speaking slowly and clearly the ritual of binding. The man gazed deeply into my eyes. I accept your oath, Vadim, on the terms I have already called for. The length of time to be decided by you. Mount, he added, for we have a long journey ahead. Our destination? I asked, after settling myself in my saddle. The end of the world. We traveled 3 days and nights, stopping only long enough to eat and relieve ourselves. With each pause for meal, Horvan, as I learned my new employer's name to be, gave me a potion to drink that banished tiredness and gave boundless energy. Yet my inner senses told me that for all our haste, Horvan wanted more speed. I sensed that time was more important to him than he had led me to believe. At the hour of midnight, of our 3rd day of travel, we reached the mountains of Estkarp, which bordered I knew not where, for suddenly I realized that not I, nor any other to my knowledge, had ventured here before. After we made camp in the foothills and settled before a low fire, I turned to Horvan. "Do we battle in these mountains?" I inquired, looking over his shoulder to stare uneasily at the ominous haze, lit by the moon, that clung to the mountains. "Beyond," he said simply. I knew my face reflected my innermost feelings of disbelief and confusion, for there was nothing beyond the mountains. Horvan merely smiled at my confusion. "Mind-blocked are all who live in the West. There are no memories of other things, but, Vadim, there is more." Lifting his graceful hands, he moved his fingers in a strange pattern. My inner self responded to his fingers, and a vision blossomed in my head. Again I saw the jeweled land, its cultivated fields stretching endlessly on. People happily worked the fields, and life appeared good and full. When the vision faded, 1,000 questions rose upward, but I did not ask a single one, for my oath of sword and shield bound me effectively. The next morning we entered terrain such as I had never before experienced. The sheer faces of the mountains, like exclamations of futility, jutted sharply skyward to warn all who came upon them that they had reached world's end. I saw, too, as we scuttled over the stone pathways, that these mountains held no natural pattern. Rather, it was as if the mountains had been placed with the purpose of confusion and blockade. As we traveled deeper into the high stone mountains, the vegetation faded into a gray darkness. Yet ever was I aware that Horvan knew exactly which direction to take, while I was blind to all inner directions. By noon I could see nothing before me but a wall of gray. I closed my eyes against the sight, for if such was the end of the world, then surely I must soon plunge into the waiting void. But oath sworn was I, and to the death would I follow my new master. With every forward step of my mount, a deep chill entered my body. Yet I saw that the grey wall of nothingness was not solid, nor empty. The farther east we pushed, the farther east the grey wall moved. While I tried to convince myself that it was but mind-block producing this impossible sight, suspicions of peril and doom waxed strongly within me. There was danger aplenty surrounding us. Fear erupted in putrefying waves that sought to paralyze me. My breathing was forced, my body rifled with pain. I had never felt its like, and, finally, I had no choice but to bite down upon my lip to produce something real to battle the torment of my mind. With the sharp pain and the taste of my own blood came a momentary cessation of the fear. Mind-induced, I told myself. Not real. Yet what was and was not real, I no longer knew. "These mountains are real," I declared aloud. "Good," Horvan stated, as he signaled me to a stop. "Remember, Vadim, you are mind-blocked. That is the pain. That is the fear." In the grey air, grey ground, and grey light, I watched Horvan produce wood from somewhere and build a fire. Where the flames licked upward, the grey around the fire dissolved. I saw that the fire itself was built on grass. Yet wherever the firelight did not reach, there was the overwhelming grey, which brought out sensations of fear and pain. "Sit. Rest, for we are almost at the mountain's end." I did as my new master bade, letting the fire's warmth help ease the chill set forth by the mind-block. A moment later, Horvan produced rations, and we ate and drank silently. "What know you of the old ones?" he asked suddenly. "All that I need," I responded too quickly, and as his lively eyes fastened on mine, I took notice that his face seemed to have aged years during the short journey from the Bold Falcon. Of this I said nothing, for on our trip I had grown to respect this man. "Tell me this all about the old ones," he ordered, a faint glimmer of amusement sparkling in his eyes again. I reached over the fire to warm my hands, for even this slight mention of the old ones brought a new chill to my limbs. "They were the race before humans," I said slowly, repeating the tale that everyone knew. "They were mighty creatures, possessed of abilities that would make the witch's powers seem but a babe's toy. They were evil, and warred among themselves, until the very world was threatened with destruction. And then they fled, most of them, through their gates into other dimensions or worlds, and left behind the ruined lands they had done battle upon," I said by rote. "And even though they are long gone, you fear the old ones still?" Horvan asked, his voice low and reflective. I glanced at him, his eyes fixed upon the fire, his lined, wrinkled face sad. "They have left things of power, things of destruction behind." "And think you that they were all bad?" Horvan asked. Though this turn of conversation did not sit well with me, I was powerless to stop it. "All bad or not, what difference does it make to me?" "Perhaps none." "Perhaps much." "In what way?" I asked, puzzled by his comment. Horvan dismissed my question with a shrug. "What do you feel, sitting here in this place? Speak truth," he commanded. I looked into his amber eyes that were no longer dancing merrily. "I speak only truth, or speak not. What I feel is fear. I fear this place. The mind stink of it sours my every breath. I fear the next step I take, for I know that with such a step I shall fall into the void. My fear makes my bowels loose, and only my willpower keeps my hands from shaking." "Yet you have not turned back," Horvan stated casually. I would plunge my dagger into my chest before willingly breaking my sword oath. What else do you know of the old ones? Again, I thought back to the stories I had heard. Most left the world through their gates, but others stayed. They interbred with humans, and produced offspring that were neither as powerful as the old ones, nor as human as the humans. Somehow they also produced other races that are to be feared. Not all, Horvan said. Now it is time to listen to me, Vadim of the Void. And without any knowledge of your birth, it is truly a void you come from and live in. Listen well, Vadim, for by your sword oath sworn to me, I charge you with this act. Staring into his eyes, I opened my mind. His words alone compelled me, but there was more. There was the power, and I could not refuse that power. Not all the old ones who chose to remain behind were bad, but of that you must learn yourself. And to learn, you must cross through the veil of grey mist and enter the land of Eskor. Eskor? I asked, tasting the name, as if it were a sweetmeat to be savoured, though I had never heard of this place before. Horvan went on, as if I had not spoken. In Eskor, you will follow the river Tili to the place of stones. I have left a raft for you, anchored in the water. Stay to the moving water, no matter what sights you see, no matter what life calls you to it. At the place of stones you will set my body upon the center stone. You will leave my husk there, and follow the blue path to the place of healing. Sleep there you will, in a pit of red bubbling mud, and when you awaken, you will be given the wisdom to make the decision you must. Horvan fell silent, and when I saw he had no more to speak, I drew in a deep, preparatory breath. What decision have I to make, with my master dead, and my oath ended? Horvan smiled. There was no guile, no deceit to the quirking of his lips. A simple decision, whether you shall prepare Eskor for its future, or return to your half-life. Half-life? My life has been full, I protested. As full as you know, without the ability to see it for what it is. Which is? Again came that bittersweet smile. Again a sigh of resignation and finality. Your oath to me is almost done. All you need do to fulfill your obligation is what I have ordered. But your oath to yourself will never be severed, and it is that for which I charge you. Again riddles, I said irritably. No, much less than riddles, and much more. Enough, Vadim. Sleep. For this night you will need your rest. With another curious movement of his hands, I felt darkness edging into my mind. But before I succumbed to the mysterious sleep Horvan put upon me, I saw him come close, and felt his long, gentle fingers stroke my brow. You are strong, Vadim, in mind as well as body. Remember this when you awaken on the morrow. Follow the road I have opened for you. Never leave it, and its end will bring you to the river Tili and your destiny. And then, with the combination of the grey mist and the closing darkness of sleep, he lifted something from his neck and placed it around my own. Your key to Eskor, he whispered. The grey morning came, no different from the night before, yet I accepted that it was indeed morning, for I was rested and refreshed. Strangely, my fear of the grey had diminished a little. When I looked at Horvan, he was sitting by the ashes of the fire. "We leave soon?" I asked, but Horvan made no reply. Shrugging, I drank the cup of liquid Horvan had left by my side. With the thirst-slaking brew warming my insides, I rose and went over to him. "How much longer?" I asked. To this Horvan made no reply either, and, slowly, I became aware of an emptiness in the place within me that had been filled by his presence since I had first met him. Not a little fearfully, I touched Horvan's shoulder. When my flesh met the cloth of his garment, I knew he was no more. Turning him, I saw his eyes were closed, his skin hung in dead and torpid patches, and he appeared 50 years older than he had last night. With his death, my sword oath and service to Horvan was ended. I was free to leave the grey emptiness, return to Estkarp and to my life. But could I? Closing my eyes, I drew up that which resided in my memory. With my eyes sealed, the time before last night's sleep returned. I heard Horvan's voice, and knew that I could not turn back from the death service he had charged me with. I would be less of a man, were I to leave his body in these grey mountains, rather than bring him to his final resting place. Looking up, I stared into the dull mist. Fear rose so sharply that I tasted its bitterness. Yet face it I must. Strangely, I felt a warmth against my chest. It eased my chill fears, and enabled me to wall up my courage. Slowly I dipped my hand into my mail, and drew out the object Horvan had placed there last night. It was a silver teardrop. No, not silver, but another metal. The metal of the old ones, came my instinctive recognition. But it brought out no fear, no hurt, only a fortifying warmth. "What business had you with old one things?" I asked the lifeless form of my lord. The teardrop in my hand grew warmer. No answer in words, yet there was a sensation of Rite. I returned the amulet to its resting place above my heart, and picked Horvan up. After securing his body to his mount, I saddled my horse and started in the wrong direction, east. The grey mist enveloped me as never before, sucking the warmth from my skin. I felt fearsome eyes marking my progress. I wanted to turn and ride back to Estkarp, and to the freedom from fear. But I stayed on the path chosen by Horvan. "Why?" I asked aloud, challenging both the veiling mists and Horvan's lifeless husk. "Follow the road. Never leave it, and its end will bring you to the river Tili and your destiny," Horvan had said. "What destiny?" I asked futilely. Then I knew that Horvan had cast a compulsion upon me that would not end until I had completed his commands. Fool, I called myself, for ever having followed him on this journey into death. I forged ahead. When hunger struck, I ignored it, an easy thing in the face of the mind-leeching fears besieging me. I know not how long I traveled, without sun to guide me or animals to see. The road rose sharply at points, and there the chill mists would give way to the bone-sapping cold of high peaks. The call of a snow-cat on hunt came with such clarity that I knew the beast to be within spotting distance, if I could but see. Still I followed the road, a road that could not exist, and most likely did not. The hours of travel might have been minutes, or perhaps the minutes were hours. Yet I did not grow tired, and realized that the potion Horvan had left me had strengthened me. But then came a point where the grey mists solidified, and before me rose a wall of grey slate veined with silver webbing. It appeared impenetrable. The road I trod upon ran to it, and stopped. "This is wrong," I said, needing to hear a voice, even if it was my own. "This road leads to the River Teely," I reminded myself, not knowing if such a river existed, except in Horvan's mind. But the road before me did end at the face of a wall, and not a river. Dismounting, I went to the wall. The chill of fear spread quickly through me, paralyzing my upraised hand. I fought off this fear, touched the grey surface, and felt its solidity. "Follow the road," came the compelling memory of Horvan's words. Remounting my horse, I started forward. I told myself the wall did not exist. It was but mind-block. So I neared the wall and stared at it, willing it to be gone. Suddenly, a lance of pain burst in my head. I cried out against the burrowing pain which grew stronger as I fought it, burning with such force that I knew if it did not soon stop, I would die. "No!" I screamed, battling the anguish even as my horse's head disappeared into the wall. The pain grew worse. Light exploded before my eyes. My body trembled violently. My insides turned to ashes. I fell from my mount, striking my shoulder sharply on the surface of the road. I lay there while pain wrapped its terrifying fingers around me and held me prisoner. But the pain of the fall gave me sight enough to see my horse disappear through the wall. No fear had it shown, no fright of the wall. It had not existed for the animal. Last night Horvan had said we were near the end of the mountains. I discerned somehow that this wall must be the final barrier, set by whatever powers had sealed Estcarp from what lay beyond. Suddenly, I perceived what was set down for me to do. "The key!" I gasped, forcing breath into my lungs and strength into my arms. The forces fought me. Deep and burrowing arrows of pain curled my fingers into claws. Flashes of light blinded me. My stomach cramped, sending me into uncontrollable spasms. Yet fasten I did upon only one thought: Horvan's key. That this is what it was meant for, I knew, as surely as I knew that the wall was not solid. Willing my muscles to obey me, I dug my pain-clawed hand inside my mail shirt. Barely had I found the teardrop when another lashing pain doubled me over. Dark and violent waves of terror brought on a fear so desolate that it made my heart stop beating. A thing of evil roused in my head, its vile smell so putrid that my stomach convulsed, and I spewed out its acid contents. "No!" I screamed, hurling the word defiantly as my lips curled back to bare my clenched teeth. Pain-racked though they were, my fingers worked slowly to draw the amulet upward on its chain. When I finally freed the amulet from my mail, the sound of my tortured breathing was the only sound in the world. It was as if the guardians who watched this nowhere land had paused to see if I could do anything to stay their wrath. Ripping the chain from about my neck, I grasped it tightly in the palm of my fisted hand and held it before me. "There is no wall!" I shouted. "Free me! Open my mind!" From the center of my palm, heat poured forth. It raced upward along my arm, spreading through my body and entering my mind to form a brightness born out of the need for truth and the banishment of fear. The pain assaulting my body lessened, and I was able to gain my feet. No sooner did I stand upright than there came a ripping within my head. A barrier I had never known I possessed fell, and I saw a soft white glow radiating around my body. I raised my arm, holding my fist toward the wall, which now wavered and flowed like a waterfall. Carefully, I opened my hand and let the amulet dangle from its broken chain. "There is no wall! There is only road!" I declared. The light surrounding me collected into a ball and moved slowly toward the silver amulet. When it reached the swinging teardrop, it seemed to hesitate, waver, and then enter it. I watched the amulet and, behind it, the wall, knowing that whatever would happen next would determine my future. "There is no wall! Be gone!" No sooner had the words left my lips than the white ball of illumination and power gathered again. The ball shot from the amulet, as does a dart leave its gun. Arrow straight it flew, striking the wall dead center. An explosion of light flared. White brightness flowed upon the wall. The gray shattered, and the mists surrounding me dissolved. It was day again. On the far horizon the strong sun was in its late afternoon descent. Blinking my eyes against the long absent light of day, I looked around. Before me, my horse and Horvans grazed on the tall grass at the road's end. Behind me were the loathsome mountains. To my left was a wide river with gently flowing water that glistened invitingly. Ahead of me, the land stretched for miles. In the sky above, a flight of iridescent feathered birds flew in smart formation, strangely reminding me of the border guards of Estkarp. "Escor," I whispered, sinking to my knees in exhaustion. When the morning sun came, the first such sight I had been granted in too many days to recall, I awoke from my sleep of exhaustion. The horses had not wandered farther than the river bank, and I set out to finish my mission. The bank of the river Tili was to my left, and as I looked out at the gentle yet hilly land of Escor, I felt an unfathomable sense of familiarity. The land was long unattended, and was rife with the feel of vast powers, both good and evil. While I pondered this new countryside, I used another of Horvan's special ration breads, for I had no wish to hunt without first learning the lay of the land. As I ate the dry but energy-generating food, I replayed my battle with the mind block. Why it should have taken on a physical form when a mind block is set within one's head, I could not know for sure, but I ventured that perhaps it was my mind which had produced the reality in the form of a wall. With those thoughts paramount, I set about repairing the silver amulet's chain. When that was done, and Horvan's teardrop settled about my neck again, I set off for the place of stones. Looking toward the river, I spied the small raft Horvan had said would be anchored there. "Stay to the moving water, no matter what sights you see, no matter what life calls you to it." Having spent my life as a warrior upon horseback, the use of vine-tied sticks for transport did not well suit me. But I knew not this magical land, and must trust in Horvan's judgment. As I walked my mount and Horvan's to the edge of the river, I sensed a darkness approaching. Not wanting to face whatever it was without some preparation, I quickly untied my food pack and tossed it out to the raft. Next I untied Horvan's lifeless husk and waded through the ankle-deep water to gently place him on the raft. With that task done, I turned back to the horses. Not a foot from the river bank was I when the dark power struck out. My horse reared, its forelegs kicking out at me as if I were a snowcat. Horvan's mount charged forward at the same time, a double attack. I dodged swiftly back and fled to the raft. The horses, although battle-mad, did not let hoof touch water. "Stay to the moving water," Horvan warned. I had no need to be reminded again. Sad at the loss of my mount, dart gun, and saddle, but knowing somehow that I was safe upon the raft, I cut the anchor rope and let the current take the raft. As I rode the river Tili, I gazed about this land and felt peaceful, at least where I was. Estkarp's mountains did not signal the end of the world. and for the next 2 days I travelled steadily, following the gentle course of the river. Not once did I see another, but feel eyes upon me I did. The dark shadowing threat I had sensed at the start of the river was always with me, a warning and a foretelling of things that abided and watched from dark and hidden corners. At midday of the second day, the curving of the river straightened. Ahead of me rose huge pillars of stone, set in a large circle. At the top of each stone rested an oval and accusatory face, carved, I knew, in the likeness of the old ones. Reaching for the guide-pole, I pushed the raft closer to the bank. I looked everywhere, seeking for that which might lie in wait. As I moved closer, I felt the power of the place grow. Still, fear did not halt me as I moved toward my destiny. A perception of agelessness settled within my mind, accented by my own wariness of this place. And when the raft softly grounded on the low river bank, I was prepared. Lifting Horvan's husk in my arms, I jumped to the moss-covered ground and started my pilgrimage to the pillars. Halfway there, the hackles on my neck rose as I smelled the overwhelming scent of evil. I began to run, out of fear and out of the need for the safety which I knew the pillars offered. Then, in a spewing up of the earth before me, a nightmare form rose to block my path. Humanoid, I marked it, but animal, too. Fur covered its torso. It had the legs of a man, the ears of a wolf, and the red glowing eyes of a werebeast. Claws clicked outward, catching the glint of the cloud-shrouded sun. As it stared at me, the stench of its foulness reached my nostrils. Yet what little I knew of the dark side of the powers told me that this beast's strength was hampered by the lack of night's dark cover. Would that my arms were free to draw sword, but Horvan's body forbade that. Suddenly, the werebeast's eyes glowed redder, and it advanced upon me. Knowing that I had but one chance, I took it. I flung Horvan's body at the beast, and drew my sword the next instant. As the werebeast growled with delight, I bent low and plunged my weapon truly. The beast screamed. Its outcry sliced coldly through me. Without sheathing my blade, I pulled Horvan's body free and raced toward the stone. The werebeast, lying in a pool of its blood, gave voice to another cry. To my left, the ground exploded. To my right, the same. On all 4 legs, 3 more beasts charged at me. I was but a dozen steps from the pillars as the padfalls came closer. Concentrating only on the first pillar, I put forth my last strengths. Seconds later, my left foot passed the leading edge of pillar. Just as my right foot rose, a searing red lash tore across my back, renting my mail as if it were cloth, and opening my flesh. A cry spewed from my lips as I stumbled and crashed to the ground upon Horvan's corpse. Face down, my back on fire, I waited for death. But when 3 heartbeats passed and nothing more happened, I turned to find the werebeasts standing angrily, not a foot distant from me. I was in the circle of stone. I was safe. The pain in my back was intense, and I felt the warm flood of blood oozing from the wound, even as one of the beasts rose upon hind legs. He growled, but I understood clearly. I would have the body. You would have your life. His words rang with some trace of truth, but I knew that it was a twisted truth. Life as you know it. Better than no life at all, he growled. I would take my chances with death, I stated, reaching for Horvan, while ignoring the open wound on my back. You will never leave this circle, as you are, intruder, the beast stated, his eyes glowing hell-red. I spoke not, Rather, I carried Horvan's body to the center of the pillars, aware that my oath was not yet complete. The closer I came, the weaker I grew. The stones grew fuzzy, and the pain in my back spread in fiery tendrils, sapping my muscles of their strength. But finally I reached the center, where a small, altar-like square stone came alive with a shimmering blue haze. I was too weak to wonder at this, or to even care. With my head spinning, and my strength all but gone, I barely managed to drape Horvan's body upon it before falling to the ground. As I lay on the earth, I stared up at the towering columns that reached high into the sky. The power inside the stones was strong, the most powerful sensations I have ever felt, and somehow they did not drain from me, but helped me to grow stronger. I willed my pain-racked body up, knowing that there was more I had to do. Reaching my knees, I held on to the face of the blued stone, and used it to lever myself to my feet. "What?" I asked, looking at Horvan's face. After 3 days of death, it had not changed, nor was there any scent of decay about his corpse. "What?" I repeated. In answer, I felt heat building over my heart. The amulet was calling. I reached in, ignoring the tearing pain, while realizing that the claw that had struck me had severed muscle as well as flesh. When I finally held the amulet before me, I gazed again upon Horvan's features, knowing the myriad of questions brimming on my tongue would never be answered. He had kept his word in part, and paid me for my service with knowledge, the knowledge that there was more than what I perceived there to be. Yet there was another form of payment he had failed to deliver. My birth name. But death had stopped that. Not a bargain ill broken. Clenching my teeth against the force of another radiating pain, I exhaled sharply and waited for it to pass. And with the easing of the pain came the recalling of our talk of the old ones. I had been adamant that the old ones were bad. But now I knew differently, for despite Horvan's amber eyes, I knew him to be an old one. For no other being would age the way he had, and in just a matter of days go from life-filled vitality to death. How old he had been, I could not guess, but my life must seem a momentary passing to his. Thinking these thoughts, I removed the amulet and placed it upon his breast, folding his hands over it, before intoning the ritual of burial. Earth that takes which is of earth, water accept that of water, and that which is now freed, let it be free to follow the high path. The instant I finished, a low response came from beneath my feet. The earth pulsed. A blue light rose from the stone to surround Horvan's body. Another arrow of light shot skyward. A second beam of crystal blue reached out on the horizontal. Watching the shimmering play about Horvan, I sensed the vast and ancient mysteries at play. For a moment, I thought I saw Horvan move. Then the blue light surrounded me. "The place of healing," came a voice within my head. "Follow the pathway now open," it commanded. Suddenly I knew it was Horvan speaking to me from within the blue mist. Then the blue light gathered upon the stone, exploding heavenward with the speed of a dart. An instant later, Horvan's body was gone, and of the blue light, all that remained was the horizontal bar which awaited me. Turning, I stepped into the path of light. With each step of my booted feet, the festering agony in my back throbbed anew, yet I refused to acknowledge the pain, even as I refused to look at the dark forms who surrounded the place of stones. I walked in the blue light, secure that if my death were to come, it would be from wounds already suffered, and not from any new attack. How long I walked within my haze of pain I could not reckon, but eventually I came to a valley-like depression that contained several red bubbling saucers, formed of the earth itself. As I approached one, light-headed and dizzy, the blue light disappeared. Stumbling, I fell to my knees and had to crawl. When I finally reached the nearest of the heated pools of mud, I gratefully sank into it. The warmth of the mud spread quickly along my body, but I paid it scant heed, for I could barely focus any conscious thought. My loss of blood was great, and I wondered if I was but lying in my final resting place, awaiting the time I would join Horvan's spirit. I managed once to open my eyes, but closed them quickly, for a hallucination had appeared. I saw a woman, as iridescent as the birds I had seen when I first entered Escor. Her face, oval and fine-featured, was turned toward the sky. Her long hair, falling in thick waves down the length of her back, radiated with a shimmering green glow. And then there was nothing, except the spinning blackness of escape from the pain. My eyes snapped open. I stared at the turquoise sky, wondering if I was still in Escor, or had passed on to another plane. The only thing I remembered was of the beautiful and green vision of a woman. Hallucination, I reminded myself. Breathing deeply, I sent my thoughts to tracing my body. The pain was gone. I shrugged. My muscles responded readily. Sitting up, I looked about me. I was lying on a grassy sward, no longer in the healing pool. Where? I began. Home, came a woman's voice, sweet and husky and familiar. Turning, I found the woman of my hallucination. You are real, I whispered. She smiled. As are you, she replied, but not with spoken words. Rather, she thought those into my head. Who, in time you will remember, brother mine, she said aloud. Her words struck me funny. I had no sister of the flesh. You mistake me for another, I said. I mistake you not. I am Margwa, half-sister to you who was sent to the other side, to learn. To learn what? I asked, puzzled by her words, yet unable to push away the heady familiarity of her voice and name. How best to protect them, and us. You mistake me for another. I am a blank shield without lord. Nay, you are lord, risen to take your father's place, just as your son will take your place, and his son his, until the three who are one arrive. You speak nonsense, I protested. Do I? She asked with a smile, as she dug her fingers into the moist earth. When she raised her hand, filled with soil and grass, she held it up, an offering to the sun. I call upon you, powers of earth, wind, water, and fire, she intoned solemnly, to witness this act. She turned back to me, and, her eyes, silver-flecked in amber, just as Horvan's had once been, fixed me with an unyielding stare. Know you for who you are. Know you, Kalmar, son of Horvan, that you are the chosen of the Old Ones. Within you rests the fate of Escor. Rise, guardian of the land between, sentinel of the grey mist, and take your rightful place in this riven land. I stared at her, while the power unleashed by her words opened my blocked mind in a much stronger way than it had in the mountains when I fought the mist. I saw, with the giving of my birth name, the truth of who I was, and who I would always be. Horvan was my father, the sentinel of the grey mists, the Lord Protector of Estcarp and Escor. And I had inherited that title. It now fell upon my shoulders to be guardian to both lands. No evil of the old wars was to be allowed freedom to Estcarp. No person of Estcarp was to be allowed entry to Escor until the three who were one were ready. And of my missing years, what I had thought to be my childhood, they were more than a dozen, much more, for in those years I had been trained by my father, Horvan, among the last of the old ones who chose to stay behind to combat the unleashed forces of those gone to evil. And I was trained also in the clean powers of nature itself by my mother Lonia of the Green People of Silence. With this wondrous opening of my mind and memories and abilities, I remembered, too, of the time before I left Escor, and of my adventures against the dark and evil powers haunting this once magnificent land. But those adventures are for another telling, and such telling must wait until I have set up my new outposts, destroyed the road through the grey mists that my father had opened to retrieve me, and prepared my guardianship as befits the responsibilities set upon me. Afterward. Shortly after discovering what science fiction and fantasy were, at the late age of 13, I also discovered Andre Norton and her novel Cat's Eye. I was hooked from there. Years later, Andre was kind enough to read and give one of my novels a cover blurb. Shortly after that, she asked me to do a story for her. Sentinel at the Edge of the World is that story. But what to write? My first reaction was to think about the characters Andre had brought to life in her Witchworld novels and stories. Whose story would I embellish? Which small subplot would I expand? Which time period? When I realized that to encroach on Andre's territory was not for me, I looked along a different route. I found myself wondering what would be necessary for a legend or a far-seeing to come to pass. The obvious, for me, was that something or someone would have to keep watch. A sentinel who would make certain that the legend survived to its preordained time. To do this, I delved into the shrouded past of the Witchworld. I created the family of guardians, whose sole responsibility was to ensure the survival of their world so that the legend would come to pass. David M. Wind. Tall Dames Go Walking by Rose Wolfe. The woman had a voice like the dark of the moon. Jorge Petronius turned in his bedroll, dreaming, remembering. If she had not, then most assuredly the doctor, his lifelong love of and belief in the legends of King Arthur and Camelot notwithstanding, would not have been shivering in a sleeping bag among the rocks of the Cornish coast on New Year's Eve. But from the moment he had heard the dark voice of Fay Morganley, Petronius had behaved like a man. He turned in his sleep again, for even his subconscious was discomfited by the thought. Possessed. No, the attraction was not a romantic one, for the doctor's passion for life had always found an outlet in intellectual pursuits, and he was, in any case, undistinguished in appearance, and rather past the age when the hook of a beckoning finger could snag his heart. Nor did he know, or particularly care, which was in itself odd, as he was generally prudent in such things, whether Dr. Morganley's claim to be in the employ of Sir Pettiford d'Artois, the fanatical English collector of Arthuriana, was true. He only knew, when he reached the site of the proposed dig in a hitherto unexcavated area between Glastonbury and Tintagel, that the woman had the money and means to conduct an expedition. Even her intense assurance that, if her ostensible sponsor's researchers had indeed guided them to the location of Camelot, Petronius's name would be ranked with those of Carter and Schliemann in the annals of archaeology, was not the final deciding factor. something else, at once more tenuous and tenacious, was the sense that a force more powerful than himself, and, likely, than his contact as well, was at work in this matter, and that, for good or ill, in great or small, he, Jorge Petronius, had a part to play. The woman had a voice. And such was its compulsion that the 5 members of the expedition, Morgan Lee, himself, and 3 graduate students from the Arthurian program at Edinburgh University, found themselves standing in a pattern which the doctor could not help but notice described a pentacle, with Morgan Lee at its apex, on Christmas morning, spades in hand, above a spot which the woman assured them marked the resting place of the portal to Camelot. Specifically, she said, it was the capstone which had once surmounted the arch over the forecourt gate. Keepstone, she called it, a word which Petronius mentally rendered keepstone, conflating key and keep, that they would find here. And if the calipers at her belt had been a dowsing rod, her calculations could not have been more accurate. Again, the doctor's only wonder was at his lack of wonder. He knew that she knew. At the group's humble Christmas celebration, Petronius had read them Tennyson's The Epic, with its account of the passing of Arthur, aided by the 3 queens who would help him at his need. But not even so fantastic a depiction could have prepared them for the discovery of that day. For by the following evening the queens stood, or at least lay, in their midst, a regal but charming carving, in gold-shot quartz, of 3 crowned maidens, who by their pose formed a crown of maidens. 2 of the queens knelt at either side of the third, their inner hands clasping hers, and their outer ones pointing downward, to a section of the stone still buried by several upthrust menhirs, which had once formed the sides of the Camelot gate. This stone-hang was far too massive, and too precariously canted, for the group to move unassisted. Yet Dr. Morganley had not been disturbed. The woman had merely remarked off-handedly to Petronius that if he wished to see the 3 queens clearly, he should wash their faces with water mixed with a little wine. As with her previous suggestions of power, the doctor had obeyed, and was first delighted to see the faces, lovely individual portraits, radically unlike the usual stylized Celtic playing card countenance, glow forth like the mien of Galatea as she stepped from her pedestal, and then dismayed beyond words as the faces disappeared. The texture of the stone beneath remained unaltered, so Petronius knew that the baptismal wash had not dissolved them. But where could they have gone? In order to distract himself from his grief, he ordered the 3 students into the nearest town to purchase equipment for shifting the sarsens, hoping desperately that the portion of the keepstone which still remained hidden possessed carving of its own. On the morning of the 28th, while working at the site, Petronius heard women's voices approaching. Supposing that the students had returned, he looked up to greet them, and was astonished to see 3 strange girls looking down at him. Even more amazing than their mysterious appearance, however, was their apparel. All 3 wore identical outfits of pure white, apparently modeled on cricketing flannels, though much heavier, and on their heads were pith helmets. This ludicrous haberdashery and headgear was backlighted by the sun as the doctor glanced at them, so that for a fleeting second he had the impression that the light about them came from within. However, despite the fact that they looked like a cross between Indiana Jones and Doctor Who No. 5, they carried the requisite equipment and seemed earnest and determined. They introduced themselves as the Philadelphia Sisters. Carrie, a tall brunette, was the eldest, blonde Sperry, the middle girl, and a petite redhead, whom the other 2 had nicknamed, evidently for her tendency to say, "Keep the faith," Fido. But who are you? And where do you come from? Asked Petronius in perplexity. And where are my students? Out of the everywhere, into the here, replied Sperry cryptically. Born of water and spirit, crowed little Fido, clapping her hands like Peter Pan in delight at her own cleverness. Seeing the doctor's genuine bafflement, Carrie was kinder. At the moment, from Ridaring on the coast, where we were assisting several once wicked noblemen, virtuous persons now, and showing a red-blooded zeal for goodness. Blue-blooded, too, chirped the youngest. Hush, remonstrated her sister, and continued. We met the members of your expedition there, and when they explained your difficulty, we volunteered our services. They accepted and remained behind. You see, we are daughters of an architect, no matter how you spell arch, put in Sperry. Indeed, Carrie assented. So, as the villagers sing in Ridaring, now, if you please, we'll proceed. Dr. Morganly rose, smiling, and bowed to the sisters in a manner which struck Petronius as condescending, and prepared to lead them to the excavation. A glance of mutual recognition and rivalry passed between them, and the girls looked as though they would have liked to draw back. But after only a moment's hesitation, they proceeded down the path. As his partner moved to follow, the doctor grasped her arm and whispered, Do you know them? All too well, replied Morganly darkly. Nevertheless, they have their uses, and they can accomplish what they promise. A short while later the leader of the group returned, an indecipherable expression on her face, and reported that the trio was at work, would require 3 days to complete its task, and might not be disturbed at any time during that period by either Petronius or Morganly. The doctor opened his mouth and closed it again, knowing he would receive no answer until the girls, or his associate, chose to grant one. And so, for the next 3 days, Petronius lived in an agony of suspense. Each evening the Philadelphia sisters returned to the camp, and joined animatedly in conversation on every topic but that of the dig, and each morning were gone before the 2 doctors awoke at dawn. Petronius strained his ears for sounds from the excavation, but heard only singing. Of the tunes but one was familiar, an ancient air called Arthur's Seat. And the doctor reflected whimsically that if the legends of Camelot's erection to music were true, perhaps the remains required to be constructed by the same mode or modality. On the morning of the 4th day, New Year's Eve day, the 2 were awakened by the 3 and beckoned toward the site. Without a word spoken, the 5 hurried to the place, and Petronius cried in amazement. The pale light of dawn revealed the tumbled menhirs now ringing the excavation in a dolmen and cromlech arrangement, precisely duplicating Stonehenge. But this formation, wonderful as it was, did not hold his attention long. His thoughts were all for the keepstone. Had its unearthing been completed? Above all, was it intact? Oh, it had! And it was! The tri-pointed crown of quartz was now revealed to surmount a heart-shaped carving of sardonyx, adorned with a commanding bas-relief, apparently life-size, of yet a 4th queen. And Petronius, kneeling breathlessly beside the sculpture, knew her as he had not known the 3. The regal figure stood with her arms upraised to form a Tau cross, and the doctor, calculating that her hands had been wrought to touch those of the kneeling queens, mourned anew the loss of the maidens. What had happened? And from them depended a censer and a sword. Her breast was covered by a warlike shirt of mail, but her gown was womanhood itself, a slow-dropping veil of thinnest lawn, which wept away from her sides. So Venus might have stood, foam-fretted, at her rising. But, as Petronius murmured, Thou art heavenly, she an empty dream. smith of Excalibur, nurturer of Lancelot, spiritual adviser of Arthur himself, the Lady of the Lake. Petronius lifted tear-dimmed eyes to the Philadelphia sisters, beginning, "I cannot thank you enough." Then, abruptly, he saw that the trio was fronting Morganly across the keepstone with unmistakable animosity. The doctor returned to the present with a jolt. What was amiss? Was there a professional contest among the women, and, therefore, a disagreement over who should claim the treasure? He was about to pose these questions when Morganly flung up a hand imperiously. Once more, an unspoken message seemed to pass among them, for after an instant they all bowed formally to each other and parted. "Tonight," Petronius heard her whisper as the girls passed from hearing. "By moonlight." The woman had a voice, yes, but why like the dark of the moon? Some time later, at an hour he could not place, Dr. Petronius awoke and knew immediately that something was terribly wrong. Levering himself up unsteadily on one elbow, he glanced down into the excavation, then collapsed back onto the sleeping bag with a gasp, squeezing his eyes tightly shut as the whole moonlit bowl of the site tilted and spun like an acrobat's plate on a pole. When the world had steadied somewhat, he opened them again, taking stock as he did so of his physical condition. Other than the disorientation and dizziness, there appeared to be nothing wrong with him, which suggested that he had been drugged. Abruptly he remembered the eagerness with which the aloof Dr. Morganly had offered her own bottle of wine as accompaniment to the Philadelphia sisters' scones, and he thought she had wanted to make their supper seem like communion. Why did the word witch in its literal sense occur to him, trying to do? Already knowing what he would find, Petronius sat up once more, carefully, and looked down into the site. Sure enough, Dr. Morganly's sleeping bag was empty, and the doctor drew his breath in with a hiss. The borrowed bedrolls of the three sisters lay equally undisturbed, the absurd pith helmets placed with touching tidiness atop each pile. At once, though he could not have told from whence the knowledge came, he knew that the four women were together, and not only in contact, but in conflict, and he also knew where. Rising as quickly as his still considerable vertigo allowed, Petronius reached for his pea-jacket and set off down the shingle path to the excavation, dressing as he walked. With a vague idea of fashioning some sort of weapon, he reached into the pockets of his coat to take inventory. His hand closed around the copy of Idylls of the King, from which he had been reading at the campfire on Christmas Eve. Angrily he shook his head, and his drug-dulled ears added their own seashell roar to the boom of the nearing surf. What an altruistic fool he had been to believe that every member of the team shared his own lofty goal of securing proof of the existence of Camelot for the inspiration of despairing modern man. He had known that Dr. Morganly did not, but he had supposed that her interest was at least purely, again in a literal sense, academic. As for the mysterious sisters, surely they were more than they seemed. Once more he wondered at the source of the intuition. But even if they had no ill intentions, who knew what their motivation was? He was about to throw the book away when a sudden flare of red, like the leap of a new-kindled flame, showed above the last boulders, blocking him from the dig, and a coldly mocking laugh rang out into the night. Morganly! If she had hurt those dear girls! Slipping the poems back into his pocket, the doctor sprinted the remaining few yards, and halted between two tall stones, separated only by a narrow cleft. He peered through this opening, and raised both hands to clutch at his hair, certain that the drug in the wine had affected more than his balance. He looked upon a scene which might have come from Perrault, or from a pre-Raphaelite painting. Below him, at the site of the gateway excavation, now transformed into a giant scrying bowl, as though the full moon which rode above were magnified 1,000-fold in a pellucid pool, Dr. Morganly stood, confronting the Philadelphia sisters across the Camelot keepstone. Gone from the girls' bodies were the foolish cricketing outfits. Now each was clad in a jewel-hued robe of antique mode, hip-waisted and tippet-sleeved, Carrie in lapis, Sperry in emerald, and little Fido in a garnet, the precise shade of her hair. On their heads were crowns of gold, and surrounding their figures was a lambent glow, which might have been produced by the reflection of the moonlight on the stray mists which clung to the hollow, but which Petronius, watching with inhaled breath, was certain was nothing so easily explained. The alteration in his erstwhile partner was even more dramatic. She was wrapped from throat to toe in a sable mantle which, as she shifted slightly, opened to reveal a hell-colored lining, giving the viewer the impression of gazing down a dragon's maw lit by inner fires. A black wimple enringed her proud face, and a crown of rubies encircled her brow. And she too was rounded by an aura, a red haze like that which passes before the eyes of men when the lust for murder seizes them. Red also was the naked blade of the sword she held, and its light seemed to throb with a pulse like the pump of blood, as though in obscene harmony with its wielder's heart. The unsheathing of this weapon, Petronius supposed, had been the cause of the red flash he had seen. Now, as he gazed on spellbound at the tapestry tableau, the dark-clad woman laughed again, and brandished the blade, which kindled brighter in answer to her intensity. "Nay, then, do your worst, and summon her," she taunted, curving her full lips in a scornful, confident smile, and gesturing at the stone which lay between her and the queenly maidens. "Summon your mother, my birth-sister, whom I prisoned in the keepstone after the passing of Arthur, lest she return to him Excalibur and complete his healing. Aye, let her come forth once again to the light of our day, and learn how it has gone with the world since the triumph of my dear Lord Mordred and I. And then, if despair smite her not on the instant, I will exile you together with her to a world unknown, that our rule of this wretched planet be at last unchallenged and utter." "From your own lips have you spoken your doom, Morgan Le Fay," said Carrie, the blue-robed queen, serenely, yet with implacable sternness. In his hiding-place the doctor started so violently that he nearly lost his balance. Fay Morganly? Morgan Le Fay? Incredible as it seemed, that explanation alone seemed to account for 100 eldritchnesses in the woman's bearing and behavior. Yet if his former associate were in fact the third bane of Logres, then who, or what, were the girls? For in entering into the conflicts of Arthur and his kingdom, you made yourself subject to its law, and the law is that of God, which promises this: if one righteous man be found in all the world, the hand of wrath must be stayed. Such a one have we found. He will be the hope of our own world, and of many more, spoke green-gowned Sperry, her sweet face alight with expectation. His name is Petros, like that of Simon Peter, of whom one greater than us all said, "Upon this rock will I found my church." Fido thrust her diminutive chin out as she added this comment, her temper showing as zeal-red as her garb. Morgan's lip lifted in a sneer. "And where is your paragon now? Abed in a drunken stupor, and naked, belike, as Noah, so that 3, she swept a hand toward the sisters, might look on his shame, and have his curse for their pains." Fido took a step forward, hands clenched. "Noah, for all his faults and failings, was chosen to carry the seed of humankind to the flood-cleansed earth, and his ark," Sperry took up the refrain, "is a type of that church,
which still ferries faithful souls to the heaven haven. And our mother is her figurehead," finished Carrie placidly. Again the laugh. Again the wound-throb blaze of the blade. "Then bid your figurehead—" Morgan's sardonic inflection gave the word its most negative meaning. "Hither, to treat with the true rulers of the world, and afterward we will deal with the rock on which your precious church will be, did you say, foundered?" Her free hand stabbed down imperiously, pointing at the stone before them. "Summon her!" Silent but undaunted, the three queen maidens joined their right hands together, forming a living trefoil above the keepstone. Then, raising them, still linked, upward, they began to wheel in a slow, majestic circle, as though about an invisible maypole. As they moved, they sang, blending their voices in a harmony which soared and dipped and kissed and parted, raising a strain of such perfect unison that, though ancient as the song of the morning stars, seemed also the new song of the blessed. "They sing, and singing in their glory move," thought Petronius, and wiped the tears from his own eyes. And then, incredibly, he saw that the mist clouding his vision was not born of weeping alone. Down from the very moon, it seemed, a shaft of light was shaping toward the stone, as though to provide the maypole for the living ribbons of the queens. Lower and lower it came, until, piercing the ring of laced maiden hands, it touched the surface of the sculpted heart. The sisters' song rose to a joyful climax, then silenced, as though severed. And there, in their midst, stood a woman clothed not with the sun, but with the moon. At the sight of her, Petronius could have cried with Thomas the Rhymer, "All hail, thou mighty Queen of Heaven!" But he knew that, although this maiden and mother was never none but she, bore on her brow a crescent moon beneath the foot of a woman, she was closer in truth, if not in spirit, to the Queen of fair Elfland. He did, however, go so far as to murmur, "For thy peer on earth I never did see," and then reflected that he might have done better to say Peri, for she had risen from her watery exile like Gilbert's Iolanthe. No, like the spring from Moses' staff-struck rock. The doctor felt his mind reeling. No, like Excalibur. Sword straight she stood indeed, and tall and beautiful, twin in every trait to Morgan, but only as the stars in their matrix of clean night are twin to the scum on the face of a stagnant pool. Clothed in white samite, mystic, wonderful, her sleeve tippets awash with the milk-opal lustre of shell nacre, the woman's whiteness was unbroken, save by a silvery corselet of scale mail, wrought in the likeness of a fish, its nose to her throat, and its tail overspreading her hips. If Petronius had needed more proof of her identity, the two objects at her belt, a silver piecework censer shaped like a royal orb and cross, and a sword whose hilt was formed of two serpents, a red and a white, twisted in a figure 8 and devouring each other uroborically, would have eliminated his last doubt. "Hail, Merrigan, mere mistress!" cried Morgan, raising her hand in mock salute. The dark queen pronounced her sister's name so that it sounded, appropriately, like and unlike her own. Petronius heard the roots of the name in her speaking of it. Mer-gin, water woman, lady of the lake. And he knew that that, as well, was as it should be. Or perhaps I should say, well met by moonlight, proud Titan. Ha! The Bane's laugh cut the night, a war-wolf's bark. Have you slept well, shouldering not one world but many beneath your three-horned stone crown? An epithet followed, but the doctor was curiously uncertain whether it was Cornice or Cornish woman. "Nay, Morgan, never." The white lady spoke for the first time, and her voice said, "Ho! Every one that thirsteth, come ye to the waters. Uneasy rests the head that wears a crown, or the heart." She indicated the keepstone. "And so long as my daughters send me word in dreams of the discord which you and your kind sow among men, I may never rest." Morgan did not reply to her sister's charge directly. "Ah, yes, your daughters," she murmured, eyeing the maidens appraisingly where they stood before Mergin, like three many-colored rays projected from her white radiance. "Faith, hope, and charity of the city of brotherly love. But I misdoubt me that men any longer desire such a new Jerusalem to be built in England's green and pleasant land, or elsewhere in the world." Too numb for further shock, Petronius absorbed this new revelation with something approaching calm. So his three quondam rex cavators were in reality fidei, speranza, et caritas. Well, he reflected wryly, who else but the cardinal virtues could make halos from pith helmets? Mergin was visibly shaken by this statement. Nevertheless, she retained her composure and courage. "Aye, sister. Yet our leader's prophecy, the old order changeth, yielding place to the new, may apply to ill custom as well as good, lest either in excess should corrupt the world. And," she paused to glance lovingly at the girls, "my daughters have brought me news that a renewal of zeal for spiritual things is a-borning." "Corpse light upon a rotting tree," jeered Morgan. "Or corpus light upon a hood tree," countered the white lady swiftly. But she was trembling. Observing her rival's uncertainty, the Bane pressed her advantage. Brave words, swordsmith of Myth-sword. But dare you test their mettle against Mordred?" The Dark Queen's tongue rasped the eds of her lover's name, like steel leaving scabbard, giving it an Anglo-Saxon sound. And abruptly Petronius realized what the word meant. Death dread. "Lady, beware!" he whispered, clutching his book. "I dare, I," replied Mergin, steadily as her hand closed about the hilt of her weapon. For this metal was tempered with a blooding from the side of the kingstone, the cornerstone which the builders rejected. "Rex Caliburn!" she cried, and drew from its sheath the worm-hilted sword, bearing a blade which cleft the darkness like that morn when first God dawned on chaos. Death dread, in answer, rose like doomsday. The swords of the sisters met with an air-rending shriek like the loosing of a cloth-yard arrow. Mingled lights leapt aloft in an aurora of blood and milk. Mergin, seasoned veteran of otherworldly wars, was a graceful and strategical fighter, always managing to dance a cobweb's breadth away from the smouldering blade of Morgan, whose dramatic tactics of backward step and forward thrust resembled the movements of a striking cobra. Harmless as doves and subtle as a snake, thought Petronius, and shook his head sharply. Why was his mind filled with the literature of legends when those selfsame legends stood, literally, before him? Unbidden to his consciousness came the answer. Both are grammary, and that word means spelling and bespelling alike. In addition to her skill and agility, the Lady of the Lake had the deft assistance of the Queen Maidens, who, as befitted beings identified with the three virtues, wielded weapons symbolic of their qualities. Faith, a cross-hilted dagger; Hope, a chain-swung anchor, which she employed like a gladiator's trident;
and Charity a heart-shaped shield. This arsenal appeared to have been drawn forth from its user's very auras, or perhaps it was a last bequest from the moonbeam which had unlocked the keepstone. But whatever its origin, it served, in the hands of the girls, still enringing their mother as when they summoned her through the gate, to provide a formidable extra defense. Circling about her in a continual merge and emergence of color, they seemed a trio of iris-winged cherubim sent to bear the Virgin Mary to heaven at her Assumption. A cloud of witness. Oh, God, enough, thought Petronius. Words and words. But pictures? Yes. All at once a flood of images, born of nothing in his own thoughts, began to pour through the doctor's mind. At first he could discern neither pattern nor purpose in the sequence, but with the first two distinct images he was able to separate from the welter. He began to guess at what they were and whence they came, to guess terribly. Morgan brought down her blade with a savage back-handed sweep, and a merchant of ancient Pompeii, attempting to escape the eruption of Vesuvius, struck a crippled beggar-child into a gutter with his bags of gold. Morgan parried, contriving to protect all three of her daughters as she deflected the blow. And farther down the Pompeian street, now ankle-deep in blazing ash, a mother crouched over her infant, taking the Tartarian rain on her own back even after her toga had burst into flame. The sisters were telling each other opposing versions of the saga of man, who, because he occupied the middle state between the devils and the angels, was therefore capable of acting as either. Petronius called to mind Guinevere in the Morris poem, with her allegory of the two cloths symbolizing heaven and hell, of which it was said, no man could tell the better of the two. So it was here. Both accounts of human history were equally true, depending on the beholder's perspective. But was man's dominant tendency toward good or evil? Was that what the queens were dueling to decide? A new question occurred to the doctor. If the women's conflict was a battle of wills, what, then, was the nature of their weapons? Both had the shape and sound of swords, and doubtless could produce the same damage if brought into contact with flesh. But how to explain the symbiotic pulsing which animated them, flickering low or flaring high as its wielder momentarily achieved the upper hand? Again, unsought for, the answer rose within him. They are swords of the spirit, ideas and ideals, fed by men's thoughts and actions since the beginning of time. On raged the conflict, and the parallel panoramas continued to unfold within the doctor's mind. Great battles alternated with quiet peacetime scenes, the bayou tapestry of the powerful contrasted with naïf samplers of the obscure. The queens thrust and parried, the queenlets darted in and out, divine gadflies, gilded and stinging, and between the two forces gaped the still open gate, tantalizing glimpses of the worlds upon which it gave, chasing each other across its surface like cloud shadows across a wheat field. The contest, though pitched, seemed equal. But in a matter of moments, the 20th century had been reached, and Morgan began to fail. With the death of Victoria, that formidable queen who had given her name to an era, came the birth of a new century, and, as one wrote who, though reared in the old order, contrived to find the peace of God in the new, a cloud was on the minds of men. Religion had failed mankind, and science, widely and wildly hailed as the new creed of modern man, failed with the advent of the First World War in its perverted application to war-making. There followed a period of decadence which spiraled downward into a moral and economic collapse from which only a second war provided relief. And this conflict hung forever over the head of man the Damoclean sword of instantaneous annihilation, and added to the language a new word, genocide. Murder not of one man, but of a race. For a time thereafter the old mores held the world frailly united. but they were the last fruit of a tree which had already been hewn from its roots. Images came thick and fast from Morgan, a hellish hail beneath whose onslaught Petronius gasped and winced in empathy with the beleaguered Merrigan, railing with impotent despair at his powerlessness to aid the Lady of the Lake. Dead fish floating belly up in a dead stream like maggots in a corpse. An enraged man striking his toddler daughter over the head with an iron skillet so that brain and bone splattered walls. A woman seeking spiritual guidance and finding only a book which advised her, "You have the right to say, 'I don't care.'" And then was now, and Merrigan and her daughters were on their knees. "You see how it is, sister," said Morgan, her nostrils panting with triumphant exertion, and her sword pulsing like a severed artery. "The swinishness of man is paramount, and ineradicable in his nature by his own choice." "Oh, nay," she laughed, and raised a silencing hand as she saw that her twin was about to speak. "I will not speak of the fiends in the gospel, swine, lest I hear that the devil can quote Scripture. Rather, let me remind you of that man of Odysseus's crew, who wept upon being returned to his human shape from Circe's ensorcelment. I submit him as a type of your beloved humankind. This quality has already destroyed him. So depart from this world, and let him wallow in his sty in peace. Let Grill be Grill, and have his hoggish mind." Swinishness. Suddenly another picture pierced Petronius's thoughts, one born again, yes, truly born again, of his own knowledge, not of race memory. King Arthur's jester, Dagonet, answering Tristan's accusation about his sordid past. The words, majestic in their humility, swelled in his mind, like a cry of trumpets at the arrival of a king. And before the doctor knew what he was doing, he had stepped between the two standing stones, and cried, "The dirty nurse, Experience, in her kind hath soiled me, and I wallowed, then I washed, and thank the Lord I am King Arthur's fool." Morgan stepped back in astonishment, and her blade lost a little of its glare. Merrigan, followed by her daughters, came slowly to her feet, hope raising its standard in her face, and the irrepressible Faith gave the doctor a thumbs-up sign by hefting her cross-topped dagger. The dark queen made a sour little moo with her shapely mouth, and glanced at her sister. "So, this is your would-be savior? Well, at least he knows the value of a dramatic entrance. But no matter." Her eyes hardened, glinting with a spark of the same bale fire which lit her sword. "Now that you are here together with my sister, I can attend to both of you at the same time." So saying, Morgan took a purposeful step around the crown-shaped finial of the keepstone, advancing toward Petronius. Then, abruptly, casting a fearful glance at his right side, she stopped. Scarcely daring to believe his reprieve, the doctor glanced down, and gave a startled exclamation. The pocket of his battered pea-jacket was lit from inside by the same silvery radiance as illuminated Morgan's sword. Sliding a cautious hand within, he brought forth the copy of Idylls of the King, which he had come so close to discarding on the path. The cover of the book was ablaze with a light which generated no heat, but glowed like burning magnesium. On impulse, Petronius raised the volume in his right hand, and directed its flash toward Morgan. Vampire-like, the bane of Logres cringed, and flung up a full sleeve to shield her eyes. The doctor's heart leapt. Feeling like Sam in Shelob's lair, lifting the star-glass of Galadriel, the doctor continued to hold the book aloft as he made to address the Dark Queen. Then, from the corner of his eye, he caught a movement, Mergin, who had been brought to her knees by the spirit-sword onslaught of her rival, had attempted to rise with the assistance of her daughters, and had stumbled. Only a glance he spared in her direction, yet in that instant Morgan, momentarily freed from the binding of Petronius's book, was able to raise Death-dread. A thin scarlet beam leapt from the blade, and struck full upon the volume, and the doctor felt an agonizing shock lance from his fingertips to his forehead, as though he had grasped a live wire. Only sheer strength of will enabled him to retain his hold. A hate-colored haze filled his brain, and with it a reprise, or reprisal, of the moral degeneracy of modern man, with which Morgan had assaulted her sister. Over these blood-dimmed tidings rose a man's voice, crying out Arthur's lament at the fall of his kingdom. All my realm reels back into the beast, and is no more. "A riddle for you, Sir George Pendragon," came the Bane's lazy, mocking voice. "Why are words and sword but the same letters, differently arranged?" "Perhaps because both are the same weapon, which cuts two ways, eh? Fool!" The lash of this last word caused Petronius to totter. In his upraised hand the idols slipped, causing the silver-gilt sword of the lady on its cover to shine its radiance into his own eyes. Instantly the molten mist was dispelled, and his mind was brightened to preternatural clarity. "And take the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God," blended in his brain with "We are all fools for Christ's sake," and "Aye!" cried the doctor in a voice which did not tremble, never taking his gaze from the book. "And the king, my brother fool, conceits himself as God that he can make figs out of thistles, silk from bristles, milk from burning spurge, honey from hornet combs, and men from beasts. Long live the king of fools!" With no astonishment whatever, Petronius now saw the picture of the weapon expand and elongate until it had engulfed the volume and become a moon-metal sword, which rose like an annunciation lily from a Damascus hilt, fashioned as an open book viewed edge-on. Turning a triumphant glance to Morgan, the doctor saw that the Dark Queen's own blade was ablaze with a bloodbath glare so intense that it appeared to have drawn every drop of scarlet from her apparel and person, and perhaps from very heart as well. For when she swung it away and aloft from its resting place at her breast, it left a ghoulish swathing of stain on the lucent air. This was the moment of fate, Petronius knew. But could his sword, however spirit-born, quench this fiery dart of the wicked? Dart? He thought. And then he felt laughter well up in him, and, with it, an atrocious pun. Why then? I must use it as a dart to mortar. Swinging the word-sword 3 times about his head, Bedivere fashion, the doctor cried, "Fall, battle-axe, and clash! Brand, let the king reign!" Then, with all his strength, he hurled the blade directly at Morgan's heart. A soundless explosion rocked the hollow. White light flared, as though the moon had fallen within it. Petronius was thrown forward into the ring of stones, fell, and struck his head a glancing blow on the edge of the keepstone. Before he lost consciousness, he caught enough of a glimpse of the excavation to see that the Dark Queen had disappeared. Really, he thought, before the blackness took him, I ought to stop making such dreadful jokes. But it looks as though one battle-axe just did fall. Then he pitched down at Mergin's feet and lay still. A cool hand was on his brow, and a sweet savour in his nostrils. Some time later Petronius returned to consciousness like a near-drowned man rising from a wreck. From the great deep, he thought muzzily, then chided himself for applying Merlin's prophecy about Arthur to his own case. Opening his eyes, he discovered himself lying with his head in the lap of Mergin, who was passing her censer beneath his nose and stroking his forehead. Her face, as she bent over him, glowed like a second moon, and the horns of her crescent crown formed a frame for the Lady of the Night as she floated above. Hathor, he thought. Ishtaroth. And suddenly the unearthliness of the woman struck him with full force. Reading his fear in his eyes, the sorceress said softly, "Do not be afraid. You are safe and unharmed, and, although my daughters have left us, my sister has also gone." "Morgan? Dead?" asked the doctor as Mergin assisted him to a sitting position. "Alas, no," sighed the witch-queen, bowing her head so that the umbra of the moon sigil swept across her white face in a death scythe waning. "She has returned to our world, and my heart forebodes that, ere she finally be defeated, she, opener of gates and commander of shadows, will cause many men's souls to take wing, and make the very name of woman to be abhorred." At these words Petronius bowed his own head. "I am more sorry for this deed than for any error I have made in my life. To have visited the Fata Morgana upon your people," he said quietly. "But, lady—" Here he dared to raise his eyes and meet those of Mergin, for his desire for knowledge could not be suppressed despite his feeling of guilt. "If it is permitted to you to speak of such things, who are your kind, and what is your country, and why did you choose the age of Arthur as the time in which to enter our world?" The lake lady smiled indulgently. "Is there anything you do not wish to know?" The doctor felt more like a hobbit than ever. This time, like Peregrine Took, receiving unhoped-for answers to his questions about the mysteries of Middle-earth while riding with Gandalf to Rohan. But he was determined to bite the apple of knowledge, were it only a pippin. Matching grin for grin, he shook his head. "Very well, then," she replied. "From the keeper-to-be of the Great Gate, such lore may not be hidden. But it is not comfortable learning, although it may give you courage for the task ahead." As she spoke, Mergin told the links of her censer chain through her fingers like the beads of a rosary, as though she would anchor herself firmly to her adopted world while telling of her native one. "The name of our land is Escarp, and it is old and—" the word was indistinct. She might have said variegated, or variegated, or both, thought Petronius. "So that it is, and has been, home to many peoples and powers. Most formidable of both are the wise women of Escarp, whom the folk of your land, and many of ours as well, would call witches. Of this kin come I and the 3 queens, who are my daughters in spirit only, not in truth, for no woman can be both witch and wife, or at least it has not been so in our day. Our duties are many for the healing and heartening of our own world, yet when we may, we bend our wills to the lands which lie beyond the gates, if so be we may render aid without changing the shape of a people's history, for direct interference is strictly forbidden. In the 7th century of the artifacts, Petronius could not help noticing how close the god word was to Arthur Rex. As you measure time, brutish Britain, brutish not only because founded by Roman Brutus, but because men lived then little better than beasts, was ripe for such succor. There, we knew, might be the cradle of a civilization upon which no sun, imaged or imagined, might ever set. Thus we were most anxious to play midwife to its birthing. Then came Arthur. "Arthur, yes," breathed Petronius, unable to restrain himself any longer. "Was he of your race?" "Where is he who knows?" asked the Lady of the Lake wistfully.
We know only that one day he appeared in our country with a word like a signal, a standard, a song, and that we followed him.
There has been one in our own land, murmured the doctor, of whom the same has been said.
Indeed, replied Mergen. The king will follow Christ, and men the king. And thus did they, and we. Passing through this gate, the sorceress gestured toward the keepstone. Morgan, the maidens, and myself, with many others, entered this world, and bound ourselves to its laws for good or ill. It was for that reason, because man's word is God in man, and therefore that any telling of our tale has the power of, and over, the tale itself, that you were able to defeat Morgan by literally—
Here the queen paused, and a mischievous twinkle star-touched her eyes. Throwing the book at her.
Quickly as she had brightened, however, Mergen sobered. That was a mighty deed, and worthy in its own right of a wording in the tale. But it is only as the tuning of the minstrel's harp ere the lay is begun, compared to what you may yet achieve if you will. The sorceress's hands and eyes caught those of Petronius, and held both fast. In the most natural gesture he had ever made, the doctor went to his knees. "What must I do?" he whispered, his memory finishing the question for him, in all humility, with, not to be saved, but to be Saviour. Mergen released her grasp, stood, and drew her sword. In the mist of the waning night, still silver-lit, though the moon had nearly set, the blade dimpled with its water light, like the Ripley washing in the reeds, seen by Sir Bedivere as he returned Excalibur to the lady at Arthur's passing. No, thought Petronius, as the weapon descended toward him. This is the hour for the taking up of the sword. The time to cast away is yet far off. The point of the blade now hovered at his right ear. Glancing down its length, he could not entirely quiet his fear. He saw that it bore an inscription.
In letters aglow, as though fire new, he read, in blended Anglo-Saxon runic, the command, Nimap me. Seize me. The take me up of Tennyson. Yes, he had been right.
George of the house of Petronius, the lady intoned. Vigil and vision have you endured this night. Insight, she spoke the two words as one, of the siege perilous, and therefore are fitted to the fellowship of the Round Table, image of the mighty world. Learn then your duty and delight as guardian of the gate. With the flat of the blade she struck his right cheek, a slight but smarting blow, then, passing the weapon over his head, repeated the stroke on the left side of his face. Without looking up, the doctor knew that an arc of the sword's own brilliance stood in the air above him like a glory. As this Pentecostal spirit passed over him, the hair of his head stood up. Then, sinking swiftly through scalp and skull, it kindled in his brain to a bright panorama of images depicting the history of the gate. He witnessed the shaping and use of the keepstone by the wise ones of both pre-human and human Estcarp.
Its service, and here the doctor would have frozen the sequence if he could, as gate to ancient Britain for the sisters, the queens, and a group of warriors who must have been Arthur and his knights, though all were mailed and helmed alike, and the stone's subsequent function, loss, and rediscovery at the site of Camelot.
And then Petronius saw what could only be his own future as guardian of the gate.
His establishment of a reputation and refuge for good men who, hunted through this world without pity, would be forced to flee to another by a door as irrevocable as death.
The universes whereon that door opened, again the doctor longed to stem the tide of mental pictures. And, lastly, the names and faces of the gate candidates themselves.
Among these Petronius saw one whom he instantly felt could be to him the proverbial friend that sticketh closer than a brother, should the doctor ever know him. A fine soul, but melancholy, who struck his observer as being perfectly described by Morris's line, "Dreamer of dreams, born out of my due time." Without understanding why, the latest made gatekeeper knew that no matter what heroic deeds he had been called upon to perform this night, none would be more important than the rendering of assistance to this man, for he, Simon Tregarth, was bound to, and bound up with, Merrigan's world, Estcarp. Then the lake lady's strong fingers closed reassuringly over his own and drew him to his feet, and she said, "Rise, Sir George. To whom be this title given? Petronius Stellarbiter, watcher and warder of the portal of stars." "Lady," responded the doctor, "if my will and work may, in however small a measure, speed the day whereon that stone," he pointed to the gate beside which Merrigan stood, white and bright as a certain angel beside another stone centuries before, "may be rolled away, and Arthur come again, I shall be content." Petronius meant these words as sincerely as he spoke them. Nevertheless, when he thought of the great king and his glory, he could not help but gaze at the portal and mourn the fact that he himself, though so very near, would never see Arthur. "Lift up your head, O ye gate," he whispered, and his eyes filled once more. Again the queen took his hands. "Be comforted," she said gently. "Do you not think there will be a reward for your labors? When the time has arrived for your own passing, you are to come to Avalon, and our Lord himself will greet you at the gate." Petronius could not have spoken if he had had words. "But now farewell," said Merrigan, loosing her hold and stepping toward the keepstone, which had begun to glow like the moon behind a cloud. "You are going a long way," returned the doctor, as in catechism. The lady nodded. Then, turning away from him to face the stone, she raised her arms and concluded her own stay on earth with the parting words of her Lord. "To the island valley of Avilion, where falls not any rain, or hail, or snow, nor ever wind blows loudly, but it lies deep meadowed, happy, fair with orchard lawns and bowery hollows crowned with summer sea, where I will heal me of my grievous wound." Brighter and brighter grew the light which flowed from the opening gate, streaming not only around the White Queen but through her, until Petronius thought that he must be able to see her soul. The witch-fire gave a final blinding flare, then sank to a soft glow, and when the doctor had stopped blinking, Merrigan, the remains of the radiance concentred in her lovely face, was beckoning to him with one hand, and with the other pointing to the gate, as who should say, "Come, see the place." Never more fearful and never more desirous of anything in his life, Petronius approached. He found himself looking into the tower room of a castle or fortification, for its round walls were formidably solid, pierced only by a single lancet window, barred by a crossbeam. These walls were built of a white stone so pure as to be translucent, providing, together with the open window and the white blooming apple tree it framed, sufficient light to make the room as bright as noon. In the center of the room stood a low catafalque draped with a gorgeous arras depicting knightly deeds, a web with colors gay, which Petronius had no doubt was truly magic. On this bier reposed the figure of a man, formal as a tomb effigy in a stiff robe of state, although the doctor, who by some marvel of perspective was near enough to count the seed pearls bordering his sleeves, could see his breast gently rising and falling. Had the doctor not watched that suspiration, he would himself have forgotten to breathe. The sleeping king lay with his head pillowed on the lap of Faith, while to the little queen's right Charity sat playing a Welsh harp, and to her left Hope knelt, burnishing a magnificent crown. Taken together, the three maidens and their monarch comprised a picture very like Burne-Jones's The Last Sleep of Arthur in Avalon. "What child is this?" Petronius found himself asking, then answered his question. This, the Christ-like king. And before this last and loveliest vision, he sank to his knees once more. Then Mergin's hand was slipped beneath his chin, and his face was tilted upward, and before the doctor could move or speak, Mergin had planted a soft kiss on his brow, stepped back, and, in a final blaze of light which returned her to a pillar of cloud fire, the Lady of the Lake passed into the gate, as Excalibur into the mere, making lightnings in the splendor of the moon. And then there were 4 queens in the chamber. As Mergin moved into their line of vision, the maidens raised what must have been a song of welcome, though Petronius could hear no sound. As they sang, the White Lady moved to the bier-bed of her liege, knelt, and, unbuckling her weapon-belt, reverently laid the legendary sword at his side. Before she had drawn away her hands, Arthur stirred and opened his eyes. As one, the 3 queens cried out with joy, and Petronius added his own voice to the accolade, and they hastened to kneel by Mergin, forming a moon crescent to cradle their renascent son. But the king's eyes, when they focused, though they spared a glance of surpassing tenderness for Mergin and the maidens, turned directly to Petronius. The men's looks locked, like the strike of steel on steel, and Arthur's gaze thrust past the doctor's guard to pierce the human to the heart. "I see thee what thou art." The accusation rang in Petronius's mind from memory, not the monarch, and the man started guiltily. But Arthur's look held only compassion, love, and, the new-made knight paused to blink the mere mist, from his eyes. But there could be no mistake. Respect, honor, as of equal to equal. Slowly the great ruler raised a hand in benediction, and Petronius, boldly approaching the throne, lifted his own in salute, and cried in a strong, glad voice, "Ave Arturus, rex quondam, rexque futurus." Whether the once and future king heard his words, or simply read his lips, the doctor did not know, but he acknowledged the speech with a gracious nod. Then Mergin and the maidens raised their hands likewise, and forth from the 5 palms shot beams of blue radiance, which converged in the portal to form a glowing pentacle. This symbol hung in the air for a moment. Then, with a noiseless burst, it rent itself asunder, causing the doctor to flinch and cover his eyes. When he looked again, the gate was closed, a simple plinth of stone, cold, dark, and silent. Beyond wonder now, Petronius ran his fingers over the keepstone, knowing before he did so that he would find its surface solid to his touch. The cameo panorama of Avalon and Arthur, at once centimeters and star gulfs distant, was sealed behind its heart-shaped surface like a loved image in a locket, or memory in a human heart. Petronius cast himself to the ground and wept. Mercifully, he either lost consciousness once more or slept. For when the doctor returned to awareness, it was at the touch of a glow on his lids, banishing the kindly darkness, which was not born of witchery. Opening them, he saw that the first rays of light preceding the wan winter sun had crept into the rocky hollow which cupped keeper and keepstone. As he watched, the beams touched the gate, kindling a rubescent glow from the sardonyx of the heart and an aureate gleam from the gold-veined quartz of the crown.
Then, as the rim of the sun raised above the horizon, there was one last enchantment. The outline of the stone blurred and shifted, the color of heart and crown flowing into each other like dross and gold in an alchemist's crucible. When it stilled and chilled a moment later, the keepstone had assumed the shape of a featureless gray slab, indistinguishable from the rock of the surrounding shingle, save by its symmetry. The casement slowly grows a glimmering square, thought Petronius, and laughed softly, heartened by the fact that he could make a joke when a truly divine despair was causing idle tears to gather in his eyes. Bending forward fearlessly, he picked up the slab, finding its weight no more than he could heft with ease, and settled it in the crook of his arm. With careful steps he climbed to the lip of the rocky cup, so lately the mirror whereinto not Excalibur but the moon herself had been flung, and whose resulting ripples were even now spreading out to wash upon shores undreamed by gods old or new. Like Bedivere, Petronius stood facing the west, revolving many memories. Finally, at peace, the doctor raised his free hand in a last salute and murmured, "Come again, and thrice as fair." Then, turning toward the east, he fronted the fountainhead of day, with his own transfigured face, the tablet of the new law cradled in his arms. And the new sun rose, bringing in the new year. Afterward. When requested to write a story for Tales from the Witch World, I asked myself, which of the concepts or characters in the Witch World series would I like most to know and show the history of? The answer came immediately, that of the mysterious stone by whose agency Jorge Petronius transported Simon Tregarth to Estcarp. This artifact suggested, via the Stone of Scone, the keystone of Camelot, and an Arthurian adventure for the enigmatic gatekeeper. The story which evolved supplied a welcome opportunity to pay tribute to both Tennyson's Idylls of the King, my personal favorite of the many versions of Arthur's saga, and to the Witch World series as well, especially to the all too briefly glimpsed benefactor of its hero, who, to paraphrase Milton, also serves, though only mans the gate. Tall Dames Go Walking was inspired by the life of Christopher Millard, a young man of great sensitivity and promise who, had he lived, might well have made a significant contribution to the field of Arthurian fantasy. His brief but beautiful fable of a knight's spiritual quest, written shortly before his untimely death from cancer at the age of 13, has given its name to the 4 Diamonds Fund for Children's Cancer Research at Pennsylvania's Hershey Medical Center. Rose Wolfe. Biographical Notes. Bell, Claire. Born in England, Miss Bell entered the United States in 1957 and became a naturalized citizen. She gained an MSME in engineering design from Stanford in 1983. At present, she works as an equipment engineer for a major computer company. She has published 2 outstanding and award-winning books in Rotha's Creature and its sequel, Clan Ground. Curry, Ginger Simpson. The Atlantic Ocean and its denizens have fascinated Ginger Simpson Curry from the age of 5, when her father taught her to swim in the swells. When she was awarded $2,500 as a Florida Artist in Literature Fellow in 1982-83 for her short fiction, she invested in scuba gear and lessons and has been exploring the ocean bottom ever since. Married to an electronic technician who has introduced her to the world of word processing, she is currently fiction chairman for Florida Freelance Writers Association. Gravel, Geary. He has been a nationally certified sign language interpreter for the deaf since 1978. He is the author of 2 novels, The Alchemists, which was nominated for the Philip K. Dick Award,
as Most Outstanding Original Science Fiction Paperback of 1984, and a sequel, The Pathfinders. He lives and works in Amherst, Massachusetts. Lewitt, S.N. Her education has covered a wide field, from an MFA in playwriting to actual digs as a practical archaeologist. Her first play was produced in New York when she was 19. Her first novel has been issued by Ace, and she pleads guilty to also being an aviation buff, a balletomane, and a downhill skier. Lichtenberg, Jacqueline. She was born in 1942 and grew up with the potentials of nuclear power and the horror novels of mutation. She has written and collaborated on 8 novels in her Sime-Gen universe, and she is the winner of the 1985 Romantic Times Award for Best Science Fiction Novel. Currently, she runs the SFWA Speakers Bureau. Lena Weaver, Brad. He has been a freelance journalist since 1975. He broke into the science fiction field in 1980 with a short story in Fantastic. Some 3 years later, his story in Amazing, Moon of Ice, was nominated for the Nebula and is now being expanded into a novel. He has taught creative writing and has stories coming up in other anthologies. Lena Weaver, Cynthia. She works in the travel industry, but so far has only dealt with trips in this world. She has been a fan of the witch world since girlhood. Her pursuits include cat taming, needlework, Renaissance dancing, and motherhood to a promising young witch named Morgan. This is her first professional writing. She is married to Brad Lena Weaver. Major, A.R. He spent 2 years with the 101st Airborne Division, ETO, as a machine gunner, and 42 years as a Southern Baptist pastor, including 3.5 years in Brazil as a missionary. His hobbies include collecting and reading science fiction, painting, fencing, and archery. He also writes. Matthews, Patricia Shaw. Her first published story was for the Darkover magazine, and she says of herself that she is a sporadically unemployed accountant with 2 daughters, 2 cats, a husband, and an elderly basset hound, who lives in New Mexico and sometimes goes to Santa Fe Opera. Currently, she is working on her CPA certification. Meyer, Shirley. She states that she lives in a renovated house in the Cabbagetown section of Toronto with 3 humans and 3 felines. One of her hobbies is hang gliding. At present, she is at work on a novel. Miesel, Sandra. She holds a master's degree in both biochemistry and medieval history, identifying medieval manuscripts for fun and profit. A widely published science fiction critic with 3 Hugo nominations, she specializes in science fiction uses of myth, religion, history, and art. She is also a leading authority of the works of both Gordon Dixon and Poul Anderson, and has edited collections of their stories. Her first novel, Dream Rider, earned her a nomination for the John W. Campbell Award. Miller, Anne. Anne Miller, who lives in the desert country of Texas, has been a collaborator on romances laid in that section of the country. This is her first appearance in the science fiction fantasy field. Paxson, Diana L. She is a writer of fantasy and science fiction. Her first published novels were the duo Lady of Light and Lady of Darkness, beginning the Chronicles of Westria. Silverhair the Wanderer was published by Tor in the fall of 1986. Other works include Brisengamen, White Mare, Red Stallion, and The Paradise Tree. Ms. Paxson received a master's degree in comparative literature from the University of California and used her background in medieval culture in originating the Society for Creative Anachronism. She is married to writer John DeCleese and the mother of 2 sons, Ian and Robin. Shwartz, Susan M. During the day, Susan Shwartz works as a financial editor for a Wall Street brokerage firm. During lunch hours, evenings, and weekends, she writes, edits, and reviews fantasy and science fiction. A graduate of Mount Holyoke College, she studied at Oxford University and earned a Ph.D. in English at Harvard University, where she wrote a dissertation on the prophecies of Merlin. She is the editor of 4 anthologies, including Moonsinger's Friends, in honor of Andre Norton, and is working on a 5th. A collaborative novel, White Wing, written with S.N. Lewitt, was a 1985 finalist for the Compton Crook Award. She has also written the Heirs to Byzantium trilogy, Silk Roads and Shadows, Heritage of Flight, the latter 2 both Tor books, and as co-writer to Andre Norton, is working on a fantasy about Han Dynasty China. Her short fiction has appeared in many major science fiction and fantasy publications. Snodgrass, Melinda M. A sample of Melinda's works include the New York Times best-selling novel The Tears of the Singers and Circuit, released by Berkeley Books. Her most recent novels are Circuit Breaker and The Rune Spear, a collaboration. She is a contributor to the Wild Cards anthologies as well. In addition to writing, she sings and performs in local musical productions, and she raises, trains, and shows Arabian horses. Swallow, Lisa. She lives in Santa Cruz, California, with her husband, 3 children, and a dog which outweighs her. She considers herself a real handy person, having worked at a variety of jobs from potter to quilter, bookkeeper to computer programmer. She has spent 8 years as a technical writer in the computer industry and freelance magazine work. This is her first appearance in fiction. Wind, David. He was born in New York in 1944 and raised in southern Florida. He presently lives in Spring Valley, New York, with his wife, son, and daughter. Scuba diving and bareback horse riding are his favorite sports. He began his writing career in the late 70s and to date has published 26 novels, including historical adventure and a screenplay novelization. He is currently working on a parallel world novel. Wolf, Rose. Rose is 33 years old, single, and taking her first tentative moonwalk steps toward becoming a professional fantasy writer, having been spoiled for a career in reality in early childhood by her mother, who made wizards' hats out of grocery bags and took her on supernatural walks in the woods to look for fairies under toadstools. At the present time, she is completing a Ph.D. in English literature, with a concentration in imaginative fiction and a minor in Arthurian studies. End of Tales of the Witch World, Volume 2, created by Andre Norton. Narrated by Katrina Van Dyne in the studios of the Cutting Corporation for the Library of Congress, December 1989. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Tom Doherty Associates, 49 West 24th Street, New York, New York, 10010.
End of book.